The bright hand of a girl from a street advertisement burst into the starry space. After greeting the audience, she presented her innovative product to them. The device for immersion in the virtual world, RealPlay, briefly called Reapl, promised to change the existing reality forever. Are they still content with boring, multiplayer, online role-playing games on their phones? Or primitive computer simulators that lack a sense of reality and don't even hint at authentic sensations? How much longer will they torment themselves with long-distance relationships where video calls are the only form of communication? But the solution to all their problems is already in Reapl, where they will find everything from dizzying games to real communication. A voice from the screen addressed to all passersby on the street enticed them to try a new product and feel like the main character in a fantasy world. Do viewers want to visit a magical universe where absolutely any unimaginable miracle is possible? RealPlay or Reapl embodies virtual reality in which everything feels as vivid as in real life. How do they like this enchanting virtual world of Reapl? Do they want to see red, pink, rose? An image of a beautiful, smiling girl appeared on the screen. She winked at passersby, sending air hearts to everyone and inviting them to meet her in the virtual world of Reapl. This colorful advertisement played continuously on the huge screens on the facade of the corner building that housed the shopping center. A schoolboy named Chang Hyun-soo walked indifferently past them as he made his way to school past the Sansung Digital Plaza Service Center. He was an ordinary Korean teenager who had recently transferred to high school. He was thinking about how much the world had changed 2 years ago since the moment virtual reality Reapl appeared. Now it was a generation in which all people, regardless of gender and age, played it, even while sitting at a table in a cafe. If you think about it, he was probably not as ordinary a person as he might seem at first glance. This becomes clear when you consider his relationship to Reapl, which had become an incredibly popular game during this period. At the school where high school student Chang Hyun-soo studied, the atmosphere was exactly the same as everywhere else. During breaks, everyone hung out in Reapl, heatedly discussing which option was better to choose. They talked to their friends on the phone, approving something and expressing their emotions with laughter emoticons. For example, a student asked her friend if she had seen the ad on the forums, because everyone was talking about Red Pink Rose, and she called the heroine in question a beauty. One classmate assured that yesterday, in the fighting game, coercion rose to gold, while another believed that everyone was choosing the Hell, where the third had reached the 20th level. However, the second boasted that he had reached the 38th level, and that his neighbor was a noob compared to him. The latter was very surprised, because he saw that even YouTubers couldn't reach such a high level, but he expected his friend Kim Dong-hyun to stand out, announcing that no one had yet reached a higher level. The leader asked if his interlocutors recognized him as number one, and they agreed with him. Turning his gaze to the door, the satisfied winner immediately noticed Chung Hyun-soo entering the room. He immediately announced loudly to his classmates that the guy who was considered an outcast had come to class. All the students who heard this remark instantly turned their gaze to the guy who had entered. However, he calmly walked to his seat, paying no attention to anyone. One of the girls asked if Chang Hyun-soo had eaten today, and another offered to buy him something to eat. Without answering, the student noisily pulled out a chair and sat down silently. The first girl who had asked him suggested not to bother him, fearing that he would get angry. The second agreed, assuring her that he looked so angry when they talked about Reapl that it was scary to say a word. And as usual, it ruined the whole atmosphere in the classroom. The first confirms that this was indeed the case, and that she found it very funny, while Chang Hyun-soo thought about his school nickname, Reapl Hater. The reason for the offensive nickname was his hatred for this game, which he was the only one who didn't play. His thoughts were interrupted by the question of whether he had eaten breakfast today. Coming up close, his classmate asked quietly, and the guy answered affirmatively, thinking that they were not only low-class people. Then the well-wisher winked and suggested leaving the classroom to talk without prying eyes. They walked silently down the long school corridor and then climbed the stairs to the roof. There, the classmate gave Chang Hyun-soo a pie, calling his friend a strange and incomprehensible guy. He asked if the guy really didn't feel uncomfortable, and Chang Hyun-soo replied briefly that it didn't bother him much. Dong-hyun didn't understand why it was so necessary to hate Reapl so strongly and demonstratively. After all, being friends with classmates is one of the components of school life, and he offered to lend his profile if his classmate didn't have any money. Although Chang Hyun-soo flatly refused, Dong-hyun insisted, assuring him that he was too lazy to bother with it, but found the atmosphere around his friend very unpleasant. And since they had already started talking about it, maybe it was worth trusting him just this once and simply trying to play. However, the Reapl hater had no intention of changing his mind, stating that he had already made up his mind at the beginning of high school. He turned away abruptly and walked from the roof into the classroom, making it clear that the conversation between them was over. After class, Chung Hyun-soo came home and, thinking about his life, didn't even notice when the paper cup from his eaten noodles fell to the floor. Glancing at the empty plastic bags, he realized that he was grateful to Dong-hyun for his concern. But he considered it pointless because his friend did not know the real reason why he hated Reapl. Sitting at his computer, he went online and opened YouTube, which was completely filled with channels about this virtual reality. The news reported the release of another expansion for it, even more improved, and there were even signs of a new update. Even the forums were filled with topics about Reapl, with new posts appearing all the time. At the top was an article titled "Memories of Reapl, the collapse of PCs and arcade games are fading away." It was published 3 days ago and had garnered 108,000 views since then. Still, all these facts did not change Chang Hyun-soo's opinion, and he continued to hate this reality. Wondering why the teenager felt this way, he looked at the computer console. Was it because he had no money and had to eat only instant noodles? Although his guess was not the correct answer to the question, It was more hot than cold, and he remembered that period in the past when he had to give up and stop dreaming about the future. On the show, the host introduced him as the star of the evening and an e-sportsman aiming to take first place in the world, as a teenage genius who climbed to second place in the rankings, and an athlete who could boast the best instant responses. The showman asked a rhetorical question: would the guy finally be able to take the throne of supremacy? Introducing him to the audience under the nickname One Frame. His parents differed from other adults in that they praised him for his success in games and supported their son, who dreamed of doing this. They became the driving force that made Chung Hyun-soo persevere despite the difficulties. But a few years later, his life turned into hell due to an accident in which both his parents tragically died. At the funeral, the boy looked at their photos in mourning frames and shed bitter tears. However, even during this incredibly difficult period for him, the child did not stop playing video games. He did this not only because he really enjoyed the process of playing. It seemed to him that his parents were always nearby, just as they had been in the happy times before. Although perhaps the child simply wanted to forget about the difficulties he had to overcome on his own. It is not known whether this was the case or not, but he spent a lot of time at the console, controlling characters with a joystick and buttons. And at some point, he suddenly realized that games had become his real life. His passion led Chung Hyun-soo to participate in the finals of the World Computer Game Championship, where his opponent was a bespectacled man older than him. During the game, the commentator called the block by the contender for the title of champion, who went by the nickname Play, amazing. According to the showman, his opponent, One Frame, was noticeably confused by such actions. Celebrating his victory, the bespectacled player smirked maliciously, saying that his opponent was not a genius at all, and that this was obvious to him. Without hesitation, he sent his character into attack, but the young participant did not want to end the match so ingloriously. Seeing the swing of the hero fighting his woman, he ordered himself to pull himself together and concentrate on the current moment of the battle. His left hand moved the joystick, while the fingers of his right hand focused and quickly pressed the buttons. The commentator announced that One Frame had reacted to the attack, dodging the blow and counterattacking with incredible skill. At the last moment, the participant avoided defeat and won, completely turning the situation in his favor. Let's congratulate the winner, who finally came out on top. He defeated the player Play, who unofficially held first place, and in the end, a Korean schoolboy became the champion in the official international tournament. He had a total of 32 wins and 2 losses, counting the results of the qualifying tournament. This genius, who rushed like a bright comet, took the throne with his nickname One Frame. Seeing their idol on the podium, the audience enthusiastically raised homemade posters. People greeted the winning e-sportsman with cheers and waves. After receiving his well-deserved glory, Chung Hyun-soo left the game hall, clutching his award. Having achieved recognition from the entire gaming community, the teenager was truly happy. In the lobby, his teammates congratulated the champion, proud that he had taken first place in the world. At that moment, it seemed to him that the future would only bring positive things, and that new victories awaited him. But soon, the guys were notified that the team was being disbanded, and that their contracts were being terminated unilaterally. The captain lamented that there was nothing they could do about it, because the team sponsoring the competition had changed its business direction. Maofi, Master of Fight, also stops development of the next installment, shifting its focus to Reapel and developing a new game called Coercion. Not understanding what was going on, Chung Hyun-soo was outraged, but one of the guys thought that maybe it was for the best, since the popularity of console games was already fading. The second participant announced that he had received an offer to become a pro gamer at Reapel and had already signed a contract with them. It hurt the champion to hear this. Were even they leaving? And would the team they had achieved so much together disappear? Turning to Hyun-soo, the gamers asked what he would do personally, because as the winner, he would probably be welcome everywhere. Deeply saddened, he frowned and asked if that was all they were capable of. But his teammate told him to face the truth and realize that their employers only pay lip service. So it's good that they won't be working with these stupid jerks anymore. But Chung Hyun-soo suddenly felt so much pain that he fell to his knees, and the guys jumped up to him, worried about his health. It seemed to him that he could no longer endure the trials that had fallen to his lot, but someone's voice calling his name brought the guy to his senses. Responding, the student saw Dong-hyun asking why he was still sitting in the classroom when the lessons were over and everyone had long since left. He was genuinely concerned that his classmate might be in pain. Realizing that he had dozed off, Chung Hyun-soo remembered that he had that stupid dream again, which had given him a headache. Thinking that his friend looked unwell, Dong-hyun decided to walk him home, but he refused his help. Despite his objections, his friend insisted that he had business with him, so they would go together, and quickly left the classroom. Then, Chung Hyun-soo hurried after him, wondering what such urgent business it could be. Accidentally bumping into a stranger walking towards him, he apologized on the go and, without stopping, strode on. The stranger turned and looked back in bewilderment at the rude and inattentive schoolboy. His companions asked if he was okay, and who the jerk who bumped into him was. But the stranger was depressed even without the incident, and hung his head gloomily, unhappy that the boy had bumped into him. Chung Hyun-soo led his friend to the small 3-story house where he lived. Upon entering the apartment, his classmates immediately took off their shoes at the door, leaving only their socks on. Reproaching his friend for the mess, Dong-hyun recommended that he clean up, but he snapped back, demanding that he mind his own business. Turning away, he began to change, taking off his school uniform and pulling his tie down sharply. After taking it off, he asked his friend what business he had that required him to come to his home. Smiling, Dong-hyun happily announced that he had prepared a gift for his classmate. He really wanted him to think seriously about it again and consider his offer. With these words, he reached into his briefcase and rummaged around in it a little, as if looking for something. Then, in front of the astonished teenager, he pulled out some strange contraption. After pausing for a moment, he winked and declared that this was the very same Reapel. Surprised, Chung Hyun-soo silently stared at the small object, but for some reason, he was not at all pleased with the gift. Lowering his head, he closed his eyes and said discontentedly that he had already told them not to bring him any nonsense. But Dong-hyun revealed his secret, saying that he was the legendary One Frame, a 14-year-old schoolboy who took first place in the fighting game Maofi, a genius who, in addition to this, became the winner in every other fighting game, which no one else in history had ever achieved. The press wrote that after a while, the champion retired and covered all traces of himself. This coincided with the moment when the creators stopped developing the existing game, and this new game was later released on the Reapel platform. And Dong-hyun believed that it was nothing else but coercion that made his friend so withdrawn. Hearing the name, Chung Hyun-soo realized that this was the new game the captain had talked about on the day they announced the dissolution of their team. However, he said with conviction that he did not become like this because of some computer game. Agreeing, his friend said that he could not name the exact reason, but not knowing his friend's past, he could only make such assumptions. Nevertheless, nothing would change if he only avoided reality and hid from it. Therefore, he suggested that his friend try playing just once without fear. Handing him the virtual reality device, he asked him to show him how it worked, and Chan Hyun-soo reluctantly agreed. After putting the helmet on his head, he attempted to connect to Reapel. The connection was successful, and he saw himself floating in outer space. A greeting sounded for the new player with the nickname user 981,715. Moving his hands, he thought that the street advertisement was telling the truth. The sensations really were like in reality. The teenager saw and felt his virtual hands just like real ones. To get used to the new world, he closed his eyes, trying to analyze the situation, and immediately felt joy spreading through him. Not understanding the reason for it, the boy opened his eyes and clenched his left hand, which he had previously used to control the joystick, into a fist. To understand what actions he could perform with it, he turned his palm toward himself and slowly unclenched his fingers. Immediately, a screen appeared in front of him with menu items, instructions about the game, terms of use, Reapel, exit the game, and start training. The screen moved closer, and an invitation to start studying the beginner's guide sounded. A message appeared about the start of training after the beginner read the instructions. He was surprised by the item that allowed him to change his nickname after completing the training. This was great, because he didn't want to use the nickname assigned by Reapel, so he clicked the start training button. Stripes appeared at the top of the screen, from which squares began to break away. Apparently, Chung Hyun-soo himself was a small black figure. Then, he felt himself standing in some kind of stance on these light gray stripes. Someone's voice voiced the greeting that lit up for the new player in the game Compulsion, and announced the start of training. Then he warned about the formation of an avatar that was generated randomly and could also be changed after training. The outfit was unusual. Black pants and a t-shirt, complemented by a hooded cape resembling a bat with an uneven bottom edge. One eye had a glowing pupil, while the other seemed to be completely smeared with opaque soot. A mannequin appeared in front of him, which he was instructed to attack using basic techniques according to the instructions. It was said that during training, all users had the same physical ability. To the right of the guy was a screen with a description of the combat tactic, and the robot had glowing balls at the joints between the abdomen and chest and between the arms and torso. And Chung Hyun-soo began by practicing straight punches to the body with his hands, which were protected by special pads. Then he began to use his legs to master attacking techniques. After a powerful blow, the mannequin fell apart, and immediately a message appeared saying that the training was complete. The novice stopped and watched as the pieces scattered and fell to the floor. A message appeared about moving on to the final stage of training, when the fight with a real opponent begins. He had not yet recovered from the previous fight and was rummaging through his feelings, trying to understand whether it was possible to experience fun from such a game. However, a sign lit up indicating the end of the opponent selection process. Then, the invisible teacher introduced Chung Hyun-soo to the next guest. Appearing in the space, the stranger broke into a broad smile, saying that he had been waiting for this moment for so long. And he welcomes to the training hall a noob, not a newbie, with the nickname user 981,715. Smiling, he clarified, just in case, whether the guy was a second account of a pro. Surprised, the newbie asked again, and then said that this was his only account. He asked about the chat that appeared behind his opponent's back, and looking back, the latter smiled indulgently. He explained that it was a regular game broadcast, similar to those on YouTube. Then, Chung Hyun-soo laughed briefly, and, relaxing, said that now he understood. However, the opponent was puzzled as to why the guy was wearing such unusual clothes, and asked again if he was really a newbie. Not understanding what was strange about his outfit, the teenager confirmed that this was his first time trying to play Reapel. In the accompanying chat, messages began flying about the start of the spectacle, and how long the noob would be able to last. And the opponent suggested starting. Throwing his right fist forward, he said, top, but Chung Hyun-soo instinctively dodged to the side. Then the coach tried to kick him, saying he was aiming for the middle, but the student managed to block the attack and then jumped back sharply. Angered, he immediately took a fighting stance, defending himself with his arms bent at the elbows. However, leaning on his knee, the opponent shouted and swung his leg low to knock the novice off his feet, but he quickly jumped up. And as he landed, the coach took the pose of an angry bear, aiming to grab the nimble boy. He succeeded, and clung tightly to the collar of user 981,715's cape. With a shout, he lunged with his right foot and jerked the boy into the air above his head, intending to throw him against the wall. Realizing what was happening, Chung Hyun-soo became alarmed, understanding that his opponent was too good at fighting and that such a situation had not been shown in training. If he did nothing, he would definitely crash into him now, and it would probably be very painful. However, he was not helpless, because the technique here was the same as in the fighting game Malfi, so he was able to block the attacking combination. The physical settings that the advertisers had been touting were built into his body and himself. Then the novice grabbed his opponent by the wrists, and the opponents continued his swing and threw him forward. Pushing off with his hands, Chung Hyun-soo crouched and somersaulted in the air, and before the astonished eyes of his opponent, he successfully landed on his feet without reaching the wall. Noticing the newcomer's fairly good reaction, he was somewhat confused. Could this kid really block everything? Chung Hyun-soo bent his arms at the elbows and moved his fingers in surprise, confirming in practice that the logic of the movements was similar to Malfi. The opponent said that it seemed to him that the guy was used to games of this type, and he replied that he had played a little before. Then the big guy wondered if he should name this video on YouTube as a lesson from a pro pretending to be a noob. In that case, he also needed to take this game more seriously. After praising the guy for his interesting play, he asked if he would be willing to compete with his opponent playing at full strength. Inspired by the praise, Chung Hyun-soo did not immediately take the words of the more experienced specialist seriously. But the latter already warned of a new attack with a shout and rushed forward without hesitation. User 981,715 thought that the big guy was talking nonsense if he considered this headlong rush to be the only complication. He didn't remember how it all ended because he woke up when the Reaple attached to his head beeped. Then the high school student opened his eyes and saw that he was in his room and it was already night. He was lying on the floor, fully clothed, covered with a blanket and with a pillow under his head. The virtual reality device was beeping, and the guy realized that it had run out of power, which meant he needed to connect it to a power source. Taking the Reaple off his head, Chung Hyun-soo wondered if he had had fun. He didn't remember everything very well, but it seemed like he had fought too recklessly. He read on the internet that his opponent was a third-rank player named Frieder, who was doing something bad with an additional account. Aiming to crush novice players, he broadcasted his victories, but this time, he lost to a dubious newcomer. Seeing the commotion in the chat, the girl realized that the broadcast of that battle had shaken the entire Reaple community, generating a huge number of responses in a short period of time. After that video, users became interested in the newcomer, the so-called user 981,715. Because of this incident, Chung Hyun-soo, who showed his remarkable talent, will one day write a new story in the world of Reaple. When the high school student came to school the next day, Dong-hyun called him out again, and they talked on the roof. Admiring Reaple, his friend convinced the newcomer that it was really cool. When asked if it was true, he explained that his opponent was the famous, high-ranking player number 3 in coercion. But a mysterious newcomer in a black demonic robe appeared and won a swift victory over this celebrity. And how unusual this new player looks, with his fiery eyes, with his arrogant smile and tousled strands of hair sticking out from under his hood. He became a fantastic topic of discussion for everyone, and Chung Hyun-soo wondered if his friend was talking about him. And is everyone really discussing this? Dong-hyun confirmed that this was no joke. People rushed to find out who was hiding behind this nickname, and Chung Hyun-soo thought it was probably a good thing that his face was hidden by his hood. He said aloud that now he understood why he was receiving so many messages in the game. They were asking if he wanted to become a pro in some kind of fama or something like that, offering him to join it and so on. This remark caused concern for Dong-hyun, and he advised him to be careful, saying it was just so his friend would be aware. But in his opinion, it was better to avoid a place called Fafa TV. Hearing this name, Chung Hyun-soo asked why it was necessary to avoid Fafa TV in particular. It turned out that among the high school students called Fight or Fight, the so-called bullies gather and fight. At the same time, sharing their ranks with each other through a streaming platform, they arrange matches among participants with the help of fight managers or sponsors. Upon reaching a certain rank, you can receive a large cash reward from the platform on an illegal gaming server. Seeing Hyun-soo's eyes light up at the mention of money, his friend advised him not to be tempted by money alone. Because it's very dangerous there, it's better not to even think about it. And the newcomer Reaple said he understood, expressing his desire to return home soon, and his friend agreed with him. Engrossed in conversation, the classmates did not notice that a girl was watching them closely. After learning who user 981,715 was, she thought that his image in reality was very different from his image in the game. Overhearing the conversation between the two friends, she managed to find out the name of this mysterious noob, Reaple, who had blown up the chat rooms yesterday. It was a normal school day, and gradually, all the classmates came to class. Since Chung Hyun-soo was on duty, he had to clean up the trash in the classroom. After class, he hurriedly said goodbye to his friend, saying that he was rushing to his part-time job, and his friend said that they would see each other later. Leaving school, the guy thought about how he had been struggling to make ends meet lately, and that one part-time job was not enough to cover all his expenses. It had gotten to the point where he was completely broke, couldn't take out a loan, and felt awkward asking his relatives for money. With these gloomy thoughts, he glanced at his phone balance as he walked and put it away. But at that moment, someone grabbed his shoulder tightly. Turning his head, the guy saw a stranger with a strong build and asked who he was. A high school student immediately approached from the other side and asked if it was him. The strong guy replied that it seemed so. He clearly had negative feelings toward Chang Hyun-soo, because after saying that he needed to take him somewhere, he called the guy an obscene word. The two strangers took their victim to a room in another building, where their leader, angered that the kid was looking away, kicked him in the stomach. Then he asked if he remembered him. It was Chun-won, whom Hyun-soo had accidentally bumped into with his shoulder. The aggressor's friend was happy that the kid had gotten what he deserved. Bent over in pain, the boy did not understand why these jerks had suddenly called him over, and they were standing next to two other victims. The strong guy who grabbed him said that the old school building was indeed a cool place, and the second stranger agreed, adding that old people didn't go there. Chang Hyun-soo was tormented by the question of why he had been brought there after school, and what the hell they were doing there. Was it just because he had slightly pushed one of them that time? If the collision was the reason, then these bastards were real trash. His offender, Chun-won, turned to the two nerds, called them wallets, and tapped on the table, repeating, "Attention." He menacingly demanded that they prepare 5 bills by tomorrow. If they were late in bringing it, they would be beaten by Chun-chan. Did they understand him? The victims obediently nodded their heads. The guy in the baseball cap asked why the extortionist was so angry. His girlfriend thought it was because of the loss on Fafa TV, but Chun-won said that the bastard knew he would win. The girl asked if she could bet too, and her neighbor replied that she should bet, but she should trust him and not Chun-won, who had his hands up his ass. Chang Hyun-soo remembered that Dong-hyun had talked about Fafa TV, but it was unclear whether it was illegal or not, and it seemed that the rumors were slightly exaggerated. However, it turns out that his friend was right, and this place is a gathering spot for all kinds of scum like his tormentor. The guy in the baseball cap asked if Chang Hyun-soo could just beat him up in case this jerk complained. But Chun-won told his friend not to worry. He laughed loudly, saying that he wasn't recklessly tormenting anyone, and that this kid didn't have a single family member. Hyun-soo didn't understand how the aggressor found out about this, but then he realized that the rumors about Reeple's hater were widely known. Looking back, Chun-won looked at the teenager irritably, called him an obscene name, and laughed. Then, fixating on the boy's expression, he jumped up to him, called him names, and demanded that he make a simpler face if he didn't want to die. The boy lowered his head, but the aggressor did not let up, and, frowning, repeated his demand. Then, Chang Hyun-soo closed his eyes and clearly called Chun-won a bastard. At that very moment, a girl was walking down the corridor of the empty building. Attracted by the loud shouts and curses, she looked through the glass part of the wall into the room where the participants in the conflict were. She saw Chun-won swing for another blow, suggesting that he try that expression again, and resenting the kid for staring. The girl said it was too noisy, and that someone seemed to be coming, but the guy in the baseball cap reassured her, saying he would deal with the passerby. Assessing the situation, the stranger approached the door to the room and demanded from the doorway that they take it easy. Everyone present immediately turned their attention to her. Chun-won, who had previously grabbed Chang Hyun-soo's clothes with one hand and continued to hold them, turned around and asked who she was and what she had said. The stranger remarked that they apparently had nothing better to do and wondered if they were now engaged in trashy activities in the old school. Jumping up to her, the guy in the baseball cap stepped on the toe of her sneakers and cursed, asking if she really didn't understand the situation. She should call the old men instead of standing there, or wanting to play with them instead of the beaten boy. But the stranger looked him defiantly in the eye and advised him to remove his foot if he wanted to live. But he grinned and said he was afraid, so he didn't want to do that. Amazed by her behavior, Chun-won was confused by the girl's greenish hair and tried to remember where he might have seen her before. Could she be the high-ranking player from Fafa TV, the so-called Irin? After his guess dawned on him, the leader of the gang let Chang Hyun-soo go and rushed towards his accomplice, shouting at him to wait. But Hee-jae didn't listen, and stumbling upon the fist of his confident opponent, collapsed to the floor, his baseball cap flying off his head. Frowning, Chun-won froze. The girl from the gang fearfully clasped her hands to her face, and Chang Hyun-soo opened his eyes wide, not understanding what had happened. The attacker fell at her feet, asking why she was so angry, and the fighter relaxed her fist and called him a weak bastard. Coughing, Hee-jae grabbed his bruised mouth with his palm and continued to lie down. Arin stood silently, slowly massaging her bruised arm. Then she turned toward the door, but for some reason did not leave, turning her head toward Chun-won. It was as if they were competing to see who would look away first and blink. But it turned out that the danger did not come from him. Another accomplice was outraged that the guest had hit a man and even said something, and the leader tried in vain to stop him. And she, asking if her interlocutor was deaf, again called the fallen man a weak bastard. Byung-young flew into a rage and rushed at her with his fists, calling her obscene names. Watching her, Chang Hyun-soo decided that if she was creating such a situation herself, she was probably deliberately provoking the enemy. As the strong man approached, Arin turned sharply on her foot, deflecting her body from the line of attack, and the guy flew forward by inertia and almost fell. The beaten boy guessed that the warrior would most likely provoke another attack, and he was right. The girl first deflected the blow to the left, then to the right, provoking her opponent to swing his fists even harder to finally reach her with his hand. And then Byung-young, burning with rage, swung his fist, intending to deliver the decisive blow. The girl stood motionless, keeping her hands in her pockets, and he thought that now his fist would definitely hit its target. However, this move was also provoked, and Irin was waiting for him. At that moment, she quickly raised her leg and kicked her opponent right in the face. Since everything was planned, of course, a counterattack was delivered. The situation immediately changed, and it all reminded Chang Hyun-soo of a game. At the decisive moment, the fighter instantly pulled her hands out of her pockets and began to use them for balance. Having dealt with the second opponent, she waited for the third to join the fight, but he behaved completely differently, and Irene asked what he was doing. Her question came when Byung-yeon lost his balance and flew into the wall, hitting it with his head. Standing on all fours, he tried to get up, but gasped helplessly, and the fighter hid her hands in her pockets again. But Chunwon didn't seem to want to fight. Instead, he laughed loudly. Then he said that the rumors about the player from Fafa TV were true, and, calling her by her nickname, asked how she was doing. Irene calmly replied that it was noisy and suggested that they quickly pick up their guys and get out of there. All four hurried to take her advice and walked down the corridor, Byung-yeon leaning on Chunwon and Hee-jae on a girl from his gang. The player from Fafa TV asked Chang Hyun-soo if he was okay, and although he answered in the affirmative, she asked him to come closer so she could examine him. Rubbing ointment on his face, Irene said that he wasn't badly hurt, which was good, but it would be better if he took the ointment and applied it to the sore spots regularly, and the boy thanked her for the bottle. Then she answered a phone call, confirming that she had checked on the 2 people the caller had mentioned. He asked about the results, whether they could be considered their people, and she replied that looking at their pitiful appearance, she would be against it. The caller thought this was bad, reminding her that the placement exam was coming up soon and they should hurry, and she agreed. Then, learning that her partner had some free time, she asked him to keep an eye on someone. Watching Chang Hyun-soo, she saw that he had gone to the computer club for a part-time job. The spacious room was filled with rows of personal computers, and the workstations were separated by transparent partitions. Glancing at his watch, the teenager quickly went to the back room and took off his school uniform, lamenting that he was almost late for his part-time job. But who could have known that he would have to deal with bullies? So, he put on his company uniform. He couldn't get the image of the girl who saved him out of his head. One of his detractors seemed to say that she was from Fafa TV, or whatever that organization is called. Standing in front of the mirror, he touched his bruised face with his hand and tried to understand why she had helped him. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a voice ordering the guy to get out quickly. He immediately responded and, leaving the back room, immediately picked up a tray with prepared food. He was ordered to clear the second and third tables, and the teenager replied that he would. He had not yet brought the dish to the customer sitting at the computer when he was called to pick up the finished ramen. When Hyun-soo approached the kitchen, a club employee said that table 20 was calling him. The guy asked again, not understanding why he should go there. The girl replied discontentedly that he couldn't make ramen like that and that there were complaints, and ordered him to hurry up before the boss found out. The boy rushed to workstation number 20 and, approaching it, apologized and asked if he had been called. A young man wearing a baseball cap pulled down over his eyes was sitting there, but he did not answer the question. Hyun-soo apologized again and patiently asked if he had been called, but the visitor remained silent. So the boy asked directly if he really didn't like the ramen. However, the young man didn't even move. So Hyun-soo politely asked if that was the case. Then, the young man turned around and said that the ramen was very, very delicious. And when the boy looked surprised, he said that he just wanted to compliment him. The discouraged boy went back, not understanding what had happened and what kind of strange person he had been talking to. The employee who had sent him asked how the conversation with the visitor had ended, and the boy hesitated at first. Then he reported that the customer had really liked the ramen, and the customer, looking Hyun-soo up and down, banged his fist on the table in annoyance. He grabbed his head in despair, considering it a complete failure. After all, he had come to see the candidate because Irene had asked him to. But how could such a young boy be hired by Fafa TV? But while the visitor was waiting for Hyun-soo, he searched for him on the internet and saw that the boy had participated in a gaming tournament. He learned that the Korean fighting esportsman with the nickname One Frame had 8 victories in the Korean league of the fighting game Fight of Masters. His victory in the first World Championship League and 2 defeats are lost in the multitude of his victories. But after the sports club was liquidated, he disappeared without a trace. Thus, the kid's dossier is truly impressive, but he himself is rather unremarkable. He has a personality far removed from fighting, and moreover, he apparently does not engage in sports. What is so special about this esportsman? He swore obscenely, pushed his chair back, bumped into his neighbor, and decided to let things be. Meanwhile, Chang Hyun-soo was already quite busy, noting how much work there was to do, because there were still those who played on the computer, and not in Repo. 2 more people entered the club. Hee-jae asked why they were playing computer games instead of Repo, but Byung-yeon said that sometimes it was interesting anyway. Passing by Hyun-soo, he noticed the customers entering out of the corner of his eye, and automatically said, "Welcome." But when they saw a familiar face, they instantly recognized him and paused. Without giving the boy time to react, Byung-yeon grabbed him by the collar and pulled him toward him. He said maliciously that now they had met, it seemed they had something to talk about. Looking fearfully at the big guy, Chang Hyun-soo didn't understand why these bullies were here. The visitor from table 20 was already heading for the exit, not knowing what to do with Irene's protege, whom he wanted to at least offer a test. But seeing that he was not at all combative, he changed his mind and now wondered what to do. Taking out the form with the boy's photo, he again assessed his open and good-natured face, and then he threw the paper behind his back, deciding to simply write that this candidate had failed. But suddenly he noticed how one of the guys dragged Chang Hyun-soo to the exit, and a club employee demanded that they let her colleague go, threatening to call the police. But that didn't stop the big guy, and his friend laughed at the indignant girl, suggesting she mind her own business. The examiner was confused, trying to understand what was happening. Could it be that his ward had been grabbed by hooligans? Besides, these were the same teenagers that Irene had called unfit, and now the second one was holding back the girl who had rushed after her colleague. The observer was delighted with this unexpected turn of events. These guys would be suitable opponents for his test, so it would probably be fun, and he began to secretly watch the commotion. Pulling Chan Hyun-soo into the courtyard, Byung-young threw him against the wall, and after he screamed, cursed the guy with obscene language. The big guy blamed him for the fact that because of him, they were both beaten up by this Irin, or whatever her name was. So let the worthless boy prepare to go to the other world today. But Hee-jae asked him to wait. He decided to play the good guy, calling himself and Hyun-soo victims, because it was Chunwon who beat him, not them. And they would put in a good word for him with Chunwon. And with these words, the bully approached Hyun-soo closely, convincing him that for this, he would have to give them 40% of his salary every day as a bribe. Byung-young liked this arrangement and agreed with his friend, calling him smart. Hearing this, the inspector was convinced that these two candidates were indeed trash, and that it was good that Irin did not take them. But Chang Hyun-soo considered the bribe to be nonsense, because he had only accidentally bumped into Chunwon once. So why should he now have to put up with such treatment? Besides, once he started giving money to these scoundrels, they would soon demand even more. He declared that he would not give them anything. Hee-jae was astonished, and asked if the boy really wasn't going to obey them. He wanted to punch the disobedient boy right in the nose, but Chang Hyun-soo managed to turn his head, and the fist hit his cheek. The aggressor was overcome with rage and stared indignantly at his opponent, wondering why the boy was not responding, as if deliberately ignoring him. The boy's heart was pounding with fear, but covering his face with his palm, he confidently said that he had no intention of giving them any money. Wanting to psychologically intimidate the teenager, Hee-jae asked again, threateningly, sincerely hoping to scare the young man and force him to obey. Summoning his courage, Chang Hyun-soo removed his hand from his face and, frowning, repeated louder that he had already said he did not want to give them anything. Then, with one blow, Hee-jae knocked the stubborn boy to the ground and began kicking him. With his back against the wall, the boy curled up into a ball. Protecting his chest and stomach with his legs and arms, the aggressor called him names between blows and forced him to answer whether the victim wanted to give him money. The hiding observer frowned, not understanding why the teenager, who had answered so confidently, had ultimately backed down so pitifully. If he didn't intervene, would something worse happen? Still, he decided to watch, for now. Backing away, Hyde caught his breath and smiled. Could this worm really dare to behave so disrespectfully? Hyun-soo sighed heavily, sat down near the wall with his back against it, and remained silent, his head bowed dejectedly. This behavior annoyed the extortionist, and grabbing the boy by the hair, he lifted his face, wondering if he understood the seriousness of the situation. However, contrary to the bully's expectations, Hyun-soo again stubbornly refused to pay, causing a new fit of rage in the blackmailer, who roughly pushed the boy away with his foot. He then said he would give him 5 minutes to think about it, after which he demonstratively walked away. When the allotted time had elapsed, the extortionist said that the beaten boy's life would become more difficult if he clung to such pennies, and Byung-yeon confirmed this statement. He even laughed mockingly, commenting on the helplessness of the hero, who not only couldn't fight, but was also sitting there protesting. These sarcastic remarks only strengthened Hyun-soo's resolve as he clenched his fists, because for him, it wasn't small change, and he sank into deep thought. The bullies threatened that his life would become even more difficult, but did they really think that after the death of his parents, his life could get any worse? He decided it was better not to let them intimidate him with such threats, and began to get to his feet. Stunned by the insolent schoolboy's behavior, the two street bullies watched him intently, looking at each other in confusion. The inspector dialed the police and began to call for help before the conflict took a more dangerous turn. But the placement exam was coming up soon, so what should he do? Maybe he could look for participants somewhere else. Suddenly, the silence was broken by Byung-won's loud and prolonged laughter as he enjoyed the behavior of his future prey. As it turned out, the reason for his amusement was the child's unexpected decision to stand up, tense himself, and prepare to fight. Clenching his fists, he shouted angrily that he would never give them any money. In response, Hee-jae grinned, took off his jacket, and cursed Hyun-soo, asking if he really thought he was a good guy, unlike Chunwon, even though he knew how to be angry. He told him to get ready to take a break from school for a while, and ran ahead. A police officer answered the phone and asked what had happened, but the inspector interrupted the call because he suddenly became interested in watching. Hyun-soo had never tried fighting in his life, but he still remembered how he did it in Reapel, and besides, everything in life was slower than in the game. So he might be able to do it. But when he got close, his opponent hit him in the jaw with his first punch, and without giving him time to recover, he immediately hit him in the head with his right hand. Then, switching hands, he punched his opponent's unprotected stomach with his right fist. The guy managed to stay on his feet, calming himself down with the thought that the blow wasn't that strong. Seeing that Hidge swung his right hand again, he focused, preparing to defend himself. Leaning to the left, he tried to dodge the blow, but it grazed his right cheek, leaving an unpleasant sensation. Then, another painful jab to the head followed, making Chung Hyun-soo realize that he was still not fighting the right way. However, he finally managed to dodge in the opposite direction of his opponent's attacking arm, and he realized that he needed to look at the direction of the attack, and, seeing its trajectory, dodge it. When the jab missed, Hee-jae tried to swing like a sword, but Hyun-soo bent down and dove under the raised arm. You have to follow the pattern of actions that your opponent repeats every time. Then you can try to turn the situation to your advantage. The bully mainly threw his arms forward alternately, first the right, then the left, helping himself with lunges, indignant that the kid was dodging. He understood that defense alone would not win the fight, but how could he turn the situation around so that it would turn out like it did with Irene that time? The boy remembered how she dodged to the right, then to the left, then turned and stepped back. And then Hee-jae lunged at him with a running start, shouting, "Go to hell!" but Hyunsu crouched down and dodged the kick with a lunge to the left. The examiner remembered that the news had called the boy the most talented esportsman in the history of fighting game, an esportsman with the best reaction speed. And it seemed that one frame had gone on the offensive. Hija hadn't even managed to put his foot down yet when a fist aimed at his heart came flying towards him. However, the bully was much more experienced in street fighting and managed to put his left forearm up. Then, with the same hand, he grabbed his opponent's wrist, indignant that he had the nerve to raise his hand against him. But the other man only gasped softly, without softening his animalistic grin. This enraged Hije, and he threw the insolent man in the uniform shirt back with a strong push. The man braced himself and slammed his shoulders into the wall, but immediately darted to the side to escape his opponent's leg. The hooligan jumped back to consider his next move. Chang Hyun-soo's last maneuver was completely spontaneous, as he had never actually fought before. Before he got up from his lunge, Kim Hije wanted to throw a jab with his right, but he missed. He gasped in surprise, cursing loudly and marveling at how nimble the kid was. The examiner agreed with this opinion, tired of watching the long series of dodges and mentally preparing his ward to finally strike. He was about to intervene, but decided to wait a little longer because he realized that the rookie did have some skills, even though he didn't know the basic stance. He also saw that the moment had come when his foolish opponent was getting tired. He was drenched in sweat and began to take short breaks to rest. Pyongyang noticed this and teased his friend that his momentum was falling. Laughing loudly, he added that the kid seemed to be mocking him. He knew perfectly well that such words would greatly hurt his partner's pride. Chang Hyun-soo understood this and froze, waiting for the extortionist's reaction. But the latter, enraged, began to insult his opponent, calling him trash and a fucking orphan. His insults had a strange effect on the boy. His head suddenly spun, and he mentally cursed and panicked. The pain intensified, and Hyun-soo clutched his head with his hands, not understanding what was happening to him and why this feeling was bothering him again. Hije, egged on by his insults, ran back into the attack. Neither his opponent's yelling nor his bent posture as an aggressor stopped. With a shout of, "Stop showing off," he delivered a straight punch to the head, putting all his strength into it. The examiner saw Hyun-soo turn his head, spread his arms, fall onto his back, and collapse, as if he had been mowed down. He didn't even try to stay on his feet or regroup. It seemed the blow was too strong. But why did he suddenly stop dodging? Looking at Byung-yeon's motionless body, he wondered if the kid had accidentally kicked the bucket. His friend was sure that he hadn't, explaining that a person couldn't just pass away like that. However, if this little guy came to and got up, he would beat him up again. Hearing such prospects, the inspector thought that he had been wrong not to report it to the police that time. Alarmed that the defeated man was not getting up, Byung-yeon did not know what to do, but Hije calmed him down, believing that the kid was pretending. Hyun-soo quickly came to and began to move his fingers. Byung-yeon, who was watching him, immediately noticed this movement and cried out in surprise. Responding to his exclamation, Hije turned around and said, "I told you so." After such a heavy blow, this resilient guy was clearly fine and laughed. Byung-yeon said he agreed with his friend, and Hije triumphantly walked towards his opponent, who was standing like a zombie with his back bent. The guy who had stood up tried to say something, and approaching him closely, the extortionist lifted his head, asking what he was muttering. Then, with bloodied lips, Chung Hyun-soo quietly said that he was going to hit him. Squinting one eye contemptuously, the extortionist raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking who this deadbeat was going to beat. But it turned out that he had been wrong not to take his opponent seriously. The extortionist swung his arm and hit Hije, who closed his eyes and barely managed to stay on his feet. Immediately after that, he received a kick, which made him scream at the top of his lungs. Not expecting such resistance, the extortionist was taken aback, but when he recovered, he cursed viciously. But this did not bother Hyun-soo in the least, who confidently declared that he would send his opponent to his ancestors, his eyes burning with devilish fire. However, the teenager was feeling very heavy at heart. He wanted to curl up into a ball and hide somewhere. It was as if another personality had burst out of him, taking away his headache and advising him to rest. Covering the injured part of his face with his hand, Hije tried to analyze what had happened. He didn't want to believe that this jerk could hit so hard. He acted completely differently, as if he had become a different person. Had he really changed so much? But maybe he didn't expect this from himself either, because after relaxing and lowering his head, ready to take advantage of this, Hije went on the attack. Chang Hyun-soo dodged his jab with his left hand, stepping back. He avoided the jab with his right hand by turning perpendicular to the line of attack and simultaneously thrusting his forearm forward, colliding with his enemy's face. Then, bending down, he dove under the left attacking arm and struck his opponent in the chin. Now he was in control of the situation, grinning maliciously as he looked at his beaten opponent. The latter remained silent, only gnashing his teeth viciously at the insolent brat. Trying to use his lower limbs, Chang Hyun-soo swung his right leg and kicked. Provoking his opponent, he ran his palm horizontally across his face, and when the opponent was distracted by these fingers, he punched him in the teeth with his other hand. Jumping back, Kim Hije held his fists to his head, looking at the boy in bewilderment, and seeing his bent fingers, he asked what he was doing. It seemed that Hyun-soo was filled with sinister joy, experiencing a moment of release from his restrained emotions, and he suggested they play a game. Stunned, Haejam mentally cursed, not daring to call his opponent names out loud, wondering if he had gone mad. But the boy dropped to one knee, as if preparing to play an invisible instrument. Then he suddenly punched the high schooler right in the face. Since the extortionist had his hand near his face, he grabbed the other boy's hand and wrapped his fingers around it. He said confidently that even if the worm was good at dodging, he couldn't escape punishment when he was caught, like last. Thanks to the difference in physical strength, he was sure to win. Clenching the boy's fist with one hand, he punched Hyunsoo in the face with the other. However, the boy turned his head to minimize the damage and arrogantly asked if he would really win. Spinning like a top without any visible effort, he pulled his fist out of its grip, forcing Heejay to recoil. Then, swinging his leg after making a full turn around the vertical axis, he struck him in the chin. The bully's head fell to one side, and he cursed viciously. His eyes began to dance, and then, for some reason, there were 3 opponents. His legs suddenly weakened and buckled, and he fell to his knees, not understanding why this had happened. Seeing him fall, the observer asked himself the same question. Had his protege hit a vulnerable spot and knocked out his opponent? He knew that the advantage in a fight is usually determined by weight class, which means that a novice like Hyunsoo has a limit, regardless of how he fights. This was one of the reasons why the bully did not suffer much damage during the first sudden attack. But even though the kid was a novice, he hit his opponent in the lower part of the chin, aiming precisely for that spot. Concerned that his partner was sitting in the same position, Byung-young asked if he was okay, and what was wrong with him. He did not answer, and the bully, calling Hyunsoo a bastard, began to threaten him. It was unclear how this fight would have ended, but suddenly, the siren of a patrol car wailed, and the voice of a club employee was heard explaining to the police officer that her colleague had been brought here. Then, Byung-young picked up his friend and dragged him away, saying that the cops had arrived and it was time to get out of there. The inspector thought that this was the first time he had seen such an exceptional case, which was probably why Arin had told him to keep an eye on this newcomer. He didn't want to believe it, but it seemed that the guy, who seemed harmless at first glance, had become a completely different person during the fight. Hearing the siren, he did not try to detain his enemies, but simply stood with his head bowed. However, after they left, he began to lean to one side and suddenly fainted. The inspector was not surprised by this, because the guy had been beaten so badly that it would have been abnormal if he had continued to stand. Coming out of his hiding place, the observer approached Chon Hyunsoo to take another look at him before giving his assessment. At first, this guy seemed like a complete zero to him, and even considering that they urgently needed participants, it did not occur to him to take a newbie. Someone like this, about whom there was practically no information. But in an emergency situation, he showed calm judgment. His unexpected attacks were both accurate and logical. He confirmed the quick reaction of the e-sportsman under the nickname One Frame. It was obvious that he was looking at a diamond in the rough with great value and high potential. Although there was something about him that bothered the observer. If you want to get a good gem, you have to be aware of the risks. After thinking it over, the examiner made a decision and said that Chung Hyunsoo had passed the selection. Then he released the test paper from his palm, adding that he would explain everything when the guy got up. When the paper landed, the observer welcomed the new participant to the world of Fafa TV. Thus, a new page in the life of this schoolboy was opened, and the ruthless coach began by bringing his physical fitness up to an acceptable level. The training process began with the coach's command to start doing push-ups. Then came the command to start doing sit-ups, bending down to his bent legs. Then, the high school student had to run 50 meters. After that, they approached the horizontal bar and had to do pull-ups. When the coach said good and stopped the new recruit, he was panting heavily. He stood bent over, resting, apparently deciding that it was all over for today. But the coach said that he still had to run 3 kilometers, and Hyunsoo was surprised that it wasn't over yet. The coach, his glasses glinting, said that when they were done with this, they would have to go somewhere, and ordered him to run. While running, the boy cursed under his breath, thinking about how he had ended up in this situation, and wondering if he had rushed his decision. After yesterday's fight with Heejay, it turned out that he wasn't seriously injured, but because of her, Hyunsoo was absent from work and was fired from his part-time job. He had a lot of problems that needed to be solved immediately, and in a depressed mood, he left his employer. But on the way home, he met a visitor who had been at table number 20 in the computer club. Stopping the teenager, the stranger called his name and said he wanted to talk to him. He was not aggressive at all, winning him over with his politeness and formal address. It was this man who had approached him after the fight, and Hyunsoo frankly admitted that he had heard rumors about Fafa TV, but had not dared to share them. Then the stranger suggested that the boy did not seem to have reliable information. He explained everything in such an accessible way, as if he had expected this question in advance. He did not talk about Fafa TV itself, but about a game called Coliseum, considering it a gathering of hooligans fighting to take over each district. But then, an unpleasant situation arose when, due to the chaotic ranking system, areas of lawlessness formed. Then, the only way to determine the skills of each fighter in Reapel was created, which was used to divide the ranks, and it was called Coliseum. But this turned into a regular game that distributed ranks, becoming a place for dogfights, and a single game path called Fafa TV emerged. The stranger was looking for a participant who could join the fight there, and when he saw Hyunsoo fighting, he became interested in him. Briefly outlining the situation, he asked the guy if he wanted to become such a fighter. Then the schoolboy honestly admitted that although he had fought today, it was the first time in his life, and therefore, he was not sure of his abilities, but his interlocutor believed that the guy was interested. Then maybe One Frame would do what he wanted after all. Hearing his old nickname, Hyunsoo realized that the man already knew who he was dealing with. It turned out that the man had heard that the boy didn't like Reapel, but said that Fafa TV was completely different. After all, he himself knew how interesting it was to look for ways to defeat an opponent. However, Hyunsoo replied that he didn't know because it was his first fight and he didn't have time for it. The stranger said that they give monthly allowances and generous dividends for victories. It's more than the usual salary from part-time jobs, but in return, you can't give up halfway. After hearing these words, the schoolboy immediately agreed. He asked when he could start, his eyes shining with genuine interest. That's how they met. And now, After running 3 kilometers, he collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. The coach announced that the newcomer had defeated them in 12 minutes and 57 seconds, but with such endurance, he would die immediately. The 20-year-old mentor's name was Lee Hyuk, and in the Coliseum, he had the status of a master of the underdog clan. Hyunsu said that he had given his all, and his coach agreed, adding that at least this guy could do well. Then the student politely asked if he could ask Mr. Lee Hyuk one question. Tom was uncomfortable with the formality, so he immediately suggested calling him by his first name, without unnecessary formality. Then he asked what interested his student, who wanted to know more about Fafa TV. Are clans connected to hooligans? Lee Hyuk replied that these are completely different things. They are completely different. His statement immediately raised a new question. Is there any point in maintaining his clan at all? It turned out that Fafa TV, which manages the Coliseum game, imposes a lot of fees on outsiders. There were a lot of them: an entrance fee, paid viewing, monthly subscription fees, and commissions. The amount surprised Hyunsu. He asked if it was possible not to pay for this if he became an esports player, but Lee Hyuk replied that esports players have completely different conditions. You can't just join and immediately register as an esports player. To enter Coliseum, you have to pay the fees and pass a game code test. To reach at least the basic rank, you need to pay more than 500,000 won. Hyunsu was saddened by this and considered it a big problem, because where would ordinary school children get that kind of money? It turned out that money issues were resolved by clan leaders such as Lee Hyuk, who hired people with good abilities. In this case, the clan received a stable income, and the esports player lived in good conditions and could focus on the game. The mentor smiled kindly and looked at the teenager attentively and with interest. The teenager wondered if this whole system could be called a real business. Getting up from the bench, Lee Hyuk said that this was not his goal, and that it was time to go. After a grueling workout, Hyunsu didn't feel like going anyway, but the master reminded him that there was a lot to do today. To register the boy, they needed to get a code to enter the game, and pass an entrance test. They also needed to introduce him to the members of their clan. First, for some reason, they went into a room where someone was practicing kicks on a punching bag. The intensity of the training could be judged by the beads of sweat dripping onto the floor. His triceps and deltoids were clearly visible on his bare arm, and his back muscles bulged under his tight-fitting top. It was Hyunsu's familiar friend, Irene. Seeing the master, the girl turned around and asked if it was the agreed time to go there. On the way, Lee Hyuk gave the newcomer a phone for personal use. They were walking to some place with cigarette butts on the asphalt where young people were hanging out. The young man laughed, calling something nonsense, and the girl next to him asked why. 3 girls were discussing this interlocutor. One of them called her cute and asked if she was in the middle grades. Seeing them passing by, one of the guys asked who this loser was, and his friend suggested that he had probably come to watch. When asked by Hyunsu if it was really necessary to come here, Lee Hyuk said not to complain because the code for the Coliseum had to be obtained here. However, the newcomer let slip that he didn't even know such a place existed. The master explained that it used to be a place for gathering teams. Before the Coliseum was moved to Repol, they used to do it at this site, and now even groups of friends can gather here. It became relatively quiet, and suddenly he saw the people he was looking for in the distance and waved to them, shouting that they were here. One of the men asked the other what the newcomer was doing there, and the second replied that he had seen him for the first time. The third person, wearing a mask that covered her face below the eyes, was a girl. Hyunsu was surprised to recognize her as Irene, and immediately thought that she might also be a member of the clan. Confirming his assumption, the girl revealed her face, and it turned out that she was also from the underdog clan and had a D rank. Reacting to Irene's movement, the man with the chain around his neck grinned and asked if she was the guy, but the second man said that this was the first time he had heard of it. When Lee Hyuk and Hyunsu approached, Irene reproached her brother for being late. Her companions were surprised to learn that she had a brother and began to scrutinize the new arrivals. The man with the chain guessed that the stranger who had called out to her was the master of the underdog clan. His friend asked Hyunsu if the guy was in the clan, and he replied that he had recently joined, causing the questioner to feign surprise. The third stranger said that this was their pack, and everyone looked at him, and he, waiting for everyone's attention, suddenly burst out laughing. Then the man with the chain winked at Lee Hyuk and said aloud that this is what happens when no one wants to join the team. He said that he was simply shocked that they wanted to hire such nobodies, that he also found it funny, and that it was nonsense. But then he turned to Irene and said sarcastically that it wasn't nonsense at all. He quickly moved closer and gently hugged her from behind, saying that the reason was that she was a charming little sister with the maximum D rank. Outraged by his rudeness, the girl grabbed the cheeky man's finger, threatening to break it, and said that his mockery and sarcastic comments didn't matter to her. But she told him not to touch her body and pulled his hand away, while the man himself fearfully removed his other hand from her shoulder. Then he moved away and, rubbing his injured finger, cursed loudly, saying that they wouldn't even let him joke around. His friend told him it was time to leave. He agreed, saying over his shoulder that there was no coder today, so it was better to just leave. Lee Hyuk replied that he didn't believe it, but sincerely thanked his interlocutor for the useful information. And with the words that the slums were flourishing, the master, whom he knew well, went on his way. Irene didn't see anything funny in this, but the master philosophically remarked that there was nothing to be done. She was a high-ranking player, so she couldn't fight. The girl complained that this place was so stressful, but he patted her on the shoulder and suggested she be patient. They would get the code for Hyunsu and leave immediately. Turning to the new fighter, the warrior said that she asked him to love and cherish her. Smiling kindly, the young man replied that he asked the same of himself. Surprised, Irene asked why he said that. wondering if he was surprised that she was a member of the clan, and he admitted that he was a little puzzled. They came to some kind of platform near a building of unknown purpose, where unfamiliar people were sitting and standing. Here, Lee Hyuk asked her to wait while he talked for a moment, and Irene sighed, dissatisfied that the master had not found out everything in advance. Hyunsu asked if the code was really that important, and she was surprised that the master had not explained it to him. She handed him her phone, explaining that without the code, they couldn't download the base game or find out any internal information. So he asked about the test. The girl said that it was based on ability, and that the tester apparently did it at his own discretion. And Hyunsu guessed that it looks like they would have to fight again. He laughed, and Irin asked anxiously what was wrong. And the guy replied that the thought of going back had suddenly crossed his mind. Closing her eyes, she reassured the newcomer, saying that the master would probably put in a good word for him. But suddenly, a warlike cry rang out nearby. Opening her eyes, the girl saw the attack of the same man with a chain around his neck, who had previously grabbed her shoulders without permission. His blow was so sharp and sudden that Chang Hyun-soo lost his footing and flew several meters away from his opponent. The teenager fell, and onlookers quickly gathered around him, wanting to see what kind of fight had broken out on the playground. The offender headed towards the newcomer, forcing him to get up quickly, but suddenly, someone grabbed him from behind by his clothes, forcing him to stop. With a face contorted with anger, Irina held him back and asked in a harsh voice if he understood what he was doing and why he was attacking her. But he turned around indifferently, shook off her hand, and asked her sternly not to interfere, urging the girl to calm down. Raising an eyebrow, the man explained that he hadn't introduced himself right away, but that he was the official tester. Stunned by his words, Irin fell silent, mentally indignant that this insolent jerk was the tester. At that moment, Lee Hyuk approached and said that the test had begun and that the tester was behaving like a hooligan, so he was a little worried. But it seemed to him that a newcomer of this level was quite capable of withstanding the fight, and even obliged to defeat his strong opponent. When everyone finally understood what was going on, the man with a chain around his neck smiled and officially invited the newcomer to begin the real test. With irony in his voice, he asked if they were really asking for the code, and then mockingly asked the master underdog what kind of nonsense the old man was talking about. But Lee Hyuk calmly smiled in response, and advised him not to be so pompous, because he had already found out everything in advance. Then, pursing his lips in offense, the tester declared that it would be better not to conduct the test on this useless person at all. After all, he would not be lenient and was going to beat him with all his fury, without mercy and without making any concessions. However, Lee Hyuk was not at all frightened by his words and easily joked that he was, of course, insanely afraid of threats. But his interlocutor was also deeply mistaken in his assessment of the situation and did not understand the balance of power in this battle. He asked directly why Young Hak was so confident of victory and on what basis he believed he would definitely win. The tester frowned, and Master Underdog thought that he had probably angered him too much with his words. But the challenge had been issued, and Lee Hyuk set up an observation point for himself on a pile of broken containers, placing a tire on top of it. No sooner had he settled in comfortably than he caught Irene's puzzled gaze, clearly dissatisfied with his behavior at that moment. Her face clearly showed her irritation. She did not like the fight that had started suddenly and without warning. Then, the clan leader smiled back at her, letting her know that there was no need to worry, that she would be able to see an interesting spectacle. When the crowd learned about the test, one of the onlookers quickly ran to his friends to share the exciting news about the fight. The girl coldly replied that such things happened almost every day in this place, so there was nothing to be surprised about. But the guy, choking with excitement, interrupted her and suggested that she just listen to who was fighting today. Anticipating questions from his friends, he rubbed his fist impatiently, as if he couldn't sit still in anticipation of what was about to happen. Seeing his undisguised excitement, the girl reluctantly asked who would be fighting, and the guy enthusiastically blurted out that it was the tester, Oh Young Hak. The 18-year-old tester studied at Taehyun High School. Posing in front of the audience, he lazily scratched the back of his head with one hand. The regulars perked up, flocking to the arena, saying they hadn't seen a test in a long time and laughing, wishing him to simply lose. However, a girl with a lip piercing advised him to win. But Yang Hak, annoyed by the noise, rudely advised the crowd to start betting and suck up the money. The cashier loudly called for bets, and a passerby asked his friend with a smirk who he was going to bet on. The latter laughed and said that he should bet on the newcomer, but could such a weakling really win? Hyunsu didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he noticed his opponent's leg flying towards him, so he quickly began to dodge the unexpected blow. Cursing loudly, Young Hak grumbled that the guy was allowing himself to be distracted in the middle of the fight, as if he didn't perceive the threat. After that, he sharply continued to attack with his feet, trying to get his opponent in any way possible. Chang Hyun-soo dodged the blows, but the man, grinning maliciously, did not stop swinging them. Despite the various techniques used against him, the novice managed to dodge, and the tester froze for a moment, pursing his lips. Irin was also surprised, wondering how the guy managed to remain unharmed for so long. The audience began to marvel as well, because no one expected this protracted duel to be so stubborn. Young Hak tilted his head slightly and admitted that the dummy was dodging well, but he was already exhausted. Analyzing Hyunsu's movements, Irin thought they were similar to those she had seen in Compulsion. He dodged with tremendous speed as soon as he saw a threat. But this tester was different from the usual local clumsy hooligans, and the girl realized that he definitely had something prepared in advance. Meanwhile, the spectators demanded that Young Hak fight properly because they had bet money on him and wanted to see a fair fight. He nodded and said he understood. But at the same time, he wondered aloud how cruel they were for the sake of betting. Noticing that the tester was starting to undress, they were convinced of his serious attitude, and he, remaining in his pants and t-shirt, said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Seeing him undressed, Hyunsu became alarmed, and the reason was not only his opponent's bulging muscles, His arms were disproportionately long, reaching almost to his knees, which looked particularly frightening. Staring calmly at the boy, Yankak asked mockingly if he had really been able to dodge so easily before. But what would he do now? He explained that his legs were not his strong point, but his arms were real weapons, and now he would show his strength. Wildly warning that he was coming again, he resolutely moved towards his opponent with the clear intention of attacking. Noticing the direction of the blow, Hyunsu, as before, tried to dodge, hoping to avoid a direct hit. However, the first blow with his hand reached its target, and the boy staggered, confused and not understanding why his usual dodge had not worked. His opponent grinned broadly, loudly commenting that he would not be able to dodge now. At the same time, he was already raising his arm for the next blow, from which Hyunsu only managed to turn his head slightly to the side. But as soon as he turned, he noticed that his opponent's heavy and dangerous fist was rushing towards his head again. Defending himself, the novice began to block the blows with his arms, while Younghak, smiling excitedly, beat him with enthusiasm, forcing him to retreat. Seeing that he was constantly backing away under the pressure of such an opponent, Erin became alarmed for the inexperienced member of her clan. Suddenly, Hyunsu accidentally touched the railing behind him with his hand and realized that he was standing on the edge of the roof. It turned out that his opponent knew this place in advance, had set a trap, and deliberately drove him here. And now, he was celebrating by warming up his hands. Declaring that the young man had nowhere to run, Younghak began to beat him fiercely with his heavy fists. Realizing that the main thing was to break out of this position, Hyunsu jumped to the side. But his opponent figured out the maneuver and blocked his path. Iron thought with annoyance that the newbie had ability, but his inexperience in real combat was too obvious. To take advantage of the narrow space and completely control the course of the fight, the tester drove him there. He deliberately narrowed the radius of possible movements, creating conditions that gave him overwhelming tactical superiority. Irin was at a loss as to how Hyunsu would get out of this trap, while the opponent, meanwhile, stopped to catch his breath with a malicious grin. Despite the pressure, the newcomer did not give up. He continued to cover his head with his hands, withstanding a barrage of merciless blows. Keeping his cool, he watched the tester closely, and suddenly a bright and fierce fire flashed in his eyes. The ensuing silence was suddenly broken by the loud slap of a blow, and someone in the crowd couldn't help but shout encouragement at the top of their lungs. The girl with pierced ears nervously clapped her hands and froze, her eyes widening with tension and unexpected fear. Irina, understanding the meaning of the sound she heard, waited tensely for the result, hoping for an important turning point. Seeing Yankak lean back and throw his head back sharply, she was convinced that it was a successful counterattack by her young colleague. But the opponent quickly recovered, raised his arm again, and swung with all his might, intending to regain the advantage immediately. Grinning broadly, he was sure that the boy would not be able to dodge, as his fist was already just centimeters from its target. But it flew past One Frame's left ear, who lunged forward at the last moment, causing him to miss. The kid used a technique based on reading his opponent's attack, predicting its trajectory in advance. Diving under Yankak's arm, he used his special counterattack move, putting all his strength into it and hitting the big guy right in the teeth. One spectator admired how the kid hit him. Another laughed and noted that the big guy got what he deserved. And a third even filmed the moment on his phone. Drops of blood splattered on the ground, and someone turned away, saying they couldn't watch. But there were also enthusiastic shouts of, "Wow." Irritated and offended, the tester rudely called Hyunsu out, demanding an explanation for what he had just done. But the guy calmly and silently looked him in the eyes, putting his fists in front of his silence angered Younghak, and cursing, he rushed forward, threatening to wipe the test subject off the face of the earth right then and there. Shouting, "Come on, one more time," he threw his left arm forward while preparing his right, and the guy dodged again with a turn. The provocative shout alerted Hyunsu, and noticing the bending arm, he did not dive under it, but thrust his right fist toward the attacker's head. When the man turned and attacked with his other hand, the newcomer sharply dodged and delivered a powerful counterpunch to the stomach. The crowd erupted in shouts, the spectators excitedly yelling and loudly commenting on the spectacle. Irin was amazed by the unexpected maneuvers of her clan member, who proved to be not as helpless as he might have seemed. Seeing his opponent turn sideways, Hyunsu anticipated what would happen next and quickly prepared himself. He saw that an attack with wide-ranging blows was coming and moved aside in time to avoid the collision. He understood that now, Younghak was not cornering him, but using long, sweeping movements, relying on strength and sharp movements. And so it happened. He turned and tilted his body, throwing his arms forward, but Hyunsu managed to avoid the blows. Then, right at that moment, the perfect opportunity for a counterattack arose, and he struck him right in the head. Cursing loudly, the tester swung his right leg, nearly knocking the guy off his feet. The guy screamed in pain, but still managed to keep his balance and continue the fight. Then, the opponent tried to finish him off with a direct hit to the head, but Hyunsu slid to the side and escaped. One spectator nervously nudged his friend standing next to him with his foot and asked him a question with concern. He asked if he thought Younghak was going to lose, and his neighbor, without taking his eyes off the fight, replied that he had the same feeling. After exchanging a few words, they realized that they had both bet on this fighter and were now frightened by the possibility of an unfavorable outcome. At that moment, one girl noticed that the newcomer was fighting well, and her friend with piercings agreed. Someone in the audience asked his neighbor about the testers, asking if they fought well, and he confirmed that they were carefully selected by the alliance. It seemed that Lee Hyuk was one of the few who remained calm, as was clearly evident from his relaxed posture and impassive expression. However, as he watched the fight, he still thought about the new fighter and the potential hidden in this strange teenage. At first, it seemed to him that Hyunsoo had suddenly changed after being beaten and fainting, as if a new person had awakened in him. But it seemed he was mistaken, and the guy had been exactly as he showed himself in battle from the very beginning. On the contrary, his uncertain image in the cafe turned out to be just a mask, hiding the true side of his character. In reality, he was a natural fighter, and that was his true self, not a pretense. It was just that the guy didn't know how to listen to himself before, and couldn't understand who he really was, and what he really wanted. Now he was fighting well against a stronger opponent, defending himself from blows, and not letting himself be broken quickly. This greatly angered Young-hak, because he couldn't cope with the frail and weak-looking kid, which annoyed him more and more. He persistently tried to reach Hyunsoo with his long arms, making sharp lunges and attacking from all directions. But Hyunsoo suddenly bent down, lunged forward, and punched his opponent hard in the solar plexus. However, the tester withstood the blow and responded in kind, only striking with his foot instead of his hand, which was unexpected for the boy and decided the outcome of the fight. At that moment, a hand suddenly rested on Iren's shoulder, and the girl glanced sideways to see who dared to distract her. It was Lee Hyuk, quietly asking her opinion about the newcomer who was now desperately fighting on the court. She replied that he was now demonstrating the skills he had previously shown in Reapel. The master praised her for advising him to pay attention to such a promising young man. Moving at this pace, they would easily get the code. But when she looked away from the fight to talk, Irene suddenly saw Hyunsoo lying on the ground. It seemed that the blow was too strong because the newcomer was lying motionless, not even trying to get up. The winner stood silently over him for a minute, as if he himself could not believe that the protracted duel was finally over. But the guy did not move, and Young-hak realized that the newcomer was not pretending. But before Lee Hyuk noticed the defeat, Iren said that there would be another chance next time, so the code could be obtained later. Buried in his phone, the master absent-mindedly agreed, but then realized what was going on and said that since the guy had lost, it was time to find another fighter. He added with annoyance that he had lost the money he had bet on Hyunsoo, and it seemed to upset him more than the result. The girl didn't understand why the master was reacting this way, because there was always the opportunity to try again next time. But Lee Hyuk explained that the matter was more serious. He had bet not a small amount on the newcomer, but his entire monthly salary. Then Iren flared up and heartily called him a gambling idiot who couldn't think straight at a critical moment. Then, knocked out, Hyunsoo heard vague sounds, followed by a distinct voice calling his name and asking if he could hear her. Responding, he struggled to open his eyes and saw a concerned Iren leaning over his face. The girl looked at him intently, anxiously asking if he was okay and if he could even move after the blow. The fighter asked again and tried to move his arms and legs to check himself, and finally got up and sat down. His companion advised him to just lie down and rest for now, but Hyunsoo stubbornly refused and immediately asked what had happened to him. Looking at him sympathetically, the girl quietly said that if he was referring to the test, he should know that he had lost this time. This news shocked him, and the boy stared silently at the girl, unable to find the words and resentful of his own defeat. Then he lowered his head, uttered, "That's it," in confusion, and stared straight at the ground with a lifeless gaze. Then Iren, unable to bear it any longer, gave him a sharp slap and told him to wake up, explaining that the reason for his defeat was that he didn't even have the basics of combat. But she immediately added that since he was able to show at least that much, he was doing well, because even she didn't really believe in him. After thinking about what he had heard, Hyunsoo said that he understood everything, then looked around and, not seeing Lee Hyuk, asked where he had gone. Then the girl put her hand to her forehead and admitted that before coming here, she had been seriously angry with the master. However, it didn't matter because his tester's name was Young-hak, and it seemed that Lee Hyuk had gone to meet him. Maybe he would be able to negotiate at least a retest. With these words, Hyunsoo felt tension in his muscles and thought about it. Why did he feel a constant tremor? And he caught himself wanting to fight again, even though he forbade himself to think about it. The newcomer did not notice that all this time, a girl in a simple sports jacket and miniskirt standing nearby was staring intently at him. With her hands in her pockets, Hyejin stood as if spellbound, and her friends had to call out to her, warning her that they were leaving. But she only reacted when they called her name again. The guys had already started their motorcycles, saying they were late. Didn't she know that their girlfriends were probably already waiting for them? They thought their friend was moving slowly and hurried her along, and she cheerfully replied, "Okay, I understand." Smiling, she added that it looked like there would be a lot of talented kids at this placement exam, so it would be very interesting. While Hyunsoo waited for the master, two friends approached Young-hak while talking. One of them admitted that, fearing defeat, he almost gave up, and the second supported him, saying that he almost lost a month's pocket money. Then the first admitted that he had bet his income for 3 months, and the second said that it was all thanks to Young-hak. But the tester ordered them to shut up and go chat somewhere else, and the guys obeyed. The winner reflected on the fight, which suddenly did not go according to his plan. He was so confident in himself, but he won in a completely ugly way. It turns out that he underestimated his opponent, calling him a pushover, although it was clear that he did not fight particularly well. Why did he feel so disgusting? Lost in his thoughts, the man did not notice Lee Hyuk approaching and asking if he was okay, but he did not answer the question. The master noted that his friend, the tester, looked fine, but he rudely interrupted, saying that everything was over and what else was needed. Getting down to business, Lee Hyuk said he just wanted to ask when his interlocutor would be able to retake the test. The man twisted his mouth and, closing his eyes for a moment, said that this time was enough. Besides, it wasn't necessary to win in order to get a pass. Then Lee Hyuk asked if the guy had passed, and Young-hak lowered his eyes and explained what he was still thinking. Because he had also been beaten by the newcomer, he cursed and admitted that he didn't even feel like he had won. Then the master of the underdog clan sat down next to the tester, took out his smartphone, and showed him a link from YouTube. He asked if he had seen this very popular video of a single match. It was the kid who recently knocked out a high-ranking player in Reaple's coercion. Taking the phone in his hand, Younghak was surprised. Could this teenager really be the same kid? Lee Hyuk asked what the tester was thinking about, whether he couldn't believe it, and he replied that, of course not. To confirm his opinion, he started watching the video and was surprised to notice the resemblance between the hero and Hyunsu. After thinking about it, he realized that he would probably never be able to forget the expression on the kid's face when he read his attack. He was shocked by the face of this dummy, who, without a single hesitation, clenched his fist and slammed it right at him. It was exactly the same as the hero in the video, with an ominous grin and eyes sparkling with wild madness and cold fire. Fortunately, the guy fell before he could strike properly, and he had no desire to meet him again. After watching the recording, Younghak calmly announced his decision. The newcomer had lost, but he was still willing to approve his participation. With an enthusiastic cry, Lee Hyuk grabbed his phone and announced with a smile that he had one important request. The tester became alert, looked at him closely, and asked what kind of request it was. Lee Hyuk asked to keep the information about the newcomer's identity and code secret for now. All this time, Hyunsu and Arin remained at the testing site, and the girl was the first to break down and ask how much longer they would have to wait. In another part of the city, it suddenly got dark and started to rain. But despite this, the doors of one of the warehouses remained open. Inside the building, a young man was sitting on an empty cardboard box, humming something quietly to himself. In his hand, he held a small figurine, which he stroked on the head, calling it Renya-chan, thus preparing himself for the upcoming event. Suddenly, someone's loud voice asked discontentedly what was going on here, and the stranger became alert. Entering the room, Chunwon asked his friend if this was indeed the meeting place. Byungyoung replied that he had indeed said to meet here. There was a murmur, which translated from Japanese meant noisy, and the guests looked at each other. The exclamation came from the person sitting in front of them. He said that Boku was now in sincere mutual understanding with Renya-chan. Thinking that someone was playing a joke on them, Chunwon got angry and asked whose stupid joke it was and what this dumb otaku was doing here. He called his interlocutor curly-haired Kun, who was sitting on a box, and said that his name was not otaku, but Hoji-sim, and explained that he had been invited to this place. He was a 17-year-old player with no rating who was in his first year of high school in the Suam district. Adjusting his glasses with his finger, he called the strangers arrogant weaklings. Nachinwan was the same age as Hoji-sim, and also had no rating. He was also in his first year of high school, but in the Permson district, he called his interlocutor a pig and began to stretch his fingers, demanding that he stand up. Then Hoji-sim put his figurine in his breast pocket and kicked an empty plastic box standing nearby. Then he slowly got up, and at that moment, his opponent took off his jacket and threw it nearby. Byungyeon was stunned by the size of the Japanese man's body. Chunwon was also quite tall, about 180 centimeters, but this otaku was more than a head taller than his friend, and his fist was about 1.5 times bigger. However, this did not bother Chunwon in the least, and he frowned contemptuously, wondering how a deadbeat from Suam High School dared to pick on him. But the latter smiled and said that it seemed that Kudryavchik-kun was denying reality. Hinting that there were two of them, the bully from Permson School boldly walked towards his opponent. He folded his fingers in front of him and asked if he could feel the difference in their abilities. But suddenly, Byungyoung, who was standing sideways to the door, noticed people entering the warehouse and cursed, asking where they had come from. He knew that their school had no particular quarrel with Suam School, so they must have gathered here specifically to target the two of them. Turning to his companion, he suggested that they talk first, but the other said that Byungyoung was talking nonsense. Taking advantage of the fact that Hoji-sim was distracted, he quickly pulled the doll out of his pocket and threw it down. The figure hit the floor, and its head fell off, revealing yellow hair tied in 2 ponytails. Chunwon sneered contemptuously and called his opponent a stupid otaku, mocking him a little. Apparently, he initially seemed to this idiot to be incredibly simple. After these words, the bully suddenly swung his fist at his opponent's head, but the latter simultaneously delivered a counterattack. At that moment, 3 more people approached the warehouse. Among them, a girl who complained about the nasty rain that had been falling for so long. She reproached her companion, saying that if they had come earlier, they wouldn't have gotten wet. But he snapped back, saying that he understood that himself. All 3 were wearing identical jackets with hoods and black emblems on the back. The 2 brawlers wiped the blood from their faces, and Hoji-sim suggested that they die today, but Chunwon, who had retreated, rudely called him names. However, their fight was unexpectedly interrupted by 2 loud claps. One of the 3 dark figures that appeared at the door demanded that they stop. Both fighters turned their heads toward the sound, asking what was going on. They looked back at the new guests and the rest of the people in the room, and the same voice said that they had gathered the unranked players here. All the invited students were from Suam and Permson high schools, but watching them fight made her feel sick. And perhaps that was natural, because she couldn't impose her habits on participants from other districts. One of the people in the warehouse asked who the 3 were, and another wanted to know what was going on, but the girl crossed her arms over her chest and silently moved deeper into the warehouse, her companions following close behind. Now the newcomers were clearly visible from everywhere, and the other visitors looked at them, exchanging glances. Heej was the first to break the silence, expressing his assumption about the 3 to Chunwon. He might be wrong, but weren't these guys from the senior school of Sanmyeonga? What's more, they had the same logo on their backs, which belonged to the Coliseum Black Mamba clan. Surprised, Chunwon asked his friend what it all meant, but he didn't know either. Hoji-sim narrowed one eye, adjusted his glasses, and raised one eyebrow. One of the guys said that it was a very large clan, but why were they here? Another shared that he also knew about such a clan, but only from rumors. Suddenly, loud laughter rang out next to the girl, and the joker asked his neighbor if he had heard what people were saying about these black mambas. So according to rumors, they are very naive, but the other guy waved off the chatterbox and seriously advised him to be quiet. However, the guy did not listen to the wise advice, asking why he should be quiet if it was funny. The girl called out to the Joker, turning her head, and he responded, but did not notice any trickery. She darted towards him and grabbed him by the neck with her strong hand. She tripped him, lunged at him, and he fell to the floor before he could do anything. He screamed as he hit his back hard, and then hit his head. Not giving him time to recover, the girl quickly removed her hand and put her foot on his face, transferring her body weight onto it. Calling the guests her friends, she asked if they weren't getting a little too rowdy. And this Joker, if he was really that weak, could have covered his mouth. Or was he just that stupid? One of the neighbors of the fallen man scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Another slumped and awkwardly clasped his hands. And the third covered his mouth and coughed, trying to hide his confusion. In fact, Black Mamba had taken over about 70% of the high schools in the Kongbuk district. According to rumors on Fafa TV, they were all monsters. This clan was formed at Sangmyeonsil High School, which had become a highly ranked player, so high that it was recognized in Seoul. After showing her strength, the girl moved away from the defeated boy and looked closely at the guests. Judging by their faces, they already understood who they were dealing with. Then she thanked the kids from Suwon and Poramsan High Schools for responding to such an urgent call. Intervening, Na Chun-won asked them to wait, clarifying who had called them, as it turned out that it wasn't this pig at all. Another stranger said that they also thought that Hoji-sim had called them. The girl said that they had called them, but not for a fight, so she hoped everyone would calm down. They all knew that Fafa TV would soon be holding a so-called placement exam. They had been gathered because there was a rumor that they had a problem child. Questions poured in about what kind of problem child it was and how it was related to the placement exam. Ho Ju-sim said that his school was not one of those that could cause problems, and Na Chun-won confirmed this, saying that only losers studied there. Ignoring this remark, Ju-sim asked who the girl was talking about, and she replied that she assumed he was studying at one of their school. She turned her phone around and showed them a photo, asking if they knew this guy, whose nickname was user 981,715. A large clan from the game Colosseum called Black Mamba, which controls the Kongbuk area, had summoned them here. The master of this clan, Yejong, determined that Hyunsu, who appeared in compulsion, was studying at one of the high schools in Swam and Puramsan. Therefore, she offers Na Chun-won and Ho Ji-sum a deal that is beneficial to them. The day after that deal, Chang Hyunsu entered the game compulsion. Running among colorful balls of different sizes, he wondered why no one was visible. A screen appeared next to him, from which the master said that in this training, one must not just run, but learn how to fight according to the Colosseum map. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind one of the balls. The ball rose, and Hyunsu recognized Irene. Lee-hyuk casually mentioned that he did not know the significance of his studies in life, but for a while he did not need to go to school, so he could train in peace. The student asked how this was arranged. The man replied that he had given general instructions to issue a pass, whether for illness or another valid reason. Hyosu paused and asked indignantly whose idea it was and who had made the decision for him. But at that moment, Irin approached him and attacked with a sharp kick, and the boy began to dodge her swift movements. The girl calmly replied that she had decided about the school and immediately attacked the boy with her hand, aiming straight for his head. The student ducked sharply to avoid being hit in the body and fell to one knee, trying to keep his balance and not lose control. Then he moved, but his opponent chased after him, throwing her arm forward, causing him to jump sharply to the side. When her leg swung sharply in the air, Hyunsu was forced to crouch down low and bend over sharply to avoid the blow. After that, he took a few steps back, but Irin kept up and attacked his torso with her hand, forcing Hyunsu to bend down again. The guy barely managed to dodge her next swift blow by jumping back and maintaining a barely noticeable distance. However, the highest ranked player was hot on his heels, giving him no respite and not allowing him to slow down. Irin swung her leg again, and the boy, jumping back, was forced to lean his torso heavily to one side. The coach warned that there was just over a month left before the placement exam, and even if he practiced non-stop, it was unclear whether he would pass. She added that if he wanted to receive the money promised in the contract, he had to work as hard as he could. The money was a strong incentive for the boy, and realizing the benefits, he agreed to her words and conditions without hesitation. After monitoring the dialogue between his clan members, Lee-hyuk began to monitor the internet, looking through news related to Fafa TV. Various communities wrote that a user who had defeated a high-ranking player in coercion would appear at the Fafa TV placement exam. Because of his very long nickname, the winner was nicknamed Berserk. The information came from Black Mamba, who named the school where Hyunsu studied. Master Underdog was alarmed that outsiders were able to find out so much about a guy who had joined his clan only recently, and all the commotion came from Black Mamba. It seemed that this place had become active. Why were they interested in a person who had only appeared in compulsion once? And how were they able to track him down? Perhaps the device has a unique brand, and most likely, they tracked his location when he first connected to compulsion. It turns out that they are deliberately restraining Hyunsu, about whom there is no specific information yet. Turning to face the members of his clan, Lee-hyuk thought about tactics for preparing the newcomer for the placement exam. The student and his coach lay side by side on the floor in virtual reality devices, and the master thought they had come up with a good plan. The idea was to conduct hand-to-hand combat training in Reapel, which would allow them to avoid injuries. These would be inevitable, as the newcomer's opponent was very strong. During the virtual fights, the guy had to gain experience from using different cards. The rest of the time was planned to be spent building up his lacking physical strength. A very tight training schedule was drawn up, but it was chosen based on the goal set. After all, Hyunsu had high potential, and in just 1 month, it was possible to mold him into an above-average fighter, and in the future, one fine day, he and Erin would be able to become monsters who took over Fafa TV. Lee Hyuk comforted himself with such hopes as he thought about his long-term goals. So let Yoon Tae-won wait. Time flew by quickly, and on one of the usual school days at the school where Hyun-soo studied, the teacher checked the list of students present in class. Sun Han, Jun Ho-yeon, Yu Soo-jin. Calling out each name, he waited for the owner to respond. Everyone responded, until it was Chon Hyun-soo's turn, but he was not in class, and the teacher was surprised that the student had not yet arrived. A classmate commented asking if he was sick, and her neighbor suggested that the boy might have gone crab fishing to earn money. However, the absent student's friend was not in the mood for jokes, because he did not know where the truant was. And Donghyun, glancing at the empty desk, wondered if something bad had happened to his classmate. But then, the day of the placement exam arrived. Na Chun-won sat in a chair getting ready for the game, and his loyal friend, Byung-yeon, was nearby. The leader of the high school bullies, Param-san, recalled the words of Master Black Mamba that Berserk was studying at one of two schools. Their deal was that during the placement exam, they had to either crush this guy or reveal his true nature. If they fulfilled this difficult condition, they would have a real chance to join the Black Mamba clan. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Byung-yeon, who was keeping track of time and reminded him that it was time to enter the Coliseum. When Chun-won replied briefly with, okay, Byung-yeon encouraged him and wished him luck where he was about to prove himself. Focusing and gathering his determination, Chun-won put on the virtual reality device. At that moment, Ho Ji-sum also put on the headset and exclaimed happily that it would be fun and exciting, as if he were going to a party. The other participants in the Coliseum game quickly put on their glasses and settled comfortably on the ground near the wall of an old building. Glancing at her smartphone watch, Erin said quietly that it was time to enter. She was standing by the punching bag in the training hall, and Lee Hyuk, who was sitting next to her, asked where Hyun-soo was. Not knowing for sure, the girl crossed her arms in front of her chest and suggested that he had just stepped away for a moment. Perhaps he had gone out for some fresh air. Erin guessed that the guy was really getting ready for battle. The participants of the Fafa TV first rank distribution exam filled the hall, and at that moment, the door suddenly opened. Quickly taking off his shoes at the entrance, Hyun-soo remained in his socks, and Lee Hyuk smiled and greeted the newcomer, saying that he had arrived. He continued by talking about the weather, considering it suitable for trying something new, right? The guy was silent, and the master addressed him by name, asking if that was not the case. Tense and focused, Hyun-soo furrowed his brow and replied briefly that the weather was suitable. Convinced of his positive attitude, Lee Hyuk asked Erin to enter a special code to open the entrance. After that, the newcomer took the virtual reality device and sat down on the floor, preparing to enter. Taking a comfortable position, he thought that he had finally arrived at the Coliseum and was taking his first step into the world of Fafa TV. Deep down, he wanted to apologize to Donghyun because he was worried and asked him not to get involved in this. But after everything that had happened over the past month, Hyun-soo couldn't just give up without trying at least once. All this time, he had justified himself with his past, fearing that he was incapable of anything other than console games. But then people appeared who believed he was capable of more. Lee Hyuk and Erin recognized him not just as a player, but as a fighter. For the sake of these people and himself, he decided to cast aside his past, where he remained one frame, which was now useless to anyone. With these thoughts in mind, Hyun-soo put on a virtual reality helmet, and the master immediately sat down next to him. He warned the newcomer that there was a high probability of encountering many players, specifically hunting him down to eliminate him as a strong competitor. But Lee Hyuk believed that even such a situation could always be turned to one's advantage, if one was smart. A message appeared in the system saying that the code was being verified, followed by a message saying that it had been confirmed. But Hyun-soo did not yet understand whether he was connected. But then he saw himself in the same demonic garb he wore in the game Compulsion. Against the backdrop of starry space, colorful balls, and a mat with buttons appeared. The Fafa TV splash screen appeared in front of the audience, warning them that the show was about to begin and preparing everyone for the spectacular action. Some people watched the broadcast on their computer screen, while others watched the show directly from their phones. The players and viewers saw the host greeting his brutal friends after a long separation and rejoicing at the reunion. He introduced himself as Orca and announced that he was hosting the Fafa TV broadcast in the Coliseum, although they would probably forget him immediately, and laughed. The host greeted everyone in the Coliseum, then sarcastically remarked that they were probably expecting banal words of greeting. After all, today is not really a festive day, but a disgusting one, isn't it? And it is so because today they are broadcasting such stupid pigs like them, and he was clearly mocking them. The participants of the show began to swear obscenely and show the speaker the middle finger, but Orca ignored it and said that he would explain the rules. And those who got a D need to try to remember them, and if they forget, they shouldn't complain later that they can't get a refund or an A. If they enter the portal that passes through each room, they will move around a random map. In addition, there is an official Coliseum map inside, which is most often used during Fafa TV broadcasts. Different missions await players in each room, so they should check everything around them carefully. It depends solely on their actions, whether they will be able to knock someone down inside or fall into a trap due to carelessness. At the very end, they may have an additional battle if they score the same number of points as one of the participants. The competition lasts only 1 hour, and only the 20 players who survive can reach the Fafa TV F rank. But if they just run around avoiding attacking opponents for 60 minutes, they may disappear along with the map. So it is important to keep this condition in mind. In addition, this time, there will be a special participant who is the focus of the audience's attention. After these words, all the participants began to look at each other, wanting to understand who exactly was hidden behind this phrase. Orca continued that everyone was talking about him and called him Berserk, it seems. If they have Reaple, they have probably heard of him. And at that moment, Chang Hyun-soo appeared at the end of the hall. The host said that many sponsors and clans had come here today, so Berserk was probably nervous. The participants may think that the audience came here to see him, not bugs like them. In other words, if someone manages to defeat this berserker, their rating may increase significantly. And if they can't, then this jump won't happen. Hyun-soo didn't like this nickname and protested loud. He asked how long ago they had started calling him such a childish name because it only attracted more attention from aggressors. The members of the underdog clan watched the show, and such a start alarmed Irin, who asked if the guy was getting too much attention from the very beginning. But Lee Hyuk thought that, on the contrary, it wasn't a bad thing because such attention could be useful for their plan. Continuing to watch the live broadcast, Irin cautiously added that she hoped for a successful outcome and believed that Hyun-soo would succeed. At the same time, a girl from the Black Mamba clan was also watching the broadcast, closely following every frame. Seeing Hyun-soo on the screen, the master asked if it was him, and the girl confirmed it, reminding him that she had reported it earlier. The stranger was surprised by the sight of Berserk. He thought he was so strong and laughed, thinking that maybe it was time for her to leave the Coliseum too. He asked what she thought about handing over the Kongbuk district, but the master abruptly cut him off, telling the insolent upstart to shut up. Meanwhile, the host asked to switch the cameras to the main character, saying that the tasteless appetizer should be put aside. He said that the main course was so delicious that thousands of people were watching it, forgetting about everything else. The participants, waiting for the start, began to spread out across the hall and take up combat positions. The tension was literally palpable in the air. Orca pointed his fingers at the sky and loudly and slowly uttered the long-awaited command to start. After that, he abruptly lowered his hand, saying, "I'm starting," and pressed the red button on the panel right in front of him. In the starting hall, where the game participants were located, there was a commotion, and the host informed the audience that fists were already flying from the very beginning of the game. But there were participants who were simply running fast, all the way to the exit. He considered this a natural course of events, saying that they were evolving and looking for their own ways to survive. He warned that if they continued to move like this, they would only get confused and lose. But he immediately pointed out that there was another way to move, with a sharp change of direction right in the middle of running. Orca called it a stunning technique, referring to the way Hyun-soo ran in zigzags. The host explained that this was not such a simple movement, as Berserk used it to cause damage to his opponents. The master of the underdog clan agreed with this opinion, calling the newcomer's actions a very good and promising start. However, he noticed something else unusual, but stopped himself and decided to refrain from commenting for now. Another teenager appeared next to Hyun-soo, who was just as fast and was also rushing forward. Turning their heads, the runners looked at each other, and the stranger said in a cold tone that he was very disappointed with the meeting. Hyun-soo looked ahead, and at that moment, his rival suddenly pushed off the floor with his foot, preparing to attack. With a swift movement, he kicked Hyun-soo, who was running close behind him. The rookie was unable to dodge or defend himself from the unexpected attack and began to fall. However, as he fell, he looked at his opponent, trying to understand who this person was and what threat he posed. During training, Lee Hyuk said that Hyun-soo had nothing to fear, as most of the guys taking the exam were high school kids from the hooligan category. Although they knew how to fight a little, they had probably never been in a real fight, or so the master said. After doing a somersault, Hyun-soo landed on his feet and cursed at the thought that if he had been here a month ago, he would definitely be lying on the floor, exhausted. However, if he got into a proper fight with this bully, his opponent could turn out to be extremely dangerous and unpredictable. The stranger said that, believing the rumors, he expected his interlocutor to fight as befits his nickname, Berserk. But he just realized that this was not the case, and that this man did not know how to fight at all. And perhaps he was even afraid. Is that so? Hyun-soo coldly asked him why he had started this interrogation in the first place. But the stranger replied that he didn't know what his opponent was thinking. But if he had come here to make money like those hooligans, he'd better just leave. Because when they met again, he wouldn't let up and would fight to the end, leaving no chance for respite. Turning away from his interlocutor, he entered the portal and gradually began to dissolve into the air, as if disappearing from this place forever. Disturbed by what he had heard, Hyun-soo paused and did not immediately straighten up, pondering the words of his mysterious opponent. However, he was caught up by the other participants, who shouted that the portal was ahead. One of them indignantly remarked that this piece of shit was here too, while another loudly commanded them to hurry up and go in. Then Berserk rushed after the stranger, thinking that he too needed to quickly enter the open passage. An air vortex appeared ahead, and without looking back, the guy boldly ran into it. A dark, starry space opened up before him, a shining cloud path along which he confidently moved. He flew until he felt a solid surface under his feet and was able to stand up. He gathered himself, spread his arms wide, and stepped completely out of the portal, noticing arrows on the floor leading in different directions. Ahead of him, a timer and a sprint map glowed with a mission that only 2 survivors could successfully complete. Looking around, he saw that he was the first to arrive and froze in surprise. But then, a whole group appeared, and there was an enthusiastic exclamation that it looked like the portal was already moving. One of the new arrivals guessed that they were looking at a sprint map and said so aloud. Another raised his head and saw the glowing name of the mission, pointing it out to everyone else. A third read the name aloud and asked if that meant only 2 could pass, calling it too harsh. But why was there a timer? Did the mission also have a separate time limit for completion? The most impatient one declared that it was enough to talk idly about this and that and waste time on it. Couldn't they just fight and win? He rushed towards Hyun-soo and said he would start with this guy, who looked like a strong and dangerous opponent. Turning around, he saw the danger and dodged to the right, turning 90 degrees. Missing his target, the attacker landed on the yellow square and realized too late that it accelerated movement. He was literally blown away from his spot and tried unsuccessfully to stay balanced on his feet. He was carried in the direction indicated by the yellow arrows and cursed asking what to do because his speed was not slowing down. As a result, he hit a wall with a red square and was quickly carried out of the room. At the place where he disappeared, a white skull and crossbones flashed on a red background, and a message lit up informing that the first user had been eliminated. His friend was indignant, not understanding why this had happened, but another player called them idiots and advised them to get cards. If you step on the yellow color, the speed doubles, and it becomes very risky for anyone. But if you step on a red tile, your movement stops. So this card is considered safe and easy. But you just need to know this. And he rushed straight at Hyunsu, threatening him with his raised fist. He shouted that only by knowing the meaning of the arrows would the player not get hit, but Hyunsu calmly dodged to the right and avoided the blow. Then the opponent attacked with his left hand, which Berserk dodged to the left, but the guy in the red and white sweatshirt swung his leg. To avoid being hit, Hyunsu quickly leaned to the side, deftly evading the attack and maintaining his balance. Grinning with anger, the yellow-haired man immediately attacked again with his left hand, but the underdog clan rookie immediately jumped to the side, not allowing himself to be hit. Thinking about his opponent's movements, Hyunsu didn't understand their meaning. Was he joking and just teasing him? No, he was obviously a fool, judging by the way he fought, because in his efforts to deliver quick blows, he didn't look at his feet at all. As a result, he stepped on the yellow tile and was instantly eliminated from the game, never realizing his mistake. Another opponent was already approaching Berserk, first covering his chest, but then suddenly extending his right arm. The guy dodged and thought that they were all hitting mindlessly, swinging their fists and having no tactics. However, knowledge of the rules is not enough here. For example, if you push like this, the opponent flies back, and with such a movement, you can send them onto the yellow tile behind them, and another one was eliminated. Did they really not think about the location of the tiles at all? But what was happening to him? Where did this sudden feeling of impulse come from? And why couldn't he stop smiling? Cursing loudly, one guy from the arriving group said he would go himself, but another participant held him back by the arm. Grabbing him with a strong movement, he threw him in the direction of the painted skull and bones, shouting that they had not made an alliance with him. Realizing that they needed to reduce the number of people in the room, the participants began to beat each other. One player knocked his neighbor off his feet with a powerful blow. Another grabbed the competitor standing nearby and dragged him toward the exit, ignoring his demands to let him go. Chaotic skirmishes began, and shouts of encouragement to push were heard. There were sounds of blows and cries from those who had fallen, curses and exclamations from those who had been beaten. When talking to the yellow-haired Chang Hyun-soo, he was not yet confident in himself and was afraid. But now, he did not even think about losing. So when the aggressor in the light shirt approached him, he was faster and attacked first. Then he dodged the attack of the player in the red hoodie, who missed and fell onto the yellow tile himself. After this participant was eliminated from the game, Orc crossed his arms and shouted about Berserk's victory, considering this result incredible. Leaning forward with his arms back and shouting "Torrent," he emphasized that the player had swept away everyone in his path like an unstoppable stream. In his opinion, this participant correctly understood that whoever touched the wall would be eliminated. The yellow tiles accelerated movement, while the red ones stopped it completely. It was a pure game based on understanding the map. It looked like a flawless mission completion, although it was a little sad to see such an image that was completely unlike Berserker's nickname. One of the girls watching the Coliseum in the cafe refused to believe in such success for a player without a rating. Her friend, on the other hand, was very impressed by what she saw and couldn't help but share it immediately. She decided that the successful angle perfectly emphasized the beauty of the newcomer's victory and added significance to his triumph. But in the mission room, there was one more participant desperately trying to understand the real reason for Berserker's victory. After all, everyone at school usually grovels humbly before these guys or tries to get away as quickly as possible. But he successfully stands up to them and does it with such ease as if it were completely natural for him. However, Berserk did not drop out, and it was not a dream. Could such a thing even be possible? It turns out that he himself will be fine too, because he has already stepped on the red tile properly and is still in the game. Besides, this guy was also just defending himself while standing in place, so if he sticks to this tactic, he should be lucky too. Strangely, the competitor suddenly seemed to dissolve into thin air, disappearing right before everyone's eyes. The next moment, he appeared in front of him as if he had made an impossible giant leap. Berserk stopped on the same tile where his opponent was standing with one foot. This meant only one thing. He had used the yellow square to rapidly close the distance. Cursing, the guy in the blue suit called his opponent a monster, but the latter had already brought his fist close to his face. A system message appeared on the interface, stating that there were 2 people left, and the first stage had been completed flawlessly. This was followed by a notification that the portal to the second stage was forming. Seeing this, the participant in the red and black jacket ran away from Hyunsu, who, focused on his feelings, did not even look around. He was again pierced by a sharp headache and tried to understand why, since everything had been fine until now. Although, if you think about it, of course not. From the depths of his subconscious, a completely different side of his nature surfaced. Smirking, he asked what he was going to do. Have fun and finish, stating that he didn't want to be locked up anymore either. The footsteps of new participants arriving from the portal could be heard, one of whom noted that the first stage had been difficult. He asked if anyone knew the rules of this map, but the girl just laughed at the idiot, asking why they should tell him about them. It was the most difficult F-rank map, called Circus Festival, where those who did not understand the extensive pattern coming out of the center of the box were eliminated. Ho-ji-sim thought the stage was definitely strange, but His Majesty understood everything perfectly, without any hints. Another player wondered aloud why foreigners were also participating, but his neighbor said they were probably mestizos, and advised him to think about the map instead. Although, if they weren't celebrities, they probably just came to have fun and test their own strength. The blonde guy said that even people who weren't familiar with the game were here, and the brown-haired guy wanted to know why they hadn't started yet. Ho-ji-sim looked at one of the girls, and thought thought that she probably just looked strong, and he regretted that his target, Berserk, wasn't here. A message popped up about the last participant arriving, and everyone turned to look at him at the same time. From the outside, it seemed like he was barely dragging his feet, and the players immediately started discussing his strange behavior. Hojisum wondered why the guy was moving so unnaturally. Someone suggested that it was Berserk, or whatever his name was, but why he was on the same level as him and looked so unimportant. Another laughed and suggested that the last to arrive had been injured, while a third believed that the hero of the discussion had indeed become a target. Hojisim was delighted, thinking he was lucky that it was Berserk-chan, and expressed his joy with the word lucky. But the girl with a heart on her cheek remained completely indifferent, continuing to chew gum methodically and lazily blow bubbles. A message popped up saying that since everyone had gathered, stage 2 of the survival mission would begin, and whoever lasted 10 minutes would pass. The box made a noise. Spots of white light jumped across it, and a warning appeared about the time limit of exactly 10 minutes. And the timer turned on. The system announced the start of the circus festival, after which a huge harlequin jumped out of the box. He was held by a long spring, and in his fist, he clenched a massive hammer, ready to strike. While one of the guys was amazed at the size of the jester, the other tried to figure out what exactly needed to be done. The clown laughed loudly, tilted his head to one side, and began to roll his eyes mischievously, his pupils glowing with a blue fluorescent light. They were clearly visible from a distance, and moved first to the left, then to the right, and all the participants watched their movements intently. Then the clown leaned toward one of the players and fixed his gaze on him. Not understanding why the giant toy was paying attention to him, he looked at it in fear and asked what the hell it was. Without saying a word, the jester swung his giant hammer sharply in the air. With a cry, he brought it down on the guy and burst into a horrible, nasty laugh. One of the participants guessed that the blow was aimed at the tile that had changed color before, while another added that it seemed to have been blue. The third began to discuss this aloud, but his opponent grabbed him by the shoulder and asked if he was playing an online game. He turned the chatterbox around sharply and knocked him to the floor with a powerful punch. Showering him with insults, the hooligan asked loudly if there were only worms gathered here and ordered an attack. Provoked by his cry, the contenders for the rank instantly began to show aggression towards their closest neighbors. The clown watched the fights that had broken out in different parts of the spacious room with a broad grin. One of the guys chose the girl with a heart on her cheek, deciding that she looked like a weaker and easier opponent. But she easily dodged him and sharply grabbed his arm, calmly saying that she even felt a little sorry for him. With a sharp movement, she spun her opponent around and sent him face down on the floor with a push to the back of his head. Mockingly calling it a good try, the girl playfully demonstrated that her opponent was not serious and that it was easy to defeat him. However, hearing heavy blows nearby, she glanced warily in that direction, expecting a new threat. There, a huge brute was dealing with a frail teenager, but the latter stubbornly held on and did not fall. Grabbing Berserk by the collar, Hojisum said that the boy seemed to be injured and was looking forward to defeating a worthy opponent. However, seeing him in such a helpless state, he was very disappointed. Chung Hyun-soo did not respond to the cries of hello and hey, hanging in his opponent's arms like a rag doll. Then Suam, a high school student, decided that he was just lucky to easily defeat his opponent, so his silence was not important. Irin, seeing the situation on her laptop screen, wondered why her colleague was behaving this way. Was he seriously injured? But suddenly, Lee Hyuk noticed that Hyunsoo's fingers began to move slightly. He had a feeling that he had seen something like this before. Then the underdog clan's newcomer raised his head, smiled, and cursed, telling his opponent how much it hurt, stunning him. With a glint in his eyes, Hyunsoo asked if the stupid pig would take his hand away or if he wanted to go straight to hell. However, Hojisim called his opponent a fool and asked if he knew who he was dealing with, then punched him twice in the face. He said that he had personally watched a recording of Berserk playing in coercion. He looked like an ordinary newcomer who didn't even have the skills for that game, but he made up for it with basic skills and reaction speed. These skills surprised everyone because at one time, that player was indeed at a professional level. Only later did a very serious event occur, after which he retired. Jisim said that he himself had also been called a cybersports genius, until a similar situation happened to him. And so it seemed to him that Berserk's victory in coercion was just a coincidence. After listening to Hyunsoo, he calmly stated that his opponent was such a nobody, which surprised him. Then the underdog clan rookie swung his arm and hit the kid in the face, causing him to bend over and drop his hands. Quickly turning around, Berserk kicked him hard in the stomach and threw him back. He then jumped back, the fringe of his cloak fluttering dramatically behind him as he flew through the air. Landing on both feet, he announced that he had wanted to beat Jasima to death, but would not do so. The delusions about the esports genius and the accident even made him feel slightly excited. Did he really think he was the only person in the world who had the right to say that? Then let him try to attack, and he would feel the real difference in their levels on his own skin. While the participants in the current stage continued to beat each other in the hall, a change occurred, marked by a loud bang. The system immediately displayed a message about the addition of a new color tile. The brunette in the blue jacket noticed that 2 different colors of tiles had already been added to the game. But if this pattern continued, could this map really be so simple? Turning his head, he looked to see what was happening on the opposite side of the new tile. From there came the cries and heavy footsteps of an incredibly heavy man. It was an enraged Haesim chasing his offender, who was deftly running away from him. The brunette in the blue jacket decided that this Berserk was indeed a fool. Could he really have mistaken the Colosseum for an ordinary game library? Such rules of the game were added by Fafa TV solely for entertainment and greater immersion of viewers. First and foremost, for sponsors and those users who place bets on participants. But the real essence of this place was the predominance of brute physical force. The berserker confidently maneuvered between the fighting participants and avoided blows. But the giant rushing after him, due to his size, behaved like a bull in a china shop, hitting anything that got in his way. Thanks to his strength, he easily threw aside the players who got in his way. It was impossible to ignore such power, and Jisim complained that his opponent was only dodging. After all, he didn't attack or fight him, but only ran away, provoking anger. But Hyunsu reminded him that his opponent had recently called himself a cyber sports genius. He suggested testing this with a test of wit, since there were only 3 minutes left until the end of the mission. Suddenly, loud fanfare sounded, and the familiar clown soared above the box. In his hand, he held the same hammer of terrifying size. Looking back, Jisim realized that this weapon was now aimed at him, but he believed that this could not be, and did not understand where this pattern came from. Seeing his confusion, Hyunsu reproached him, asking if the genius really didn't know about the 3 minutes, and smiled. Sitting down on the purple tile, he waved his hand goodbye to the loser with the words, "Bye-bye." At that moment, the clown's hand dropped, and the giant hammer rushed down at a terrifying speed. The cries of the injured players in the dangerous squares could be heard, and the system announced that the number of eliminations was being counted. Berserk said that the culmination of the circus pattern card, called fanfare, had arrived. The essence of it was that when the fanfare sounded, you had to stand on a tile of the same color as the clown's eyes. It turned out that Haesum had somehow survived by dodging at the height of the action, getting away with only a torn ear and broken glasses. Kneeling on the ground, he exclaimed aloud that his opponent wanted to win in such a cowardly way. However, Hyunsu laughed and said that it was stated in the rules of the game, so where was the cowardice? Or was the giant in the pig costume just a weakling? An angry Tism told him to stop talking nonsense and prepared for a new attack. He revealed that he was a man supported by Black Mamba and that his goal was to defeat Berserk. After stating his name, he clarified that he was considered the best fighter in Swam High School and was proud of it. At the same time, he was outraged that such a nobody as his opponent dared to speak to a man of his caliber in such a manner. When the timer showed that there were 30 seconds left, a fanfare sounded, and Jisim ran away from the box. Looking back, he saw that the clown's eyes were glowing bright red. Then he decided that this bastard had probably already gone to the right cage, playing it safe in advance. Finding Berserk standing calmly in a relaxed pose, Jisim decided that this was indeed the case, and that he had moved ahead of time. Exclaiming that he would not be caught this time, he called Hyunsu a bastard, approached him, threw him aside, and stood on the red square. But his opponent suddenly called out to him, and the giant reluctantly responded without turning to face him. Sitting on the yellow tile, Berserk informed him that when there are 30 seconds left, the final pattern appears on the cards. Since it appears randomly, you have to watch it very carefully. At that moment, a special trumpet sound, different from the usual fanfare, is heard, and a unique tile pattern appears. He asked what would happen if he stood on a tile of a different color. Realizing his mistake, Jisim yelled, calling the situation shitty and cursing himself. Hyunsu continued, saying that this is why these fanfares are called false. He recommended that his opponent first undergo training, and only then come here. While continuing to watch the live broadcast of the Coliseum, Iron suddenly became alarmed. She exclaimed that she could understand how a beginner could handle the sprint and circus cards because he had trained so hard with Lee Hyuk. Unable to contain her excitement, she slammed her palm on the table. Then she asked how the master could not notice the strangeness in his students' movements. After all, it was obvious that he was behaving like a completely different person. Without answering, Lee Hyuk thought about her words, realizing that she didn't know. Irene hadn't seen Hyunsu fighting the bullies from his school, so she didn't know about his feelings of inferiority when he fought with Younghak. But the master himself was not yet completely sure enough to explain everything to her right now. So he decided it would be better to explain it to her later, when these two personalities in the newcomer merged. Calming down, Irene decided that Hyunsu had not fought her with full force, so let him just come back. And Lee Hyuk hoped that the guy would cope. Orca commented on the air that a fierce and bitter battle for survival was taking place on the map where the dark horses had gathered. Because the map area was small, it gave the impression of real dogfights. A large number of athletes who had been placed under high expectations were failing. And as these failures occur, the crying spectators who bet on the losers become more and more noticeable. Listening to the comments, Hyunsu did not understand what was happening and why there was so much swearing and complaining. It turns out that while he is resting here, the other contenders for the rank are still fighting. But judging from the current situation, it seems that too many have been eliminated. He remembered that when that pig was alone with him, he talked so briskly that now there was no doubt that Black Mamba was targeting him. For some unknown reason, Lee Hyuk's words about the need to be careful came back to him. After thinking about all this, he asked aloud why the portal still hadn't opened. The answer came that it would not open anytime soon, and Hyunsu turned his head toward the voice. Standing by the wall was a foreign woman who called him amigo. It seemed that, like him, she had successfully passed this stage of the test. She suggested that the next stage might be the final and decisive one for them. When the battles in other places ended, they would probably be transferred to a new location for the next stage of the trials. The girl noted, in a friendly manner, that he fought unusually and with interest, although she herself behaved confident. Then the girl slowly walked straight up to him. Her calmness seemed strange and alerted the attentive Hyunsu. Coming up close, she said frankly that if her interlocutor turned out to be a scoundrel, she would destroy him without hesitation. This was because of the image he had shown during the recent battle, although later her opinion of him changed slightly. But in any case, he came here with the sole purpose of proving himself and obtaining F-rank player status. After that, she suggested that they join forces and form an alliance to fight together in the next difficult stage. The girl held out her hand for a firm handshake, but he did not respond, looking at her with suspicion and distrust. Realizing this, she chirped cheerfully that she had completely forgotten to introduce herself. She was 17 years old. As he noticed, she was a Korean American named John Yuri, a first-year student at Hwajong High School in Kangso County. The guy politely replied that he was glad to meet her, giving only the minimum information that his name was Berserk. But his expression remained gloomy and tense, and he frowned unfriendly, stating that he did not want to cooperate. His refusal upset the girl, and she asked why he was acting this way, since she was strong. Of course, Hyunsu understood that an alliance with someone who looked truly strong would be beneficial and could ensure his safety. However, she could be from Black Mamba, or another clan that intended to eliminate him, and that risk was too great. In such a situation, it made no sense to take the risk and deliberately commit such an unreasonable act. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Orc's loud voice as he addressed all the guys and asked if they could hear him. He congratulated all the survivors and noted that the trial had been painful and that everyone had had a hard time. He then emphasized that everyone had fought fiercely, as if in a dogfight, but that at this point, all the group's missions were complete. Only 43 people remained alive, which was a small number compared to the usual number of participants at this stage. This meant that there was no longer any need to divide them into groups, and that meant it was time for him to stop his stupid, depressing broadcast. Now, all the survivors would be transferred to the next final stage, and this was the final map that everyone had been waiting to see for a long time. One viewer was surprised that everything would be decided on that map, and his girlfriend asked what kind of special map it was. Their friend explained that this map has existed since the founding of Fafa TV, and its essence is one-on-one battles. All high-level battles are held there. It is a map where you can prove yourself with just a regular fight and without any dirty tricks. Finally, the agonizing wait came to an end. The portal came to life, and Hyunsu was transported to the location where the final stage of the test was to take place. Master Underdog had other proteges, and he did not take his eyes off the screen for a second, closely following what was happening on it. One by one, the finalists began to move to the place where they would fight for the right to become the best. Irin stared intently at the monitor, realizing that these moments would decide everything, and that the outcome of the long-awaited exam depended on the result. The Fafa TV executives also kept their eyes glued to the broadcast, intently following every movement in the arena. Hyunsu and Jun Yuri behaved as if they were complete strangers to each other. The former seemed calm and focused on the moment, as if he had already calculated everything in advance. A message about loading the map popped up. Orc explained that it was simple, and the mission was also simple. The only rule of the game here was strength. This was the birthplace of the very concept of fighting. The map was majestically called the Heavenly Coliseum. After a shot of the tower with the arena at its top, the show's host appeared and repeated the name of the final stage several times. A tense silence hung in the Underdog clan's training hall. No one dared to utter even a single word. Unable to break the silence, Irene shifted her gaze to Lee Hyuk's fingers, which were clenched around his shoulder, apparently holding back his emotion. However, the usual Coliseum broadcast scenario was somewhat disrupted, which made the girl wary and look at the screen again. The host announced that the map was originally created for one-on-one duels, so the rules had been changed. Among the remaining participants were those who had a clearly engraved star on their wrists. It was present on the top 10 surviving players who had received the most bets from viewers. But those who did not have it could knock down those who did. The winner was the one who possessed the star until the very end. It was simple, wasn't it? Orca added that it was possible to possess several stars at the same time, and explained in detail what that meant. From his words, it followed that there might not be exactly 10 winners. It all depended on the outcome of the final stage. Even with a star, a player could not feel safe. Rivals could knock him out at any moment, so it was necessary to be careful. After explaining the rules, Orca paused meaningfully, as if preparing the audience for something big. Then, he solemnly proposed to hold the last great battle for the appearance of new F-rank players on Fafa TV this year. Proclaiming the start of the battle for survival, the host wished the participants to stay alive. Hyunsu was attacked by a contender for the rank in a white and blue sweatshirt with rolled up sleeves, but in the end, he got what he deserved. Dodging the blow from the second opponent, Berserk, lightning fast, launched a successful counterattack to the face and sharply retreated to the side. However, a participant in a red and white jacket immediately rushed at him, wishing to send him to the other world. With a powerful blow to the chest, the owner of the demonic costume threw him to the floor. He had to fight 3 opponents at once, and felt tired. He thought it would be nice to continue in the same vein, but his mind told him that he couldn't relax. Looking around the arena, Hyunsu noticed that most of the fighters seemed weaker than the pig he had fought earlier. Or maybe he was just too nervous. All this time, Junyuri was watching him closely, sitting down by a column and keeping her eyes on the battle. Glancing around, she still did not get involved in the fight, as if choosing the right moment for her move. The girl still could not decide whether this stubborn man could handle it alone or whether she should intervene and help him. Suddenly, 2 fighters stopped next to her. The blonde demanded that they do as they had agreed, depending on the situation. The brown-haired man replied briefly, "Okay," and told his partner to return, clearly preparing to begin some planned action. Taking advantage of the moment when Berserk turned away, the blonde man jumped up and ran towards him. Reacting to the approaching footsteps, Hyunsu turned his head sharply and saw a fist flying straight at his face. Stepping aside and turning around, he put his forearm in front of the attacker's face. Both remained standing, and the underdog rookie tried to figure out who this insolent person was who dared to attack him from behind. It was immediately apparent that the attacker's arm was adorned with a star. However, the blonde man was aiming at him, which meant that he was a messenger from the Black Mamba clan who had finally caught up with him. Hyunsu jumped back, and the guy in the yellow and white jacket flexed his shoulder, preparing for another swift attack. He rushed forward again, but unexpectedly received a jab to the head from the other side. Hyunsu showed no mercy since the guy wouldn't back down, so he kicked him in the stomach. The blonde guy took the hit and threw his arm forward again, only to get another blow to the head. He grumbled that he understood, but in reality, he didn't stop attacking, as if he felt neither pain nor fear of berserk. Hyunsu had the feeling that he hadn't hit him hard enough, since the insolent guy was still standing. The persistent bully kept up with the newcomer, despite his nimble dodges and quick movements. Finally, the opponent stepped on Berserk's foot, preventing him from dodging, and hit him hard in the chest. Then, without losing momentum, he attacked with a precise movement of his trained arm, striking him directly in the head. And when his opponent bent over, he brought his heavy fist down on him from above, adding the weight of his body to the blow. Cursing silently, Hyunsu admitted that he had been beaten properly, and now had to be more careful. However, as soon as he managed to jump back, a new enemy was waiting for him, who pinned his arms down like a vice. With a cry of, "Oh my god," Orca artistically bent his arms above his head, his short t-shirt riding up and allowing the audience to appreciate his muscular stomach. Commenting, he said that, as expected, the contestants with stars were attacked by several people and quickly began to drop out. At this point, the stars were falling like comets, and even Berserk found himself in a crisis situation. A really tall athlete sneakily attacked him from behind and squeezed the newbie's arms with an iron grip, leaving him hanging in the air, helplessly dangling his legs. Anticipating a quick fight, the blonde guy maliciously clapped his gloves together, as if preparing for the final blow. Hyunsu realized that two people were attacking him at once, and, groaning in pain, demanded that they let him go. Cursing silently, the guy lamented his mistake of underestimating his enemies and falling into the trap they had set for him. Coming closer, the blonde man assessed that Berserk's attacks were fierce, but as he dodged, he wondered if he was relying too much on his eyesight. He also noticed that the newcomer had mastered only a few techniques in a short time. Could he really not cope even in a dirty fight without any special rules? Interrupting his companion, the brunette asked him to finish off his opponent quickly, saying that he also needed to get a star. The blonde expressed feigned regret that it had all ended too boringly, but with a smirk, he added that thanks to Berserker, they were now in Black Mamba. After these words, he punched his opponent in the chest so hard that Hyunsu's vision darkened and his breath caught. During the Fafa TV F-rank placement exam at Paramsan High School, it was time for lunch break. Walking down the hallway, Donghyun heard two students excitedly discussing the test, complaining about one task that was too difficult. Entering the classroom, he noticed that his classmates had gathered around one table, staring at a smartphone screen. A live show was playing on the phone, and the guys were loudly commenting and laughing at someone's failure. One of them swore in annoyance, saying he had lost money, and the other teased him for not listening to his advice to bet small amounts. Trying to understand what they were watching, Donghyun glanced at the screen and was surprised to see a familiar face. It was Chung Hyun-soo. His face was contorted with pain as he was held by a powerful giant while another participant struck him. Seeing the newcomer in such a situation, Irin grabbed the master by the collar and, shaking him, demanded an explanation of what he was going to do. After all, he himself had said that everything would be fine with Hyun-soo, even if he got people's attention, but it turned out that he really could be eliminated, and if they waited until the next placement exam, it would be too late. But Lee Hyuk, remaining completely calm, just looked at the girl and gently asked her to calm down and not panic. The screen showed Berserk frowning, closing his eyes, and pressing his lips tightly together. But after a few moments, he opened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, as if he had inhaled not air, but pure fighting energy. Then something incredible happened, and seeing it, Irin lowered her hand and stared at the screen again. This made the brunette, who was already relaxed and was a Black Mamba master, turn back to the display. Noticing that Berserk had not yet been defeated, the blonde prepared for a finishing blow. But at that moment, his hand was suddenly intercepted by another contender for the F-rank, Fafa TV. Lee Hyuk quietly told Irin to take a good look at the intervening fighter, realizing that he had told her about it too late. Two newbies were supposed to join their underdog clan, and the first of them turned out to be this guy. Intercepting the blow, he powerfully struck his opponent, throwing him back so that the aggressor retreated beyond close combat range and did not dare to approach again. At a safe distance, he frantically tried to understand what kind of ally Berserk had and why Black Mamba had kept quiet about it. In addition, he had 3 stars, and this fighter turned to the crouching girl and asked why she had just been watching all this time. At that moment, the giant holding Hyunsu loosened his grip, as if on command, and released the prisoner. Sliding to the floor, Hyunsu finally realized that it was Jun Yuri, standing behind the giant who had given him back his freedom. Smiling, she explained that she had been a little shocked when Berserk rejected her, so she decided to tease him a little. In turn, the girl was surprised by the young man's help, because he was going to eliminate his ally, despite the agreement. Had he really changed his mind? It turned out that the 17-year-old savior's name was Yu Min-sung, and he was in his first year at Osong High School. The young man did not answer her question, but turned away and coldly demanded that she be quiet, advising her to quickly take at least 1 star. Seeing 3 stars on his hand, John Yuri was indignant and asked when he had managed to get them, to which he replied that she was too slow. The girl declared that she wanted to get the senor who had attacked Berserk, and her ally did not object. Stamping her foot, she shouted to the amigo in the yellow and white jacket that now she would be his opponent. He looked down on her contemptuously and smiled, saying that this was indeed amusing news. He snorted and said that some cheapskate without a single star dared to trifle with him. Of course, he agreed to fight her, but warned that he would not be lenient. Pushing off the floor, the blonde attacked her with his foot, but Chungyuri ducked, avoiding the collision. Angered, the guy in the yellow and white jacket spun around her, swinging his fists and trying to show off his skills. The blows rained down, some of which she blocked, some of which she dodged, but a few still hit their mark. Feeling his superiority, the confident opponent smirked and said that he was going to send her straight to the other world. Preparing to deliver the decisive blow, he suddenly thrust his left arm forward, but Chungyuri gracefully moved to the side and instantly turned around. Without wasting a second, she began her counterattack, swinging her right leg and hitting her opponent squarely in the head. With a cold smile, the girl said she was disappointed and asked if that was all he was capable of, then struck him in the neck. When he cried out and bent over, Chungyuri added a blow to his back, preventing him from getting up. The powerful blow to his heel caused him to fall face up, and Chungyuri smiled, saying that, luckily for him, it was only Reaple. In reality, after such a merciless blow, the guy would probably spend several weeks in the hospital. Unable to resist and seeing her raised hand, the blonde guy confusedly asked her to wait and not finish him off. But Chungyuri decided that with such a competitor, there was no time to waste and delivered the final blow. Chung Han-soo's classmates continued to watch the tense atmosphere of the battle without looking away. Straightening up, the warrior turned to Berserk, and the camera lingered on him so that viewers could see that their idol Reaple was all right. Then the broadcast host appeared on the air, paused dramatically, and uttered a mysterious t, creating intrigue. Then Orca looked up, pointed to the dazzling light, and said, "Très bien," which means very good in French. He asked the viewers if they had seen this stunning performance by this breathtaking girl, for which she received a star. Chungyuri smiled happily, directly at the camera, and the host rhetorically asked if she was Berserker's ally. Orca then admitted that he did not know the answer, but noted that it was truly a super play from a charming girl. However, it was too early to relax in the game, as everything was changing rapidly. Existing stars were being eliminated, new ones were appearing, and chances were melting away. He noted that players were teaming up to collect stars faster and stay in the game as long as possible. The host announced that there were about 3 minutes left until the end of the last card, and the tension instantly increased. He thought that the Berserk team had only 3 stars, and said that they were in a crisis situation. Adding with a smile that this was the host's opinion, Chungyuri asked if they could hold out for about 3 minutes. She believed she could handle it, and in her opinion, Berserk was also fine. The timer was counting down, and there were exactly 3 minutes left before receiving an F rank. So the girl suggested they hold on. Thinking about the final stage, Hyunsoo felt that it had become much easier for him to fight the other participants. He could clearly see how big the gap in ability was between those who had a star and those who did not. But who were these two who easily defeated opponents with stars? How strong were Chungyuri and Yu Min-song, who seemed unattainable to him? Why did they behave and talk to him as if they knew him? But judging by the fact that they saved him, they were not from Black Mamba, but on his side. Maybe Lee Hyuk secretly intervened to help him somehow. Hyunsoo decided that he would definitely ask his mentor about everything in more detail when they got out of there. Glancing at the timer, he saw that there was only 1 minute left, and at that moment, the enemy noticed him. Seeing that the kid was alone and clearly distracted, the bully rushed forward, rapidly closing the distance. Hearing the footsteps, Berserk instantly turned his head and realized that an enemy was approaching him. The attacker struck with his right hand, but Hyunsoo dodged in time, avoiding a direct hit. However, a moment later, he realized that it was an extremely dangerous attempt to defeat him. Strangely, after missing, his opponent did not immediately lower his hand, as if something was holding him back. Therefore, the owner of the demonic costume did not understand why he suddenly froze in place. Why was he staring at him so intently? Was the curly-haired man's goal not to take the star? The exchange of glances continued, and the anger on Hyunsoo's face was replaced by surprise, because he was the first of the two to recognize Na Chun-wan. However, the bully also realized who was in front of him, and, without hesitation, raised his hand to strike. However, he was stopped by fingers with long nails aimed directly at his opponent's eye. Chungyuri intervened in time, because even though Berserk managed to dodge the blow, the outcome of the fight would have been unpredictable. Touching the stranger's forehead, the girl told him to calm down and relax, because he already had the star he wanted. She suggested stopping the fight, because the game was already over, and there was no point in continuing the struggle. Standing between them, Chungyuri gently but firmly suggested that they part ways amicably. For some unknown reason, Chunwon silently turned his back on his allies and left. Watching him leave, the girl noted that the aggressor had left calmly, but Hyunsoo's anxiety did not immediately disappear. Considering this outcome to be luck, Berserk caught himself realizing that he was not afraid of a fight at all, but of exposure. He was worried that the bully might recognize him, since they went to the same school, and that complicated everything. Suddenly, Orca's voice rang out, loudly announcing that it was game over. All participants were allowed to go home, but the losers complained in the chat, and the host didn't understand why they were whining if they couldn't make a good bet. The game ended with only 8 users receiving stars. Orca suggested feeling sorry for those who had lost because of the dark horses. Considering that it would be a long wait until the next distribution exam, the host advised them not to slip up next time. One of Hyunsoo's classmates shouted in frustration that he had lost money, while another laughed and announced that Berserk had survived in the end. The loser was indignant that 2 people had appeared who ruined everything, but his neighbor philosophically remarked that such is life. Hearing the result, Donghyun realized that his friend had passed the Fafa TV test. Reflecting on this, he realized that he had been worried about him ever since he went his own way and got involved with Fafa TV. But he felt a great sense of relief, knowing that Hyunsoo was doing well and now supported him. At the end of the broadcast, Orca announced that the organizers would quickly send an official player verification code to everyone who passed the test. If they weren't stupid outcasts, they should check it in advance and not in the heat of a tense competitive battle. He also informed all newcomers and already registered members that in the world of Fafa TV, the highest power is the indisputable and only law of existence. If someone is called trash and unable to learn, it doesn't make sense because in this world, power can bring wealth and fame. Therefore, he urged them to constantly challenge their opponents because true freedom lies in this eternal resistance. And if players crave this freedom, they must boldly climb to the very top of this world because 4 main leaders await them. The 4 clans of Black Mamba, Wolf, Scorpion, and Orca. Next to the top emblem was a bold outline, and Hyunsu wondered if it was the Black Mamba's mark. Suddenly, someone's hand rested on his shoulder, and he was startled, but it turned out to be his acquaintance, Jun Yuri. She said that today had been fun, suggested they meet offline later, and unexpectedly called him by name. Then, she disappeared as mysteriously as she had appeared, without giving him a chance to ask how she knew his name. As a farewell, the host wished the newcomers not to lose their rank in the upcoming difficult period of trials, and to rise again and again, an infinite number of times, using their rights to a bold challenge in the world of Fafa TV, and also to come to his broadcast, because he only covers the battles of the strongest, not some pathetic losers. Finishing the Fafa T V distribution exam for the first half of the year for promotion to rank F, Orc suggested to his dear viewers that they meet again later. With difficulty opening his eyes, Hyunsu stared at the ceiling and realized that he was lying in the gym, and probably still not used to virtual reality. So he woke up after Reapel, his comrades leaning over him, strangely, but it seemed to him that the whole exam was a dream. He had a feeling that he hadn't seen Arin and Leehyuk in a long time, and he shared his impressions with them. First of all, Hyunsu clenched his fist and realized that he had some new sensations. Unlike his first stay in Reapel, he had memories of what he had done, and felt as if something had changed. With these thoughts and feelings somehow renewed, he left the training room and went home. Something else had changed when he came to school the next day, and Donghyun looked at him differently. The truant was overwhelmed with positive emotions because it was the first time after a month-long separation. For the first time in all this time, he could meet his dear friends who supported him with a smile on his face. Laughing in response, Donghyun said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Hyunsu agreed and noticed that his seat had also changed. Then the truant told him about the fights with the bullies, his dismissal, and getting on Fafa TV. His friend sympathized, calling Nachun Wan's gang fucking trash. Donghyun was outraged that the teachers knew about it, but it was unclear what they were doing about it. But Hyunsu said that everything ended well, and now everything was fine. His friend asked if it had to be Fafa TV, since no contract had been signed yet. And if he wanted to make money, it would probably be better to find another job. Thinking about it, Hyunsu said that at first, he thought the same as his friend, considering it ridiculous to use the skills he always used in games in a fight. But something amazing happened. Thanks to trusting his mentors, he was able to develop. As a result, he felt that this choice was the right one, although it was certainly difficult. Then he admitted that he couldn't live all the time as if everything in him had died, and laughed, saying that it was a joke. Donghyun admitted that his friend's refreshed appearance made him a little uncomfortable, and that he was obviously much better now than a month ago. Then he added that his friend had changed, as if he had become more confident, and even a little successful in life, which pleasantly surprised him. In response, Hyunsu laughed and admitted that he had indeed managed to achieve success, and now felt completely different than before. After class, Hyunsu went to the training hall, where he began to pound the heavy punching bag with determination. Thinking about his form, he understood that in order to become stronger, he needed to develop and give himself honest feedback. He was tormented by questions about whether there was a way for him, with his weak physical strength, to win, and why he felt the difference between himself and the stars. He realized that any method has its limits, especially when the fight is based on blocks and strikes, as in a regular fighting game. Therefore, in order to become better, it is necessary to learn to understand different fighting styles and the behavior of other players in matches. Assessing himself soberly, he admitted that he had lost in the last stage of the placement exam and had not lived up to expectations. After all, if it weren't for the help that came at the height of the battle, he would have found himself in a desperate situation again. But now, he was determined not to let such a failure happen again and to show his true results. He was drawn to that feeling of elation from victory and wanted to experience that pleasure again and again. Suddenly, he stopped. The pain in his head returned, forcing him to stop punching and catch his breath. After a short break, Hyunsu walked over to the window and looked at Arin and Leehyuk, who had left for a virtual meeting. They promised to return quickly, but quite some time had passed, and Hyunsu wondered what they were discussing without him. At the beginning of the meeting, Leehyuk thanked all the participants for finding the time to join. Jun Yuri noted the wonderful opportunity to meet through the Coliseum's internal server, as it meant they didn't have to make long trips to Kongbuk. Greeting Minsong and Yuri, Leehyuk smiled and noted that he hadn't seen them in a long time and was happy to see them again. And if they already knew Arin, she was not yet acquainted with the rest, so he decided to introduce everyone to each other personally. At the same time, Leehyuk was going to talk about the goals of their underdog clan and what they wanted to achieve together. He invited Arin to ask any questions if something piqued her interest or required clarification. After introducing herself, Yuri said that she was a freshman at Hwajong High School in the Kangso district, a cute little chick who had received an F rank the day before yesterday. Arin asked why she had joined their clan, since she had skills. The question made Yuri laugh, as if she had come for a job interview. She admitted that she wanted to participate not for the strong side, but for the weak side, because it was more interesting to fight that way. After all, victory achieved from a position of weakness brings a completely different kind of satisfaction and excitement. But Yu Min-song abruptly interrupted her, calling such a desire disgusting, which greatly upset the girl. Then Yuri defiantly asked why he himself was participating. Was he really motivated by high moral principles? The guy said that he was from Osong High School in the Gangnam district and would tell her straight to the point. He declared that there was a person in the Coliseum whom he dreamed of defeating and humiliating once and for all. That person turned out to be Han Dong-hoon, the master of the Wolf Clan from the Kangso district, his long-time enemy. Min-song called him a bastard and swore that one day he would definitely send this man to his grave. Laughing, John Yuri asked if he was filming some kind of revenge drama and wondered why this enemy was tormenting his friend. Min-song flared up, grabbed his neighbor by her clothes, and pulled her toward him while she stared at him in confusion. The guy's gaze burned with such anger that the smile instantly disappeared from her face, giving way to anxiety. Lee Hyuk intervened, asking them to stop, saying that they had gathered not for quarrels, but for a common goal and would not waste their energy on each other. After these words, Min-song calmed down a little and let go of the girl, exhaling heavily through his teeth. A John Yuri immediately became serious. Her playfulness disappeared, and a cold, restrained expression appeared on her face. Irin asked why they had met without Hyunsu, and her question preempted Lee Hyuk, who was preparing to explain. Minson found it funny that they had taken Hyunsu, believing that the guy didn't have the ability to target high-ranking players. In his opinion, Berserk only looked capable because of his normal reaction speed, but he had no experience and was very weak in such a fight without rules. But Irin thought that a novice could develop through training, and it would be a mistake to consider reaction speed his only useful skill. After all, he had a good understanding of the map as a whole, and was able to sense the situation, but Minson called it nonsense, and Yuri partially agreed with him. She noted that if these were his abilities after a month of training, then a lot could be expected from the guy, but she was concerned about something else entirely. She admitted that Hyunsu's uncertainty worried her, which greatly surprised Irin, prompting her to ask again. Yuri asked if Minson wanted to expel Hyunsu from the clan, but he said he was simply expressing his opinion about a person on the same team. After that, he turned to Lee Hyuk and asked what his goal was, whether he was seeking to compete with high-ranking clans. This question surprised Yuri. She did not expect Min-song to show interest in strategic goals, but the guy coldly replied that he didn't care about anything else except Han Dong-hoon, who was his only goal. After a pause, Lee Hyuk said that he felt the same way and that he wouldn't get involved in such nonsense under such an insignificant name. He then approached the newcomers and calmly explained that their clan's goal was to destroy the 4 clans that had taken over the Coliseum. After that, when they gained control of the game, they would have to completely disband Fafa TV. The master emphasized that this was their common goal that united all the members of the underdog clan. Realizing that the meeting was over, Irin decided to leave first and pressed the button to exit the virtual space. Her silhouette slowly dissolved, leaving a glowing trail, and Lee Hyuk walked towards the newcomers, closing the distance between them. Calling his plan frightening, Yuri noted that he probably had a good reason for wanting to invite them into the clan, despite everything. Minson admitted that he did not know about the restrictions on clans that were not part of the alliance, but with only 4 D-rank players, they could only claim C rank. He suggested that this was probably why Irin, with her abilities and skills, was stuck at rank D, and Lee Hyuk confirmed this. Drawing an analogy with school, Yuri equated rank F with class level, and rank D with school level. She suggested that in the next stage, the level of opponents would be significantly higher, and the battles would become more difficult. After a pause, Lee Hyuk said that he would pass the news on to Hyunsu through Irin, but asked them to observe one important condition. This condition concerned the internal rules and precautions of their clan. There were only 2 points, but both were extremely important for everyone. First, registered high-ranking Fafa TV players must not fight each other, but only fight against official clans. Fights for personal reasons were considered a gross violation for which a player could lose their status. Second, you cannot participate in a ranked battle based solely on your own decision. You must always coordinate it with Lee Hyuk. This point surprised Hyunsu, and he asked again, as it was the first time he had heard about this restriction. However, Irin replied that this was why she had brought the conditions to his attention, but the guy was upset that he had only heard about it now. He had, of course, heard about the plans to disband Fafa TV, but all the other details came as a surprise to him. The girl gently asked him not to worry, and promised that they would not give him 2 difficult battles. She could not reveal the details, but expressed her hope that Hyunsu would trust them and stay on the team. Upset, she apologized if he felt cheated or underappreciated as a member. After thinking about what he had heard, Hyunsu quietly said that perhaps this was even better than he had initially expected. These words pleased Irin. Her eyes lit up, and a warm smile reappeared on her face. Hyunsu explained that he had not been himself lately, so Irin suggested that if he was not feeling well, he should not overexert himself. He suggested that Black Mamba might be targeting him because they knew their clan's goal, but according to Irin, they didn't know which school he was from yet. At first, it would be difficult for them to guess that he was connected to Berserk, since he received his code after Black Mamba targeted Berserk. However, they would think that he had failed because he lost during the test, and because of his loss, those bastards would be confused. After the placement exam, Black Mamba's manager gathered players from the Suwon and Purimson schools at the same warehouse and gave them a harsh dressing down. One of the members of the powerful clan took revenge on Jasima by knocking him down because the losers couldn't even earn their bread. The angry fighters reminded them that they had even been paid to prevent Berserk from passing the placement exam. Calling them bastards, the scolding man asked if they were really players without rank. Byungyeon was disappointed that the players of the largest clan in the Kongbuk district seemed to have gone even more off the rails. One of them swore rudely, saying that this was to be expected of them, and asked the clan master what she intended to do now. Yejin began to think that they should have beaten him while he was still unranked, as the placement exam was their only chance, and they had blown it. Her suspicion fell most heavily on the guy whose name seemed to be Hyunsu, but she had seen with her own eyes how he had lost to the test. Since then, there had been no news that he had challenged again and won, which meant he had not been able to obtain the code. However, the level of the other two exceeded all expectations. They were already on Fafaf TV and could reach rank D, which was cause for alarm. Yejin understood that if they weren't stopped now, they would get even higher, and she needed to stop them now before Yoon Tae-won found out. Therefore, she unexpectedly announced that the failed players Suam and Puramsan would get another chance. She suggested that unranked players gather any information about Berserk to understand who they would be facing. She clarified that she would pay separately for truly useful information, but she warned that those who had already become F-rank players would not return to the clan, and if they really needed money, they should at least find Berserker. Concluding the conversation, Yejin coldly said that she had said everything, and now they could get lost. Leaving the inconspicuous room, Byung-young and Chunwon walked in silence at first, but then started talking. After cursing, the strongman opened up about his feelings. He thought he would get it too, because Yejin was furious, but he believed that Black Mamba had gone too far by immediately kicking them out of the clan for failing to stop Berserk. He told Chunwon that they would have to look for another clan before their reputation was completely ruined. Unexpectedly, he said that he thought he knew who was hiding under the name Berserk. Surprised, Byung-young asked why his friend had kept quiet, since it would have been a good chance to win back Yejin's favor. Chunwon replied sarcastically that he himself would like to know why his interlocutor had hidden the obvious. Not understanding the hint, Byung-young asked again, but his companion sharply struck him in the neck with his forearm, silencing him. Chunwon explained that he also did not believe that during the placement exam, he saw a familiar face, that it was the kid they knew well. Then he asked if he remembered how Heejay had been beaten up a month ago, and Byung-young replied that he had heard about it. According to Chunwon, from that day on, the kid also suddenly started skipping school and showed up at the exam under the name Berserk. Not believing it, Byung-young said that it was impossible, but Chunwon said that he would personally check on the kid and ask him himself. And it was even very good that he was hiding, because now he would finish off Chan Hyunsu with his own hands. 2 weeks had passed since the placement exam and the underdog clan meeting, and Hyunsu came to the gym as usual. He practiced hitting the ball while Arin watched the broadcast of the first battle of the new underdog clan members. The host introduced them as the players who saved Berserk in the placement exam, which is why they were getting a lot of attention. Then she announced the start of the competition and officially introduced herself to the audience. The smiling girl's name was Han So-young, and she represented the Orc clan from the Konso district as a confident and vibrant host. The first map of this competition was called Jelly Jelly Map, a simple and easy map where it is possible to use the elasticity of the surface to bounce. The host rhetorically asked if the participants would be able to skillfully use this feature to win. First, Han So-young introduced the first player, who attracted attention with his mixed blood. Almost immediately, his opponent, John Yuri from Underdog, punched him right in the face, starting the fight without hesitation. After that, she was introduced to the audience with a close-up of her face after the blow, and she smiled and advised her amigo to be smarter. Han So-young then introduced the second challenger, F-rank player Han Soo-min from the Red Clan in the Gangbuk district, who asked if they had lost their minds. In another area of the arena, Group B was engaged in an equally tense and fierce battle. The host called the current blow tough and noted that the main characters were fighting in one of the Coliseum's random maps. The player who struck the blow was Underdog clan member Yu Myung-sun, who remarked that he was simply too lazy to hold back. His opponent was Kangma Ham In-ho, a member of the Spider Clan, an experienced and confident player who issued the challenge. For the Underdog clan members, this was their first competition, and their opponents were already high up in the F rank. Han So-yoon admitted that she did not expect such large bets to be placed on the newbies. However, she suggested that it was worth expecting a lot from the current competition. At that moment, Lee Hyuk informed Irin by phone that they were fighting very strong opponents who could expose their guys' weaknesses. She decided that this would allow him to check how they should be trained afterwards, and he confirmed that even without the test, they had the ability to reach rank C. He added that he would analyze the fights later, but ask her to be sure to save the video recording. At that moment, Hyunsu interrupted the conversation, and Irin asked if he had finished training with the ball. The guy replied that he had finished to some extent, and therefore wanted to leave, and she asked if he was going to do so right now. Hesitating, he said that even if he wasn't around, he didn't think she would have any particular problems. Confused, she fell silent at first, then asked him to wait. But Hyunsu didn't listen to her, silently turned around, slung his bag over his shoulder, strode to the exit, and then shouted from there that he was leaving. Hearing all this on the phone, Wee Hyuk told his interlocutor that the guy was clearly offended. His tone was calm, but the speaker understood everything. Agreeing, Irin asked why he had removed him from the participants in this battle, putting her in an awkward position. After all, if he had picked an opponent for Hyunsu last week, he wouldn't be so depressed now. She argued that the guy's confidence had risen significantly during that period, but Lee Hyuk didn't include him in the battle, forcing him to improve his basic skills. Angry, the girl objected, not understanding why there was no point. Even if Hyunsu won in this state, he could prove himself. According to her, it was not worth looking at his comparison with others, and wasn't it nonsense that he needed to show his true self? Calming down, Irin noted that this was not some fantasy novel, but real life, and suggested discussing the strategy soberly, without unnecessary emotions. However, Master Underdog advised her to wait, saying that he was now hanging up and the discussion was temporarily over. Immediately, the interlocutor asked if Lee Hyuk had finished his conversation, and he apologized, saying that it was an important call. He asked if the man could continue talking about Hyunsu, discussing what to do about his emotional state in the team. It turned out that he was talking to his protege's former coach, who agreed to share his observations about him. Hyunsoo went outside and thought about the feeling of failure in the common cause that had come over him, which may have intensified his headache. Most likely, that was why he did not participate in today's competition, and the tormenting thought extinguished his motivation and strength. He wanted so much to turn back time, thinking that the headache had prevented him from gathering the accumulated experience, and he hadn't noticed it in time. Remembering Arene's last words, he thought that she must have been very surprised by his detachment, and now felt ashamed and embarrassed. But was there any point in hitting the ball all day, thinking it was fun? He didn't want to be a dog chewing on a bone. He wanted to feel progress. The headache was getting worse, and he cursed. Before, it had come rarely, only sometimes when he was nervous, but now it had become a constant shadow. It seemed to him that the pain had gradually increased after the placement exam, and without it, he would not have gotten angry today. Stopping, Hyunsoo tried to soberly analyze the reasons for his irritation and find the source of these negative emotions. Realizing that he was angry at Donghyun and Irin, the people who cared about him, hurt him even more. He felt sad at the thought that he had become a truly terrible person, and it tightened his heart into a tight knot. His gloomy thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a phone call, and his heart began to beat faster. He assumed that it might be Lee Hyuk disturbing him, but he considered other possibilities as well, and his curiosity mixed with anxiety. He hurriedly took out his phone and saw an unknown number on the screen, and his curiosity overcame his caution. Hyunsoo answered the call decisively, and the caller was surprised that he answered right away, and, calling him a bad name, said that 2 weeks had passed. Not understanding what was going on, the guy asked again and inquired who he was talking to. The caller was angry that the other person was pretending not to know him, so Hyunsoo apologized and asked him to hang up if he was joking. The caller cursed rudely, introduced himself as Na Chunwan, and warned that he would have to force the guy to talk if he refused to answer, and if he hung up, he would become a lifeless body, and asked if Chae Hyunsoo, or rather Berserk, understood him. The hooligan demanded that he come to the 9th building of the school, especially since he knew where it was, and advised him to do so without delay. He added that they could choose not to come, but then he couldn't guarantee the consequences, and hoped that the guy would make the right choice. Chunwan himself was already at the appointed place after the conversation. He put the phone on the table and calmly waited for the result. Laughing, he predicted that the idiots from Black Mamba would soon be spinning when new details about Berserk came to light. Pyongyang believed that if everything went as his friend had planned, it would be an excellent chance for them to rectify the situation. Upon learning that Chung Hyunsoo was Berserk, he suggested telling Black Mamba about it as soon as possible, which would help restore their prestige. He believed that only the two of them knew the truth, and that this was the perfect opportunity to gain favor and profit from the influential clan. But Chunwan cautiously objected. Judging by Yejin's actions, they were simply being used, and there would be no benefit from this cooperation. He argued that they would definitely get nothing from Black Mamba. Their promises would turn out to be a deception, and they needed to make their own moves. Since that was the case, they needed to use a method that would completely destroy Berserk, eliminating the threat once and for all. However, Byung-young reminded him that a direct attack could lead to expulsion from Fafa TV, and there was no guarantee that Berserk would accept the challenge to fight. Chunwan said that there was no need for them to attack the bastard themselves. They could provoke him into attacking them, and if that didn't work, they could try to create a situation that would force him to accept the challenge. Approaching the designated meeting place, Hyunsoo tried to guess what Chunwan wanted from him. He felt uncomfortable meeting him, but refusing also seemed dangerous. He saw no other option but to listen to his demands, assuming that Chunwan most likely wanted money from him. Entering the room, Hyunsoo first looked around, but after calling him a derogatory name, the bully told him not to look away. If he had wanted to beat him up and send him to the morgue, he would have waited for him after class long ago and given him a real beating. His phone beeped in his hand, and seeing that his bet had failed, Chunwan cursed sarcastically, asking his interlocutor what was wrong with his expression. After all, they were essentially close, and he wanted to talk nicely, but the other guy looked at him with such coldness, as if he were an enemy. If he kept looking at him like that, Black Mamba would start hunting him down, deciding that he was the enemy, even though there were other participants. It was strange that they focused on him in particular. However, he had already recognized him and noticed that Hyunsoo seemed to be deliberately hiding his true nature, and now he had to decide what to do about it. Lowering his gaze, the guy calmly asked what his interlocutor wanted. The latter came closer, put his hand on his shoulder, and looked him straight in the eyes. After that, he demanded that Hyunsoo accept a challenge to a ranked battle, putting his own F rank on the line, as if testing his determination. He stated that his opponent was not seriously participating in Fafa TV anyway, more for show than for real results. And since he would lose, he might as well quit the game altogether. Chunwan promised to pay extra, and immediately asked if 100,000 won would be enough. Laughing, he said that 100,000 won would be a lot of money for such an idiot. Byung-yeon agreed, calling Berserk a poor man with no family. Hyunsoo thought he should be patient and not react to this bastard's insults, because any response would only add fuel to the fire. He needed to ignore the provocations and think about another offer, because he had promised Irin and Lee Hyuk, and he clenched his fists to keep from losing his temper. Noticing his restrained tension, Chunwan took it as a good sign and decided to push him further, saying that it was just for reference. Watching his reaction, he asked what would happen if Black Mamba found out who he was and realized who they were dealing with. Wasn't he himself interested in knowing, for example, whether they would touch his friend Donghyun if everything suddenly got out of control? Some time ago, there was a similar case in the Kangso area, and even the news showed that it ended in tragedy. The friend of some talented idiot seemed to have gone crazy back then, and now something might happen to Donghyun. Boiling with rage, Hyunsoo grabbed his opponent by the lapels of his jacket, but immediately relaxed his fingers and asked what his friend had to do with their fight. Realizing that he had hit a weak spot, Chunwan grinned with obvious smugness, as if enjoying his success. His original personality awakened, and with a changed voice, he warned his opponent never to touch his friend again. The bully snorted, calling him a jerk who was pretending to be tough, and reluctantly agreed, but only in exchange for his own proposal. After talking to his former coach, Hyunsu Lee Hyuk went to a Rin, wanting to discuss what he had heard and figure out what to do next. They sat in a cozy living room, but the conversation did not flow between them, and a strange, wary silence hung in the air. Finally, the girl broke the silence and cautiously asked if he had managed to talk openly with that person. Then the girl asked why he had suddenly decided to find out more about Hyunsu's past right now. Lee Hyuk replied that he wanted to understand the guy better, because that was the only way to help him grow. But Irin sharply objected, saying that it was time to stop with these fairy tales and take care of the newcomer's mental state instead. According to her, he had also been suffering from severe headaches lately, and the coach needed to take care of the team members. The master couldn't get the words of the former coach out of his head, who claimed that the real Hyunsu was not at all like the one he described. This surprised Lee Hyuk, because it sounded as if they were discussing two different people with the same names. Then the man asked if the current mentor had seen his student in his true, unpretentious form. He explained that the person Chang Hyun-soo and the player One Frame were completely different personalities, so to speak. The next morning began unexpectedly for one of the Coliseum's hosts with an annoying phone call. It was still too early, and, still under the influence of Morpheus, Orc first decided that he had simply dreamed the familiar melody. Not wanting to answer, he stalled for time, but the phone wouldn't stop ringing, and it became clear that the caller wasn't going to give up. Then, grumbling that he was being bothered first thing in the morning, the host reluctantly pressed the answer button. Hearing the request to broadcast urgently, Orc grumbled about why they had called him, since it wasn't even an A-rank battle. There would be some fledgling newbies who had just arrived at Fafa TV, but as the conversation with the man progressed, the remnants of sleep gradually faded away. It turned out that one of these newcomers had become famous even before the placement exam, and had gained popularity among Repo fans. A lot of bets were placed on the match, including from VIP clients, so we finally agreed, saying that he would be there soon. Sighing heavily, he went to have breakfast, grumbling about the commotion that had prevented him from getting a good night's sleep. As he was getting ready, the host was thinking about the upcoming broadcast when one of the players came out, and it was the very kid that Tavon was looking for. Looking at how Tavon behaved, it seemed to him that Lee Hyuk was like his former self, and was now training a student, so there was no need to worry. On the contrary, Orca would eagerly await to see what his protege would become, and picked up a photo of the creators of Fafa TV. Looking closely at the faces in the picture, he stopped at Lee Hyuk, put the photo back in its place, and sighed, because no matter what, it was time to work. Soon the broadcast began, and the host, as always, started the show with a cheerful greeting to the viewers. He jokingly remarked that they had been working like bees since early morning, and that people were saying in the chat that he was often seen here, even though he was not a very accessible person. But how could he not show up, since today promised to be a truly exciting battle that was sure to become legendary? And it was taking place at this very moment, 2 weeks after the F-rank novice placement exam. This was Berserker's first battle, who had previously avoided fighting on camera, when VIP guests in masks suddenly appeared. Surely, the best host and master of the Orc clan from the Kandon district must be present to honor such an event. A bright comet appeared on the screen, flying from bottom to top, marking the beginning of the main battle. Blue and white stripes flashed, crossing each other and overlapping in space. They turned into a blue splash screen, and Orca announced the player who first appeared in the distribution exam, Berserk himself. Having made the disadvantageous choice not to reveal all the information about himself, he now had to prove everything with his abilities without unnecessary words. However, it is a pity that he is very inactive compared to what is expected of him, so there is an opinion that his strength was exaggerated. On the contrary, the only player besides Arin from Purimsan High School who challenged Nachunan was called a weakling. This participant understood that this was not Black Mamba's level, but the fight attracted the attention of large clans and major sponsors, because even Orca is broadcasting it. The guy thought that if he told Black Mamba, he would look stupid, and there were already enough trolls here. Most importantly, he was confident that the method he had devised to defeat his opponent would work 100% in this. The showman solemnly announced that the choice of battle map would be decided by mutual agreement between the parties. It will be interesting to see if they will set up that rare map today, which almost never appears in live broadcasts, and causes controversy among viewers. As it turned out, the participants chose a very simple battle arena, so the audience could even be confused by this decision. This is one of those maps that players usually avoid, a place where smoke and restless winds rage. After these words, the screen filled with clouds of smoke, and Berserk, getting used to it, bowed his head slightly. Raising his hand with his index finger extended, the orc loudly pronounced its name, Eye of the Typhoon, which sounded like a spell. He explained its features. The smoke only obscures the view of the players, so it does not interfere with watching the broadcast. Although it is simple in terms of level, its feature of narrow visibility for participants limits their freedom of movement. This is an abnormal map that is chosen to exploit the weaknesses of the opponent, so the choice seemed particularly curious. Assessing the visibility, Na-Chun-Wan noted that the smoke density is high, and it greatly hinders the ability to see the enemy, but that is even better. Unexpectedly, Berserk said loudly that he had done everything the opponent had said, so now let him keep his promise. Squinting one eye, he pretended not to hear and asked mockingly what he meant. At that moment, Orca raised his left hand and announced that both players were ready for the fight. He lowered his hand sharply and uttered the starting words, and a bright white beam shot from his fingers into the sky. With one hand on his hip, the challenger furrowed his brow and concentrated, trying to discern the slightest movement of his opponent. Due to the thick smoke screen, Chung Hyun-soo could not see anything and called out to his opponent, trying to determine where to expect an attack. Suddenly, a voice sounded nearby, sarcastically asking what promise he had mumbled about. A powerful kick followed, but Berserk gritted his teeth and miraculously managed to stay on his feet. Chunwon's rage spilled out in a stream of profanities directed at his opponent, who had dared to order him around. Lowering his foot, he leaned toward the face of the guy bent over in pain, assessing the expression of pain and the extent of the damage. But the guy instantly came to his senses, jumped back, and landed softly, bending his knees in preparation for a response. Berserk stared intently into space, but did not notice how the enemy appeared behind him and spoke. It turned out that from the very beginning, he found it repulsive that someone like Hyun-soo behaved as if he despised him. Since that was the case, he intended to knock the enemy out of there during this battle, and threw his arm forward, knocking the hated kid away. Without giving his victim time to recover, Chunwon rushed after him, attacking with insane speed and anger. Attacking relentlessly, he swung his arms and legs, mixing in curses, preferring to aim for the head and smirking that his enemy was confused. Defending himself continuously, Hyun-soo suddenly paused, croaking for him to wait at least a second. This only provoked laughter from the bully, who declared that he was already eagerly awaiting the little guy's humiliating defeats. He also couldn't wait to see the expression on the arrogant Arin's face when her favorite was disgraced in front of everyone. Then another fist flew at Berserk's head, striking without mercy and with undisguised pleasure. Overflowing with laughter and hatred, Chunwon shouted that now he couldn't dodge and it would all be over. The screen showed the idol's eyes closing and his relaxed body falling limply to the floor. A slight murmur rippled through the audience and sponsors, and VIPs exchanged anxious glances and whispered. Quiet footsteps were heard from behind, and Yejong entered the hall wearing a light windbreaker, casually thrown over a tank top and short shorts. She stopped in surprise, sensing a strange tension, and began to stare intently and thoughtfully at the arena. A gust of wind dispersed the smoke, and the girl on the floor noticed drops of blood. Everything looked too real. It seemed that the fall was not accidental, but it was so strange. It seemed that everything had not gone according to plan, because twice as many bets had been placed on Berserker. Was he really not in good shape today if he couldn't seem to pull himself together and was losing without putting up a fight? Gloating over the fact that his opponent was having a hard time performing his tricks, the leader of the fight said that he had studied how this upstart fought. And although he doesn't know what the loser is thinking, today he will exclude him from Fafa TV because such people belong behind the scenes. Taking a break while he got up, Chunwon swung his leg again, but Hyun-soo suddenly jumped back as if he had awakened from a deep sleep. On the screen, viewers saw a huge shadow as the opponent sneaked around Berserk from the side, as if preparing for the decisive blow. Hyun-soo did not notice the maneuver, standing alertly with his hands in front of him and nervously turning his head in search of a target. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound of air rushing behind him, and he instantly turned around, sensing danger. Chunwon had already begun to turn his body for the strike, but he missed, because Berserk, anticipating the movement, managed to jump out of the way. Then he took a few steps forward, found a gap in the smoke, and stopped, breathing heavily from the strain. Lee Hyuk watched what was happening and wondered why his student had entered the fight without warning. It was unlike such a shy boy, and it was unlikely that he could have started the fight on his own initiative. Most likely, he had been forced into a situation where he had to enter the arena, and perhaps that was exactly what he needed right now. If they continued in the same vein, Hyun-soo could indeed reach his limit for further growth and development. Was this situation really the best of the worst? Since he had chosen the guy precisely because he wanted to see him from a different, unknown side. Now he was rushing around in thick smoke, trying in vain to see his enemy, but it seemed he had managed to hear him approaching. He managed to block the enemy's attacking punch in time. However, Chunwon, without wasting a second, immediately swung his other free arm, trying to break through the defense. But Hyun-soo was again quicker, turning sharply and managing to jump out of the way, avoiding the collision. Outraged that Berserk was constantly running away, the opponent cursed foully and rushed after him, losing his composure. Burning with rage, he quickly closed the distance, then swung his leg and jumped furiously, wishing immediate death upon the fugitive. His shoe hit his opponent squarely in the head, although the latter was able to soften the blow slightly by jumping back. Gasping, Berserk closed his eyes from the pain piercing his temple, and Orca reminded the audience that all that is known about him is that he is from the Kongbuk district. Here, in the F-rank arena, there can only be one winner from the Kongbuk district. There can be no other outcome. At the moment, everyone expects Na Chunwon, the star of Paramsan High School, to confirm his reputation as the strongest newcomer. He smiled to himself, thinking that he knew about this outcome even when Hyun-soo gave him the right to choose the card, not suspecting that it was a trap. But Lee Hyuk realized that the guy didn't give up, but was forced to yield to the one who cornered him, while Chunwon considered Berserk's fighting methods too obvious. Berserk never started first. His style was defensive, reflecting blows and waiting for the right moment. His strength lay in his reaction and accuracy. He waited and then used speed as a weapon, focusing on this to win. Both the tester and the other guys from the distribution exam underestimated their opponent, losing because of their own overconfidence. As a result, they invariably lost to his well-honed counterattack technique. So Chunwon chose this card, where reaction loses its meaning in thick smoke. While Hyun-soo was recovering from the leg attack, his opponent rushed forward, quickly closed the distance, and punched him in the chest. But he was blocked again, because Berserk saw everything and reacted, which meant that a situation had to be created in which the attack was difficult to predict. Standing motionless, Yejong continued to silently watch the fight between the two fighters, her face expressionless. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a familiar voice. Someone nearby noticed that the fight was one-sided. He wondered why she wasn't leaving if there was nothing interesting here. Master Black Mamba glanced back and asked why he had come here. The man smiled slyly, narrowed one eye, and said lazily that he had come on very important business, deliberately drawing out the last syllable. His words surprised Yejin, prompting her to look back again. Could it be that something important to him had appeared? It was Han Dong-hoon, master of the Wolf Clan from the Kangso district, and he continued to stand motionless, tilting his head slightly to one side. As his opponent crouched down, Chunwan fell to one knee and, leaning forward, swung his other arm. But Hyunsu deftly dodged to the side. The bully frowned in annoyance, thinking that the guy had apparently adapted and was becoming harder to beat than before. On top of that, he was fighting in such a boring way, only defending himself, but there was nothing he could do about it. And then he decided to use another tactic, even if it looked a little nasty. And clenching his fists, he rushed headlong into the attack. Running up close, Chunwan made his usual swing, but at the very last moment, he unclinched his fist. Pretending to miss and carrying his arm forward by inertia, he suddenly grabbed Berserk by his clothes, giving him no chance to dodge. Confused, Berserk cried out in surprise and tried to break free, but the grip was too strong and he didn't have enough strength. Grinning maliciously, the attacker exclaimed that the guy couldn't even think about it, and now it would all be over quickly. Pulling him sharply with one hand, he punched him in the neck with the other, putting all his anger into the short but accurate blow. With a grunt, Hyunsu went limp, staggered, and, trying to stay on his feet, missed the next powerful blow to the head. Seeing this on the screen, Lee Hyuk cursed, realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous and could quickly lead to the defeat of his protege. Approaching Ha Yejin, Han Dong-hoon gently touched her shoulder, noting that it seemed the players had already finished, but she did not respond and continued to watch. After such a treacherous move, Orc did not want to comment or watch any further, and he simply said that it was no longer interesting. When the audience began to lose interest in the broadcast, loud laughter suddenly rang out from the arena, causing everyone to prick up their ears. Following the gaze of the laughing Chungwan, he looked himself over, noticed nothing strange, and pulled Hyunsu closer, but he continued to laugh. Thinking that the guy had lost his mind, he asked irritably what was so funny, because it was completely inappropriate to laugh at that moment. Without stopping smiling, Berserk replied sincerely that it was funny because even his opponent frowned and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh!" With a clap of his fist, Chunwan confirmed that it was indeed funny, called his enemy a rude word, and resolutely rushed into the attack. But Hyunsu, without losing his composure, sharply raised his leg and with a precise blow hit his opponent right in the chin, forcing him to recoil. The latter cried out in surprise, looked up, and did not yet know that along with laughter, a completely different, wild instinct had awakened in Berserk. Still laughing, he apologized and said that he was just playing along a little, but now he couldn't stop laughing. While he was talking, Chunwan came to his senses and realized that he had almost lost his life, because if he had delayed a little longer, it would have been over long ago. It was good that he jumped back as soon as he saw the expression on this brat's face. Otherwise, it could have ended much worse. At some point, he felt the atmosphere change. So that's what Byung-young was talking about. Freeing his clothes from Berserk's grip, Berserk straightened up, looked confidently at his palm, and snapped his fingers, feeling a surge of strength. Standing like an opera singer on stage, he spread his arms, took a deep breath, and burst into loud, booming laughter that echoed throughout the arena. Calling the guy a crazy bastard, Chunwan asked what he was laughing at. Was it really that good just because he had fought back once? He slowly walked towards him, and Berserk calmly replied that he wouldn't understand anyway. He added that it wasn't even worth trying to understand, because the reason was simple. He was in a great mood and felt lighthearted. A lot had happened recently, and now his heart felt calm, as if all his worries had vanished without a trace. Such strange optimism and complete lack of fear unpleasantly surprised Chunwan, and he snorted irritably. He said that he didn't know what kind of nonsense his opponent was talking about, and that he was talking to himself, perhaps because he was going through puberty. But at the same time, Chunwan was 100% sure that no matter what happened here, victory would still be his. Berserk calmly replied that perhaps a month ago, or even during the placement exam, his opponent could have defeated him. Chunwan smiled and asked if the guy really thought he had no chance now, trying to understand what exactly had changed. He heard a confident answer that of course not. Let him try again if he considers himself such an invincible fighter. However, the bully was too cocky and announced that he wasn't even going to try, that this was a real fight and not some kind of trial exam. He ran up and attacked from behind, but at that moment, Hyunsu was already standing sideways to the line of attack, ready to respond. He spun around and threw a powerful punch, hitting the bully right in the jaw, putting all the tension of the past few seconds into the blow. Throwing his head back, Chunwan began to fall, but in order not to lose his balance, he turned around and took a few unsteady steps back. He couldn't believe that this jerk had almost knocked him off his feet. He even had to sit down so as not to collapse onto the arena floor. But what struck him was that this was not a counterattack. The bastard had stepped forward and attacked first, as if they had switched roles. In a fit of rage, Chunwan tried to get up to teach the insolent man a lesson, but immediately received a crushing kick right in the face. Berserk was already in the air, having made a sharp forward somersault and curled up into a ball, preparing to crash down on his opponent from above. He could have landed right on top of his still lying opponent, but a split-second reaction saved the bully. He managed to push off with his foot and sharply shifted to the side, miraculously avoiding a dangerous collision. Getting up from the floor, Chunwan looked on in amazement as his opponent landed deftly without even staggering, as if the somersault had been part of the plan. Berserk flashed his eyes defiantly and asked what the hooligan was staring at, as if he no longer wanted to try. Without saying a word, the hooligan turned sharply and ran away, fleeing from imminent defeat. Now the roles were reversed, and the former victim chased the pursued, catching up with him in seconds and attacking with unexpected speed. Dodging the counterattack to the left, Berserk swung his leg lightning fast, aiming for the torso. The blow landed in the solar plexus. The opponent bent over and exhaled hoarsely, and the spectators, revived, began to shout. A burst of applause rang out, and the masked people shouted enthusiastically that they had been waiting for this and were finally having fun. Orca commented that the situation had now reversed, with Na Chin-ong fighting back, and Berserk giving way to him all the time. Watching the fight, Lee Hyuk understood that his students' offensive actions made a lot of sense. Previously, it was believed that his talent was based solely on counterattacks, but any defense can be broken at some point. However, if you attack with such abilities, the situation changes completely. This is not a situation where you counterattack in response to an enemy's attack, but one where you attack first to prevent the enemy from attacking. Finding it strange that Berserk did not do so last time, Han Dong-hoon said that it was now obvious that the player was dangerous. Very dangerous indeed. The master of the Wolf Clan thought that another side of the boy he had seen for the first time had manifested itself. Arguing mentally with Lee Hyuk, he decided that it was problematic to deal with such students. After which, he silently turned and left. Forced to switch to defense, Chunwon was boiling with rage, not understanding how the situation had turned so sharply against him. After all, until recently, he had been fighting and winning confidently. So why had Berserk suddenly become so unstoppable? The next kick was so fast that the player, who had lost the initiative, did not even have time to block it. Cursing in frustration, he fell headfirst, managing to put his hands out to prevent his face from hitting the stone floor. But as soon as he turned his head, a foot came down on his face, and a short, hoarse sound escaped from his throat. Berserk said that he had some so-called grateful feelings for the fallen man, because it was because of him that he had found his second self. Although his first part, of course, wanted more to simply crush the scoundrel and wipe him off the face of the earth. Breathing heavily and cursing, he demanded that the foot be removed and that the showing off stop, trying to preserve what remained of his dignity. Still hoping to turn the fight in his favor, the hooligan began to threaten that he would tell everyone who Berserk really was. Then he added that his friend would also be in trouble if he didn't shut up, and chuckled nastily, making it clear that he was serious. Trying to hit a sore spot, Hyunsu Chungwon said that Donghyun wasn't even involved in any of this, so surely he felt sorry for him. Hyunsu thought for a moment, and then took his foot off the fallen man's face, and the man triumphantly ordered the brat to know his place. However, he would have been better off not saying those words, because after a moment's hesitation, the attacker couldn't hold back, and stomped on his opponent's face again. Exhaling hoarsely, Chunwon rudely cursed his opponent, but the latter said that it didn't matter, because the outcome had already been decided. He reminded him of Black Mamba, and the higher clans that had been targeting him all along, and trying to get rid of him. He mentioned his former self, who had been foolishly hiding since leaving the gaming world, and the defeated enemy, who had awakened his anger for the first time. And now it would all end only when he destroyed his enemies, he said, stomping on the defeated man's face once more. Winking, Hyunsu smiled and called the defeated man a loser, wishing him well. Still hoping for something, Chunwon no longer cursed, but only asked to wait. But Berserk, without hesitation, delivered the final blow. The guests on the air began to murmur, and Orca began to raise the scoreboard to announce the results of the tense match. The loser's photo was crossed out with red lines, and the host solemnly announced that the game was over. He then added that the fog had begun to dissipate, and as expected, the outcome of the battle was completely in line with the bets that had been placed. Exchanging impressions, the guests acknowledged that they had not seen such a spectacular and vivid battle in the arena for a long time. Orca commented that there had been a crisis situation in the middle, but in the end, Berserk from the Kanbuk district had won his first victory in the F rank. Hyunsu quietly said that it had been a long time since One Frame, that he had to pretend to be nice again. After the fight, he slowly climbed the stairs, each step echoing hollowly in the empty concrete passageway. Before entering the gym, the guy stopped and took a deep breath, as if gathering his courage before an important conversation. Pushing the right door open, he apologized incoherently, quietly closed the door behind him, took off his shoes, and stepped inside uncertainly. Seeing the master of the underdog clan, Hyunsu addressed him by name and apologized again, stammering. But Lee Hyuk remained silent, sitting on a chair like a rider on a horse, sideways to the entrance, staring at his phone and showing no sign of reaction. Then the schoolboy asked why he had been called, and the master glanced at his people and pointed to the chair in front of him, telling him to sit there. Slouching, the boy timidly walked over and sat down, but Lee Hyuk continued to stare silently at his phone screen. Lowering his head, Hyunsu apologized again, and only then did the master look up from his phone and look at him. Trying to curl up into a ball, the boy confessed that he had broken his promise and gone into battle, but that it would never happen again. Propping his head up with his hand, Lee Hyuk exhaled heavily and, after a short pause, slowly continued the conversation. The mentor asked if it was fun for him to pretend and act like someone he wasn't. Then, calling his student by name, he looked at him intently, and the boy raised his head and smiled, saying that it meant the master knew everything. Lee Hyuk stood up, turned the chair around, sat down again, and confirmed that he knew, and that was why he had invited him to join the team. Continuing to smile, Hyunsu cautiously remarked that it seemed the master had heard about him elsewhere as well. Nodding, Lee Hyuk explained that he knew about his character and that he had always been like that, but he had skillfully hidden it behind a mask of calmness. The student did not deny it and admitted that he had indeed hidden his past, trying not to arouse suspicion and unnecessary questions. He had to pretend to be reserved in order to live among the other players without any problems, but he could not change his pride and thirst for victory. He tried to control himself, as advised by the coach who knew the truth, but the guy didn't have time to finish. At this point, Lee Hyuk interrupted his people, saying that he was more interested in the guy's current state and what he had become than in his past. Would Berserk remain the same person he was at the beginning? Or would he only return to his old self occasionally? After a pause, Hyunsoo admitted that he had changed for the worse after Malfi's failure, which was due to a strong emotional shock. He began to deny his true nature, believing that he could simply hide it and live like a normal person. But it turned out that he couldn't. The current him, who emerged from the depths of his soul after the fight, wants to enjoy victory no matter what. Then, Lee Hyuk clarified that now, he will always be like this, not trying to hide behind a mask. Tilting his head slightly, the protege looked Underdog in the eyes and replied frankly that of course. Suddenly, the front door slammed open and an agitated Irin burst into the room. Seeing Hyunsoo, she froze, struck by his appearance. Holding the door open, she sternly asked what had happened and why he had broken the rules. But after calming down a little, she irritably called him a fool. Was he so offended that he decided to break the rules? Jumping up to him, the girl immediately started scolding him, and he tried to cover himself with his hands, but Lee Hyuk declared that they had already finished their conversation. Irin demanded an explanation anyway, and Hyunsoo told her everything, without hesitation. After listening, she grimly remarked that the bastard Na Chun-wan was a scumbag, even before he got his rank, wreaking havoc wherever he went. Saying that it was all over now, Lee Hyuk added that it was now important to decide how to proceed so as not to repeat the mistakes. He ordered that Hyunsoo also join the general training program, starting with the next training session. Then, moving her teammate's chair, Irin thought it was a good idea, and he agreed. Knowing that the conversation had been interrupted, the student exchanged glances with the master, hinting that he would talk to him about the future later. Lee Hyuk nodded a couple of times, confirming that he understood everything, and that it was better not to let the others in on the secret of Hyunsoo's character. However, he was interested in how the other side would behave now, because Berserk's fight certainly did not go unnoticed. As expected, the Pondok caused alarm among the Colosseum leadership, and soon, the masters gathered for an extraordinary discussion. In the corridor of Yoon Tae-won's residence, the players waited for their leaders, and a member of Black Mamba said that Orca had not come again today. One of the members of the Wolf Clan smiled, and said that Orca seemed to be preoccupied with his thoughts, and was in no hurry to share them. Without waiting for the fourth master, Yoon Tae-won cracked a nut in his fist and said that they would start without him because time was of the essence. First, he asked the other participants in the meeting to express their opinions on the situation. Han Dong-hoon felt that they had missed their chance and that it was now too late to intervene. Ha Ye-jin reminded him that this was precisely why she had spoken about the need to catch Berserker. Dong-hoon suggested that the loser, Na Chun-ong, probably knew him, but the girl thought it unlikely that he would tell them just like that. She believed that they now had problems not only with Berserker, but also with the other three people, who were not so simple either. Even if these three were to fight the strongest players from rank B, it would not be difficult for them, as they were already that strong. Ye-jin then handed Dong-hoon a folder with their files, noting that Lee Hyuk had assembled a truly high-level team. After reviewing it, he was surprised that the master had found them, because he knew about the need to fight the clan leaders who controlled the Colosseum. He smiled and noted that, apparently, Irin would also participate, after which he asked Tae-won what they would do. Yoon Tae-won was the master of the Scorpion clan, which controlled the Gangnam area, and he decided that even if they rose, they would fall anyway. He said this with the confidence of someone who had already faced similar situations and knew how to knock down those who climbed to the top. Ye-jin noted that they needed to think about how to deal with them, otherwise, the consequences could be serious. But Dong-hoon believed that it was not necessary to do exactly as they suggested. Among the four, he recognized Yu Min-sung, an old acquaintance, and said that he would like to meet with him personally and talk. Staring thoughtfully at the floor, Taiwan said that Lee Hyuk was not the type to give up, which made him especially dangerous. He remembered Ye-jin's fierce battle with this master long ago. At that time, he told them directly that if they wanted to end up in hell again, he would help them, and his words stuck firmly in their memory. Neither opponent flinched then, and pushing the memories away, Tavan said that now, everything was going the same way as that time. Meanwhile, at the high school where Hyunsoo studied, the students were being dismissed for summer vacation. The teacher wished the students a good time and reminded them to be careful so that no one would get hurt. Hearing the joyful news, the students jumped up from their seats, shouted with delight, and even began to dance. One student suggested going to the computer club because she was tired of Reaple, but her friend advised her to go to Reaple and play Raid instead. A classmate objected, saying that he had to watch Fafa TV today, and then his friend asked how much money he had bet. Laughing, the player said that if he won, he would buy them food, but his neighbor suggested that he would most likely lose everything. Everyone went their separate ways, but Hyunsoo stayed at the school gate because he had an important date there. Suddenly, instead of hello, he heard Buenos dias behind him and turned around in surprise. A girl greeted him, raising her hand in a gesture of victory. She noticed that her colleague had completely relaxed, probably because of the holidays. Lifting her visor, John Yori looked over her glasses and complimented him on being taller in real life than he appeared in the game. Embarrassed, he lowered his gaze and explained that he deliberately did not update his game avatar. Of course, there was a penalty for this, but it was not easy to recognize them in real life. Hyunsoo asked why she was dressed so warmly, and Yuri smiled and asked if he knew how famous they were now. After all, if he was seen with her, his identity would instantly become known to all their fans. And this would happen because the Underdog clan had such active and talented players. Not counting Irene, who had advanced earlier, all three had already reached rank D. Putting her hand on his shoulder, Yuri said she was really glad to see him like this. Hyunsoo asked if she knew everything. The girl replied that she had recognized him from the very first meeting, so there was no need to hide it. And if you think about it, it's been 3 months since they joined Fafa TV. Despite opposition from the big clans, Yuri and Minsong, under the guidance of Lee Hyuk, worked on their weaknesses and instantly reached rank D. According to their training mentor, Hyunsu was different from the others, and he changed after his fight with Na Chun-won. Therefore, the master suggested that he simply repeat everything after him, so they conducted individual training sessions. And Hyunsu, as usual, used his knowledge of the maps during the fight, hiding his advanced skills. So, following the other members of his team, he also easily achieved rank D. All this time, Irin was just waiting for her moment, as she had no rivals. Finally, the day of the battle for rank D arrived, and the broadcast began with a greeting to the ladies and gentlemen. The host announced that she, who was not a master, would be hosting the broadcast and that a big match was coming up. Then, the girl introduced the players. First, they showed a player from Gangbu, Park In-woo, from the Black Mamba clan, who commanded respect with his appearance alone. Surprised that he was from Black Mamba, Hyojin laughed and said that it was cool, then added that if he won, he would become the best. The player who challenged such a strong opponent was a female fighter who was appearing for the first time since her fight at the beginning of the semester. She was Irin from the Underdog clan, and it was clear to everyone that she was in for a tough fight. Lee Hyuk, who was present in the stands, added that it had been so many long months since her last fight. He asked the student anxiously if she would be all right, worrying about her condition. In response, the girl hit her shoulder with the pad on her arm, showing that she was ready to fight. She looked back and said with cold confidence that he should just believe in her. Holding a portable game console in his hand, Lee Hyuk continued to watch what was happening in the Coliseum arena. But when his players arrived at the gym, he said briefly, without greeting them, that they were already gathered. Minson asked about the situation, and the coach replied that it wasn't too good, since Irene was entering the fight after a long period of forced inactivity. There was another reason for concern. It wouldn't matter if her opponent was just some random guy. He was from Black Mamba. What's more, he was a former B-rank player, and Minson didn't understand how that was possible. Thinking about it, Hyunsu remembered that this also happens in regular games. He suggested that it could be abuse, when someone deliberately loses in order to gain an unfair advantage. Lee Hyuk looked at him questioningly, because everyone knew that until you reached rank D, you could only fight players from your own area. Minsong suggested that they had probably hired a monster who, 2 months ago, was still in the ranks of A and B. Frowning, he asked if that was really the case. Would Irin be able to win? Saying that he didn't blame Irin for this, he asked if their so-called plan would be postponed because of the rank. But Lee Hyuk thought that everything was fine, that Irin could be trusted, and that he would make sure that nothing interfered with their plans, so there was no need to worry. Patting Minson on the shoulder, the mentor reminded him that the first thing they needed to do today was to go somewhere. Thinking about it, the student closed his eyes and replied that he agreed, suggesting that they talk more after the business was done. Saying that he was leaving, he left the gym and walked down the street. Yuri guessed that today was probably the day Minson visited his friend in the hospital, and Hyunsu confirmed that it was Wednesday. Watching his student leave, Lee Hyuk said that he had sent him away for more than just that reason. The boy had said he might not go, but the master had convinced him to go anyway. The remaining team members asked their mentor why he had made this decision and why he had sent the student. Turning around, the mentor reminded them that Minson was targeting Han Dong-hoon from Kongso, and that to catch a wolf, you need a well-thought-out bait. The player's friend was lying in a hospital bed with an oxygen mask on his face. After a long-ago incident, he had never recovered from his injuries. Next to him, a man in a colorful hoodie sat on a stool, waiting for Minson. He thoughtfully crossed his fingers and rested his elbows on his knees. As he walked down the hospital corridor, he worried about the outcome of Irin's fight. Even though the master had said that his student should win, if she won, he could target Han Dong-hoon as a member of the official clan, but doubts plagued him. And before entering, the guy suddenly wondered if the enemy had a reason to accept their battle, if he would rise to rank A again. But then he immediately thought that now he had no choice but to believe Lee Hyuk's words and move forward without deviating from the plan. Having made this decision, Minsong opened the door and immediately saw a visitor sitting motionless by the patient's bed. Although there was nothing suspicious on the way to the hospital and the ward, the player felt uneasy and first made sure that the stranger was alone. Remaining seated, the stranger turned his head toward the newcomer. He was wearing a helmet with a dark mask that completely concealed his face. Realizing his own carelessness, Minson asked directly whether the stranger was from the Alliance or from Fafa TV, and where exactly he was from. He thought to himself that, now that his face had become known, he could no longer be completely safe. The man in the sinister mask replied frankly that he was from both places, as he belonged to both organizations. Giving his interlocutor a nasty look, Minson said that he was facing an enemy who had done this to his friend, and that it was not enough for him. The player added that, on the one hand, he didn't want to make a fuss in the ward so as not to disturb the patient. On the other hand, it was better to attack this enemy himself and deal with him before he attacked first. Throwing himself at the stranger, Minson swung his fist, but the stranger grabbed his wrist, stopping the attack at the very beginning. Surprised, the guy thought, what is going on? Because the visitor not only managed to block his blow, but also managed to grab his other hand. Then it was unclear why he allowed himself to be attacked so easily. The stranger said that he personally rejected such dichotomous thinking, which divided people into friends and enemies. However, if you think about it, it was now more logical to believe that they were both on the same side. Although Minson certainly did not believe this. Calling the attack revenge for his friend Hessen, who was lying in a hospital bed, the stranger asked if he wanted to give up because of such insignificant feelings. Continuing to struggle, the underdog clan member ordered his opponent to shut up, calling him a rude word. And suddenly he remembered how Hassan talked about his desire to become a Fafa TV player, calling it fighting content released for Reapel a few years ago. He heard that they pay well there. Minson wondered if it was legal, and whether it was worth giving in to such temptations. After advising him to think carefully, he warned that later, when his friend became a professional, his past could become a serious obstacle. Hee-sung objected, admitting that this was impossible given the difficult situation in his family. After all, his mother was unable to support him on her own, and wrestling did not bring in much money. However, Minson believed that his interlocutor had talent and that if he improved a little more, but Hassan interrupted him, saying that he was satisfied with what he had and decided that his dream ended there. But since then, he has been in the hospital. When he was brought here, the doctors assumed that he had most likely been involved in a group street fight. When asked about his condition, they said it was critical, so an unexpected disaster had struck. This was enough to anger Minson, and he decided to deal with the culprits without giving them a chance to escape responsibility. One of them, puzzled as to why the guy was beating them up, knowing full well who they were, swore at him. Trying to stop him, the hooligan demanded an explanation, but the enraged brawler advised him to watch his words. When the last member of the gang was left standing, Minson pinned him against the wall, demanding an explanation for what he had done to Yoo Hae-song. The hooligan said that he had been ordered to take out a dangerous guy, but they didn't know any details. They had simply done as they were told, worrying about their own safety. The beaten thug named the person who had ordered the hit. He had been ordered by Han Dong-hoon from Kangso, who was the master of the Wolf Clan on Fafa TV. Pushing aside his memories, Minson calmed down and, after uttering a curse, stopped fighting, at which point the stranger released his hands. Delighted that his interlocutor finally wanted to talk, the player underdog stated that he had only set his priorities. He asked if the man in the mask would help him take revenge, and offered to tell him in more detail how he was going to do it. Turning away, the mysterious visitor stated that it was very simple. Han Dong-hoon needed to be beaten up thoroughly. But before proceeding with revenge, it was necessary to study the character of the opponent, because, as in the case of the attack on Hassan, this master did not like to get his hands dirty. Therefore, he had very little experience in official fights, so there was not enough information about him to be completely confident of victory. But Min-song didn't care how strong his opponent was. He declared that he would fight with the intention of winning at any cost. If there was a problem, it would be that even if he became an official member of the clan, the enemy would not want to accept his challenge. However, his interlocutor told him not to worry about it because he just needed to fight. But Min-song believed that it was easy to say. The stranger repeated that he needed to know what kind of person Han Dong-hoon was, that he was in his position not because he wanted to show off his strength, and it wasn't because of his fighting abilities. He handed Minson his phone and suggested that he see for himself. He continued that if a person with a petty nature behaved very greedily, he would eventually go too far and break down. Looking at the phone, Han Dong-hoon was shocked by what Han Dong-hoon was doing, and it shook him to the core. His interlocutor considered it suitable bait for such a bastard, and Min-soo agreed with him, assuring him that his ally had now convinced him. With that settled, the only thing left to worry about was Irene, because she could be the main risk in this whole story. The stranger was surprised, not understanding why she was being mentioned, and Minson explained that her opponent was a former A-rank player. The well-wisher couldn't help here, because no one had actually seen how this girl fought and how dangerous she was. Her avatar, with blue hair pulled back in a ponytail, an eye patch, and a mask with a grimace, looked truly menacing. Yejong associated this image with a ruthless executioner, and she grimaced wearily, as if from a nagging toothache. The duel was not going at all as she would have liked. The player from her clan had been knocked off his feet and was on all fours, barely holding on after a powerful blow. And Irin stood silently above him, her face emotionless, cold, and mechanical, like a combat robot. Yejin couldn't believe her eyes, but everything that was happening clearly showed that Lee Hyuk had indeed raised a second monster. When Park In-woon rushed forward, attacking with a series of blows, the girl calmly and deftly dodged each one, as if she could predict his movements. But then, the warrior noticed large drops of sweat falling from her opponent, and his foot slumping to the ground with a squelch. At that moment, he opened his head on the right, and she immediately seized the moment, kicking straight at his vulnerable spot. Watching her fight on the screen, Hyunsoo remembered how she had appeared when they first met, and how cold and precise she had been then. These were movements unique to her. Avoiding attacks, she deliberately led her opponent where she wanted, as if she were playing with him. As soon as he made a mistake, she attacked with incredible speed, striking almost without a swing. Angered by the kick, Park In-woon cursed his opponent and rushed at her with clenched fists, losing his composure. But Irin quickly crouched down, bending her legs and keeping her balance with her hands, preparing for a counterattack. Then, like a compressed spring, she straightened up sharply, throwing her legs straight into his solar plexus. The air rushed out of Park In-woon's chest. He coughed hoarsely and fell, throwing his legs up high as if he had lost control of his body. But he still got up, feeling his rage and mentally threatening revenge, because he intended to get back into position and gradually defeat her. However, his plans were not destined to come true, because in the next moment, Irene's leg flew into his face again. Hyunsoo watched her movements closely and realized that this blow was the final one, and the outcome of the fight was already decided. The man did not have time to block, dodge, or even take a stance. She simply finished him off with one blow. It seemed as if she was telling Berserk to watch and learn, demonstrating combat as a perfect art form. At least, that's how the guy felt, and he mentally thanked his colleague for the opportunity to see such technique. According to Yuri, Irin mainly used kicks, which seemed surprising, although they cause a lot of problems and are difficult to use in combat. But Lee Hyuk considered the student to be special, with a high level of balance formed by excellent flexibility and a slender body. With her leg strength, agility, and prudence, this position in combat was considered the best and most effective for her. Hyunsu exclaimed admiringly that she was also something of a true martial arts genius. After a short pause, he hinted to the master to tell him about the significance of her victory for the common cause. Looking into his student's eyes, Lee Hyuk said he could begin. Minson's meeting with the mysterious stranger at the hospital ended with them deciding to deal with Han Dong-hoon first. At that time, the man in question was at Ho Jimin's, the former head of the National Alliance, with a report on the work done. The host was very pleased because the deal had once again brought tangible benefits, and he gladly praised his partner. Therefore, he confidently asserted that his cooperation with the guest was not a coincidence, but the will of God himself. Han Dong-hoon smiled in response and agreed, adding that all of this was, in essence, also a profitable business. However, Ho Jimin was concerned about whether his interlocutor had been caught, to which he replied that God had spared them, because only the administration in their clan knew about it. The truth is that those guys also know the essence of the matter, but fortunately, they are not interested in what is happening, and no one will interfere. The owner of the office noted that since then, they have all been pursuing different goals. Ha Yujin was happy to help Yoon Tae-won, while Orca showed no interest in the Coliseum from the very beginning. But isn't Yoon Tae-won pursuing a dream that has recently become useless, turning it into a slogan in order to become stronger? Jimin said that only Dong-hoon could have come up with and implemented such a way of making money as abusing through defeat and offer it to him. But he asked if it wasn't for the sake of preparing for this case that they abandoned Lee Hyuk and entered into an alliance with which they had previously been hostile. Laughing, Jimin said that it was the best choice and that he liked to see how the alliance was now. Although, according to rumors, that bastard Lee Hyuk had started to take action. When asked if he was sure that he was covering his tracks well, Dong-hoon admitted that there wasn't really anything to cover up. Even if the Snake Clan was at the highest rank, they weren't going to fight them and wanted to block their access to challenging other clan masters to a fight. Jimin liked that his partner had thought everything through in advance. The others would probably watch them fight each other. He was glad he had entrusted this to Dan-hong, but suddenly remembered that he had not told him about one important detail of their plan. His partner suggested pushing the guy up, but he himself would have to put in a little more effort. After all, his colleague was only a high school student at this point. But who knows? Maybe this was just the first step to his real success. Perhaps after graduation, he would become the chairman of Fafa TV and turn into an important figure in the company. Stunned by this possibility, Dan-ho bowed low and assured his patron that he would do his best and work hard. He thought that everything was going well. The other chairmen were satisfied, his reputation was growing, and he was succeeding everywhere. Now, for the rest of his time, all he had to do was finish these tedious role-playing games at Fafa TV and focus on more serious matters. Then, he would become a person of a completely different level compared to those three whom he considered stupid and unworthy partners. And then he would also begin to hear the honorable title of chairman addressed to him, as he had long desired. Lost in his dreams, he did not notice a player from his clan approaching him and informing him that an unknown person had asked him to deliver a package to the master. Surprised that someone still wrote paper letters in their time, he smiled and called the author a real idiot. But when he opened the envelope and began to read, he turned pale and began to break out in a cold sweat. He immediately looked in the direction from which the letter had been brought, hoping to see the messenger, but there was no one there. The courier couldn't have gone far, so Dan-hong looked in the other direction, but there were no random passersby there either. Then he asked if anyone had read the letter, and was told that no, they had just received it and hadn't had time to check it yet. But noticing the master's distorted face, one of the players asked anxiously what was wrong with him. Soon, the system registered an attempt to log into the Coliseum game. The code was confirmed, and the participant received a welcome message. The loading of his avatar began. First, his legs appeared, followed by his torso and arms. As if someone were assembling a body, the head appeared last, starting with the chin and mouth, contorted in a grimace of rage and pain. In virtual reality, Han Dong-hoon, with burning eyes and a twisted mouth, resembled a raging beast. Angrily shouting curses, he wanted to see the one who dared to summon him here as soon as possible, but that person stood with his back turned to him. Roughly cursing, the master of the Wolf Clan tried to find out who this insolent person was who had decided to send him that ill-fated letter. Without turning around, the stranger in the colorful hoodie said that Dong-hong had chopped too much wood and now would not be able to get out of it if the world found out about it. Then he asked if he had been sucking too much from the honey barrel during this time, and where he would be if everyone found out, and even the chairman suffered damage. Enraged, Han Dong-hoon shouted, calling the stranger a bastard, and demanded an immediate explanation of how he found out. Then the stranger took off his mask, and the clan leader seemed to recognize him as one of the people whose files he had seen at the Fafa TV Alliance meeting. Minson calmly suggested ending the conversation, adding that with him, Dong-hoon's dreams of success could also come to an end. It was their first face-to-face meeting, but Master Wolf tried again to find out how the guy had found out everything. Suddenly, a dialogue box popped up in front of him with buttons to accept or decline the fight. The initiator of the conversation said that his interlocutor was busy today and did not know that after Irene joined, their clan became official. Then he demanded to accept the fight. And Han Dong-hoon understood why this strange dialogue box appeared in front of him. But did the opponent really believe that threats alone would force him to agree to this duel? Who would believe a member of a small, unknown clan? Dong-hoon was sure that he himself would be able to take care of such nonsense and hush it up. He thought that since there was nothing he could do here, he would first have to log out of the game and then deal with the insolent man separately and without witnesses. He also wanted to find out who leaked the information and teach them a lesson. Smiling, Minson said that Donghung was still thinking clearly, then maybe he should help him make up his mind. With these words, he raised his hand, snapped his fingers, and the game interface immediately came to life. The Coliseum game splash screen appeared on the screen, followed by the typical greeting to the audience, who, according to the host, had been waiting so long for this event. The host, named Orca, cheerfully began to introduce the participants of the upcoming spectacular battle. First, he announced the player who held the position of master in one of the 4 strongest clans of the Coliseum, Han Dong-hoon, master of the Wolf Clan, who ruled the Konso district and was famous for his tough style, entered the arena. As usual, the bright splash screen was replaced by a riot of colors, and the host, wearing a mask that covered his entire face, gestured actively, stirring up the audience's interest. They showed the space where the battle would take place, with a rather narrow red and blue path between 2 walls. The screen showed the audience counter, the numbers on it rapidly increasing. Orca eagerly suggested that everyone make profitable bets today. When asked why there were so many spectators, the host replied that it was natural, since Han Dong-hoon himself had entered the arena. Hearing the fighter's name, Hyojin asked in surprise, and a member of her clan confirmed that he had entered the fight without warning. The leader of Black Mamba frowned anxiously and immediately asked aloud what had caused such an action. In the stands, the spectators talked among themselves, wondering why the competition had started so strangely and why Dong-hoon had not announced it in advance. When Ho Ji-min turned on the broadcast, he was also surprised to see that his partner's unexpected action frankly disappointed him. Cursing silently, Han Dong-hoon considered what was happening to be a complete mess, as he was sure that such a situation was impossible. Glancing at the spectators and noticing VIPs among them, he realized that the situation was hopeless, because leaving would mean losing face. It was now obvious that Yu Min-song had carefully prepared everything in advance, calculating that Dong-hoon would not be able to escape. A dialogue box flashed on the screen with the question of whether he would accept the challenge for the rank, and his opponent asked what his decision would be. His opponent calmly added that Dong-hoon could press the cancel button if he did not want to participate, because no one was forcing him. Faced with a difficult choice, the master of the Wolf Clan thought that this guy was just mocking him, testing his patience. He understood that both refusal and defeat would lead to disaster, because either outcome would damage his reputation and authority. Moreover, if rumors of staged defeats surfaced, the public would cause a real scandal and begin to boil with indignation. And if VIPs suffered losses because of this, it would be the end of his career, and he would have no chance to redeem himself. Time was passing, the delay was dragging on, and it could be perceived as cowardice, so he gathered his courage and agreed to the fight. His opponent stood motionless and stared at him so piercingly that an unpleasant chill ran down Han Dong-hoon's spine. Then Han Dong-hoon cursed silently and said decisively that they would go all the way, because there was nowhere to retreat. At that moment, the gym door opened and Yuri looked in that direction and announced that Irin had arrived. Turning around, Hyunsu said approvingly that she had done an excellent job and had arrived just in time. Without holding the door, the girl quickly took off her shoes and asked if everything had started right after her fight and if Min-song was rushing too much. Her colleagues didn't dare to approach Lee Hyuk, so the girl asked if the map had been determined. The master said it was the Valley of Tears, with a system of straight lines. This map had a low level of difficulty, with very simple rules. The one who loses to their opponent in strength until the end, loses. If you touch any of the walls on either side of the path, your opponent's health points decrease, and when they reach 0, they are considered defeated. Touching the walls with skulls on the narrow sides of the battlefield meant defeat in the duel. Yuri was surprised by the choice of card, and asked why not the Colosseum, and Arin explained that there, a draw is declared when the time limit is exceeded. Here, there is a special system for capturing territory, which is used to determine the winner. When an opponent is forced out by force, the area of his possessions decreases, and the one who loses it is considered the loser. This map resembled the Colosseum, but was designed for close combat, and Minson hoped to win if there were no surprises. Lee Hyuk admitted that he was against this choice, but apparently Minson insisted, and ended up choosing this map. However, Irin believed that any suitable map would be a challenge for both fighters, as they had equal chances of success. Hyunsu was surprised why they were talking as if they had known Han Dong-hoon for a long time, and looked questioningly at Lee Hyuk, waiting for an answer. In addition, their plan to destroy Fafa TV seemed suspicious to him, as it was unclear how they were connected to each other. In the arena, Min-song turned to his opponent and asked if he considered the chosen map suitable for a fair fight. He added that no one could escape this arena, and that this was where they would finally settle everything between them. This statement stunned Han Dong-hoon, but his confusion did not last long. He quickly pulled himself together and accepted the challenge. Cursing, he said that whoever had told Lee Hyuk his secret had apparently not told him anything about Master Wolf himself. It became completely obvious to him that his opponent had not seen the heyday of his powers either. Leaning over his bent knees, the master touched his thigh with his hand and seemed to change the air around him, and Hyunsu felt the tension. The blonde's eyes lit up with a mad fire, but Min-song did not flinch. Veins appeared at his temples, and his gaze became cold as steel. Suddenly, Han Dong-hoon said that if his opponent did not want to die, he should try to stop him. His voice sounded like a challenge. Pushing off like a runner at the starting line, the blonde man darted forward, rapidly closing the distance to the one standing in his way. Minsong took a stance, bending his arms at the elbows and tensing his legs, frozen in place, ready for the first blow. When his opponent approached, he struck him straight in the chest, but his fist met a strong block, and a dull sound echoed throughout the arena. Although his forearms covered his chest, the force of the blow was tremendous, and Minson exhaled sharply, feeling pain pierce his body. Seeing this on the screen, Hyunsu couldn't believe his eyes. Han Dong-hoon attacked like a beast, while Minson stood his ground, holding back the onslaught of monstrous force. There was a sudden jerk, a sharp cry, a slap, and a heavy fist like a sledgehammer swiftly and sharply pierced the body, causing the opponent to gasp. During a conversation in Yoo Hae-sun's room, the stranger said that he first needed to step away and deliver a paper envelope with an important letter. According to him, upon seeing this letter, Han Dong-hoon would immediately start looking for Myungsong, unable to contain his interests. He replied that then he would probably need to create an arena and prepare a surprise, and his interlocutor praised him for his quick wit. The stranger exclaimed enthusiastically that this would corner the scoundrel and force him to fight in front of the public, a fight he would lose. Before the main course was served, this show would be the best appetizer. Wouldn't it be interesting to watch such a spectacle? Then he mentioned that he had already picked out several suitable cards. The options were convenient and strategically thought out. He assured that he had found the best ones, which were easy to play and win with, even in the most difficult conditions. Apologizing, Minsong firmly said that he had already chosen the card he planned to fight with. The stranger clarified that if he was referring to the map that Lee Chuk had advised against, then this was not a battle that could be started based on feelings. This was the moment when they would fulfill the promises they had made to each other, and it was important to note that they were agreeing to a fight knowing how important it was. Minson replied that he understood everything, but the words of his interlocutor and Lee Hyuk sounded as if they simply doubted him. Their words, which betrayed their distrust, seemed to imply that if he chose this card, he would lose, which only angered Minson, forcing him to refuse. The stranger snorted and said that if he was so sure, there was no point in arguing, but he would probably regret it greatly. And now, the block did not help him stay on his feet. Han Dong-hoon towered over his victim like a vulture, directing his strength from his shoulders into his outstretched arms. Spurred on by his cry, the energy rushed forward, roiling like a mountain river rushing along its course. His hand turned into a weapon. He raised it and slammed his forearm with all his might onto his defending opponent. Since his hands were covering his face, the next blow landed right on them, and a heavy groan was heard. Cursing silently, Minson couldn't understand why this bastard's fist was so heavy, as if forged from steel. He needed to seize the initiative, but first, he had to free himself from the grip and regain control of the fight. Straddling his challenger, Han Dong-hoon did not rush, but straightened his arm, gathering strength for a new, decisive blow. Seeing this, Minson realized that the moment had come, and that if he did not strike now, there might not be a second chance. Leaning forward, the Wolf Clan master lowered his face, and therefore did not notice the start of the counterattack. As soon as he began to rise, Minson's fist soared upward and struck swiftly at his exposed torso. This came as a surprise to Han Dong-hoon, and the pain and shock caused him to lose his concentration and relax for a moment. He was thrown back and began to fall to the side, while Minson took advantage of the moment to free himself from the hold. As he got up, he spurred himself on to quickly take up a fighting stance and deliver a proper counterattack. However, as he jumped forward, he was struck by the agility of his opponent, who had also managed to get up from an awkward position. Realizing that he would not have time to block the blow completely, Han Dong-hoon threw himself at his opponent like a soccer player and leaned forward to increase the force of his strike. After the collision, he grabbed Manson's back tightly with his hands, and Manson assumed that Han was attempting to grab him again, but instead, the Wolf Clan master flipped his opponent upside down with his back bent and threw him down with force, as if thunder had struck the ground. He broke away from him and, landing, watched as his challenger crashed heavily to the floor. After the fall, he instantly rolled over and froze in a deep squat, like a sprinter ready to break into an attack. His bared teeth showed rage and a desire to continue the fight, and his eyes showed an unquenchable determination to win. Bending his arm at the elbow, Han Dong-hoon prepared to attack and leaped swiftly at his enemy, who had just gotten up. The enemy cursed silently, grimacing in pain from the incredibly powerful blows. But despite the pain and fatigue, seeing his enemy rush to attack, he managed to raise his block again. However, Han Dong-hoon did not stop. Pushing his opponent away, he approached relentlessly. But instead of a direct blow, he made a deep lunge and grabbed his opponent by the shoulder. Changing his tactics, he pushed his enemy sharply to the side and slammed him against the wall, taking advantage of the narrow space on either side of them. According to the rules of the card game, any contact with the wall was punished with a penalty of reduced health points for the fighter. A vibration ran through Minson's body, and a warning appeared on the screen that his strength had decreased by 3%. Laughing, Han Dong-hoon grabbed his enemy's wrist with one hand and pressed his head against the wall with the other. He pressed down with his whole body, like a heavy, armored tank, leaving his opponent no chance to retreat. After such a merciless tactic, Minson's health indicator dropped to 70%. Realizing what was happening, he understood that if things continued in the same vein, the fight would quickly end in his complete defeat. Deciding to resist despite the risk, he wrenched his fist out of the grip and tried to counterattack. He turned sideways to the line of attack, after which both fighters simultaneously broke away from the ground and soared into the air. Leaning forward sharply, Minson delivered a powerful punch straight to his opponent's chest. Not expecting such a response after his confident attacks, Han Dong-hoon was thrown back several meters. To make the show more spectacular, the entire trajectory of his flight was illuminated by a bright, glowing trail. The commentator remained silent, perhaps sensing a turning point in the battle, but afraid to scare off his ally. Realizing that the outcome of the fight would affect the overall plan, Hyunsoo watched the broadcast closely. Suspicious of something amiss in his partner's spontaneous fight, Ho Jimin also kept his eyes glued to the screen. Finally, Orca spoke, calling Master Han Dong-hoon's fight excellent, and noting that he was on a completely different level. In his opinion, the spectacle was so spectacular that even he lacked the words to describe it. Pausing for a breather, Minsong wiped the blood from his face, and suddenly, Master Wolf smiled sarcastically, asking if he wasn't ashamed of running away all the time. If the one Lee Hyuk had trained was only capable of this, then all he could do was express his regret. He then added that perhaps the mentor had been too hasty in sending him such an incompetent loser. Continuing to wipe the blood from his face, Minson was indignant, asking what kind of nonsense his opponent was talking about, and why was he suddenly talking about his master so contemptuously, as if he had known him personally for many years. His opponent just smiled, and repeated that the guy had no idea who he was really talking to. Now, Lee Hyuk was treated with contempt, and was the master of the worthless underdog clan, unworthy of glory. Earlier, he had trained the four of them as masters of the great clans Wolf, Scorpion, Black Mamba, and Orc. He was the one who created Colosseum, because the creator of this legendary game was also Lee Hyuk. Hearing this, Minson was surprised, and asked what all this had to do with their fight. He believed that it didn't matter if it was related to Lee Hyuk, because the meaning of the fight remained the same. His master surely knew what was going on, and was trying to fix what was wrong with the game, so that people would not get involved with such despicable types as Han Dong-hoon and suffer in vain. However, he called his opponent slow-witted, and struck his fist hard against his crossed arms. Then he smirked and said that Minsong couldn't understand a simple truth, because even though he studied under Lee Hyuk, he had no talent. After these words, he grabbed the guy by the neck and threw him away with a powerful throw, saying that he only had ordinary strength. The stunned opponent miraculously kept his balance, and, staggering, managed to stay on his feet. But as soon as he exhaled and tried to collect himself, Han Dong-hoon grabbed him by the throat. With contempt, he declared that with such strength, the guy could only play in the rankings with ordinary high school students like himself. After all, with such abilities, there was no point in dreaming of anything more, and there was no need to try to remain among the other cockroaches. Continuing to lift his opponent off the floor, Master Wolf asked if he could now feel the difference between them, but Minsong told him to shut up. He himself understood that he was ordinary, and remembered one of his old, difficult, lost fights. At the time, people said he was good when he fought, but as expected, Hessen proved to be too much for him. Although he held his own in the fight, feeling the gap between himself and true talent, he gave up on his dream. He doubted that he could overcome this difference, and therefore supported the development of the talented Hessen, content with at least that. However, Han Dong-hoon did not understand why his opponent was resisting so desperately, because right behind him was a peaceful paradise. Unexpectedly, he suggested that both of them relax, and asked if his opponent had finally understood the simple and obvious truth. Watching the fight closely, Irene noted with concern that this moment could pose a real danger. Realizing the tension of the moment, Jun Yuri and Jung Hyun-soo watched silently, without saying a word. Without taking his eyes off the monitor, Lee Hyuk bent his arms at the elbows and clasped his fingers together. His gaze was calm and focused, but the expressions on his lips and eyebrows betrayed his hidden anxiety about the outcome of the fight. Minson stubbornly resisted, refusing to give up, and in response to his enemy's words, he declared that he was simply mocking him, considering him insignificant. But how could such a pathetic person as Han Dong-hoon dare to talk about anyone's talent and significance when he himself was so pathetic? Apparently, he simply realized that with his insignificant abilities and efforts, he could only achieve this result. Does he really need money and business if he is doing it against his will and without any desire? In the end, he also felt the difference between himself and others and ran away. Could he behave like this with people like Yoon Tae-won? What could such an incompetent coward do? Doesn't he want to achieve the same position to at least satisfy his pride? This harsh speech greatly embarrassed Han Dong-hoon, and now he rudely ordered his opponent to shut up. Minsong thought that the masked stranger was right, that this bastard was truly insignificant compared to him, but he asked aloud if that wasn't the case, if that wasn't why he had crippled his friend, because he was indeed a nobody among talents. Mentally calling him an even bigger coward, Han Dong-hoon rudely called him names, and again ordered him to shut up immediately, but Minson sharply hit his hand, forcing him to pull back the hand that was squeezing his throat. In response to his swearing, he sharply swung his leg, delivering a precise and powerful blow to the head of the Wolf Clan master. Spinning on his supporting leg, he turned sideways to his opponent and rammed his shoulder into his chest. A trail of light flashed across the screens again, marking the trajectory of Han Dong-hoon's flying body. Han Dong-hoon slowed down and exhaled with a muffled groan, baring his teeth, clenched with pain and anger. Clenching the dislocated finger of his other hand in his fist, he snapped it back into place. It was Minson's third strike in this battle, and it began to radically change the course of the entire fight. Crouching like a brown bear, Han Dong-hoon took small steps toward his opponent, declaring that he had never been so angry in his life. Angrily calling his opponent a bastard who had gone too far, he gave him a scorching look. Bending down to sprint forward, Minson did not flinch, calmly waiting for him at the line separating their territories. He remembered how Lee Hyuk had spoken frankly with him, assuring him that there was nothing special about him, and he wanted to suggest, in advance, that he give up if his dream was to become the best in this difficult field. However, instead of improving his virtual gaming skills, he suggested setting a clear direction so the guy could carry out his revenge. Master Underdog explained that the guy had a tendency to get overexcited when he tried to adapt to his opponent. However, if he calmed down and fought at his own pace, he had a real chance of winning. Deciding to take Minson's advice, he closed his eyes for a moment, calmed his breathing, and prepared to attack. Then he suddenly thrust his fist toward the attacker, smashing it into his angry, contorted face. At that moment, Hessen's hand, which had been lying on top of the blanket, suddenly and almost imperceptibly moved. It seemed to him that he felt some strange and familiar energy nearby, and he opened his eyes slightly. As for Minson, everything went according to a familiar scenario. When he first started wrestling, he would block blows by gritting his teeth and patiently enduring the pain. But now, he was acting in a special way that his mentor, Lee Hyuk, had personally taught him. Choosing the right moment, he rushed into a counterattack against the Underdog clan, continuing to press the enemy without respite. Now he sarcastically asked Master Han Dong-hoon what he was doing and why he was now only running away from him. The territory that had been blue until that moment was rapidly turning a threatening red. His heart was beating wildly, pumping blood through his veins, pulsing tensely in his temples. And the attacker mentally ordered himself to move because he still felt he was capable of it. And he had never lost in this game, even when he was inferior to them in brute physical strength. Surely he wouldn't lose to this idiot who believed only in talent and not in skill. He could prove that it was possible to win through hard work. And if he gave up now, he would have no decent excuse to offer either to Hessen or to Lee Hyuk. His opponent grimaced in pain and endured, but under such relentless pressure, he was forced to retreat further and further. Minsong's breathing began to falter, but he told himself that it was too early to give up and that he had to keep going. Stunned, Han Dong-hoon was in complete confusion, knowing how many people were now watching his disgrace. But most importantly, among them was Ho Ji-min, who watched with concern as the blue rectangle shrank. Ha Yijin also watched with horror as the virtual domain of the powerful clan leader rapidly shrank. However, Han Dong-hoon felt that the blows were weakening, as if his opponent had finally run out of steam and was losing his last strength in this battle. Then he laughed and said that this idiot had used up all his strength, meaning that he had gotten too excited and was unable to properly pace himself in battle. Artistically clapping his hands, he mockingly asked his opponent what he should do with him since he himself was still as fresh as a cucumber. He rudely called Minson a name and contemptuously declared that it was all over for him in this game. But Minson thought that all was not yet lost. With one step left, he spread his fingers and waved his hand sharply, causing Han Dong-hoon to recoil and touch the wall with his back. Then he turned his head in confusion, surprised by the appearance of the wall here. Apparently, while retreating, he did not notice that he had already approached it. Immediately, a system message appeared stating that the player had touched the wall and the game was over. The player who touched the wall, Han Dong-hoon from the Wolf Clan, was among the spectators, and a growing noise began because they could not believe that he had lost so crushingly. Unexpectedly, Yejin cried out in amazement, noting that even with a clear advantage in strength, it was possible to lose so foolishly and absurdly. A system notification appeared about the results being loaded, and then everyone saw a photo of the winner, Yu Min-sun, from the modest Underdog clan. Orca raised his hand and solemnly announced that the game was over. At that moment, a glowing beam flew across the screen in zigzags from his outstretched finger. Then, Yuri approached Hyunsu, put her hand on his shoulder, and quietly asked if he was satisfied with the outcome of this unusual match. Deep in thought, Irene closed her eyes wearily, the tension of the day taking its toll. Despite the fact that the fight was officially over, Lee Hyuk still couldn't take his eyes off the screen, absent-mindedly fiddling with something with his fingers. The spectators were talking animatedly, one asking if there was any point to this game, another lamenting that he had lost the money he had borrowed from his friends. Ho Ji-min slammed his fist on the message when the result confirming his loss in this bet finally lit up on the screen. He was in a real rage and mentally ready to tear Han Dong-hoon to pieces if he happened to be next to him at that moment. Minsong smiled and admitted to his opponent that he had probably overreacted by swinging his fist at him, as he did not have enough skill to fight. However, strangely enough, this simple move was enough to successfully and finally finish him off in this battle. Realizing that all these chaotic movements were a cunning maneuver to drive him to the wall, Han Dong-hoon was completely shocked. It turned out that all this time, his opponent had been pressing him relentlessly with the sole purpose of forcing him to touch that very wall. One of the spectators laughed loudly at the loser, calling him a stupid loser, and wondering how someone like that could call himself a master of the game. Another was furious that he had bet a large sum of money on him, and it had all ended so outrageously. Was he just mocking them? However, Han Dong-hoon himself still couldn't believe that the game was over and that he had lost so stupidly, absurdly, and completely unexpectedly. He decided that this was not the end, that his battle could not end so easily, that it could not possibly end like this. Such a ridiculous and sudden finish could not convince him. Standing over his exhausted opponent, he swung furiously for another blow. Realizing that Minson was completely unprepared for a sneak attack, he aimed his powerful fist at the head of his unsuspecting opponent. But Orki's strong hand instantly intercepted his merciless weapon, ready to strike. Then Han Dong-hoon became indignant, asking what he was doing, trying to bring him to his senses and stand in his way. Did he know what they would do to them afterwards? That their lives would be over? Had the leader still not understood the seriousness of the situation, he ordered the intruder to back off, but the latter firmly reminded him that the battle was over. The outcome was decided, and it didn't matter how it was achieved. Han Dong-hoon rudely called Orc a name and ordered him to shut up immediately, shouting furiously that he had not yet finished his conversation and the duel. But the host calmly advised him not to behave so pitifully, because he too was a respected local master and should act accordingly. However, the leader of the Wolf Clan again ordered him to be silent, stating that what was important now was not the master's position, but the fact that Minson now knew their secret. Orca said that it wasn't theirs, but his, because he was the one who had been exploiting it for his own benefit. And besides, had his fighting skills really deteriorated so much? This was probably karma, because he had relied solely on his talent and made no effort to develop himself, avoiding training. He firmly declared that Han Dong-hoon was expelled, and immediately the figure of the player who had been eliminated from the game began to slowly fade and disappear. After asking again, he began to curse his interlocutor, asking if he had told the enemy his main secret. Orca suggested that they meet in reality, of course, if by that time Han Dong-hoon felt better and came to his senses after the defeat. A few moments later, Minson left the game and took off his virtual reality headset. He sat in Hessen's room, leaning against the wall and rubbing his head, groaning as he realized that he had apparently taken a serious blow from his opponent. This was because the Colosseum had deliberately removed the pain limit, so the consequences of the virtual battle were serious. Suddenly, through the noise in his ears, he clearly heard someone call his name and greet him quietly but clearly. Hessen smiled slightly and assumed that Minson was doing quite well, and asked how long it had been since they last saw each other. It was so unexpected that the player was taken aback and dropped his reapel from his weakened hand onto the floor. Then he instantly jumped to his feet and, realizing that his friend had finally woken up, rushed to his bed, full of joy and immense relief. After copying the recording of Minson's battle onto a flash drive, Lee Hyuk gave it to Irene, asking her to send the video to the slums because the guy had tried so hard and deserved it. He also reminded her that after that, she would have to come back because it was time for them to end their long game. The news of Han Dong-hoon's defeat by a little-known D-rank player from the underdog clan in Gangbu was hotly debated on Fafa TV and in the Reapple community. Amidst the widespread discussion, rumors began to spread, and the underdog clan published a story in the online community. Posts with evidence that Han Dong-hoon from the Wolf Clan was abusing and falsifying battle results caused a stir in the community. Even in the news, which usually prohibits such publications, articles about this appeared. As a result, the underdog clan's falsification activities were confirmed, and Fafa TV faced a serious crisis. Now, Han Dong-hoon has covered his tracks, and Kangso has disbanded. Younghak reported that major clients had severed ties with Fafa TV, and seeing how it had even made the news, all the VIPs left as well. Confirming that this was indeed the case, Lee Hyuk admitted that it was thanks to his interlocutor, but the latter said that he had simply done everything possible and wanted to be paid accordingly. In his opinion, if the scandal about the falsification had been made public, distrust and disappointment in the site would have increased significantly, and it would have been even easier, because it was something that should not have been made public, as there was trust in such a betting system. Lee Hyuk agreed, saying that people's attitude would be similar to what it is now towards Fafa TV. At a meeting at Fafa TV, one of the participants asked what they were going to do, while another urged them to finally tell them. A third asked what Chairman Yoon Tae-won was doing, whether he understood that they were in deep shit, and demanded an explanation. Folding his arms in front of him, he stared at the table and calmly said that there had been unrest on that side. Lee Hyuk asked if his interlocutor had taken care of that guy, because if he wasn't silenced, there would be problems. Younghak replied that of course he shouldn't worry about Na Chun-won, because he had hidden him so that the Black Mamba guys wouldn't find him, and had even shut him up with money. Indeed, the hooligan was not at home at that moment, and asked Byung-won how long they would have to sit there. Younghak added that, according to Chun-won, he had no intention of talking about it at first, but he was just upset about losing to Berserk. Then, the tester said that seeing the sponsors leave and the site close, he was glad he had switched to Lee Hyuk's side, and laughed. Agreeing, Master Underdog asked his interlocutor to continue to work hard, saying okay, Younghak promised, wishing only that he would be paid well. As soon as Lee Hyuk finished the conversation, the phone rang again, only this time it was from Minson, who wanted to meet. Arriving at the appointed place, the master saw the members of his clan and asked what they wanted to hear from him in the middle of the night. First, Minson thanked him for helping him with Hessen, but lately, he felt that they needed to know more about him. For example, how the Colosseum game was created, and what Lee Hyuk's relationship was with the 4 masters of the largest clan. Interrupting the conversation, Hyunsu asked if his mentor had really created the Colosseum game. Although Irin remained silent, her gaze revealed the same questions. Then Master Underdog stated that their request to talk about it was based on a misunderstanding. He began by saying that he had not intentionally created such rules for participation in his clan. He then clarified that they had appeared because the game had been taken away from him, and he himself had actually been betrayed. It all started 2 years ago, when the hooligan alliances were very aggressive. Each of them was busy trying to expand their sphere of influence, but even such alliances could not touch the territory of Gangbu. The reason was that a group of monsters opposed to the alliances was active in this area. These people could defeat anyone and call them to account, asking what they were showing off for, and declaring that they couldn't just come here like that. Only if the interlocutors wanted to know everything did they express such a desire, and the narrator said that he was at the center of this group, or more precisely, He was its leader. One of the alliances was led by Ho Jimin, and in one of the skirmishes with him, Lee Hyuk asked if he was nasty enough to oppose Kanbuk. The chairman of this association, in turn, wondered if the opponents had been bribed with honey, and that was why they were defending him. In turn, Lee Hyuk wondered why a bunch of opponents were also coming for honey, and whether they were tired of getting punched. According to Ho Jimin, it was natural that if there was a school nearby, it would not disappear even if it was opposed, and he advised them to understand this. But the narrator considered this to be nonsense, because his people were not weaklings who would agree to their comings and goings. It seemed to the chairman of the alliance that his opponent was constantly nitpicking his words, as if he wanted to be shown how it should be done. The latter objected, saying that the opponents should not act so illogically, and that it was time for the alliance to stop entertaining them. Ho Jimin snorted and summed up that, in the end, Lee Hyuk still wasn't talking about joining. Although his guys seemed to agree to it, did their leader really think they would be okay? Besides, if the scum didn't know how to behave like scum, they would regret it in the end. One could guess that he had the same relationship with his group as the members of Underdog now, something like a collective for personal growth. And of course, he didn't cultivate them for anything bad. They had a hostile relationship with the alliance and didn't do anything particularly special. Listening to the story, Hyunsu thought that there didn't seem to be any situation that would cause a problem, but it arose at the very moment when the universe and the game Reaple became famous. Lee Hyuk said that by that time, each of the four had their own dreams and goals, but he didn't. So Reaple became a new challenge and dream for him. He wanted to create a fighting sport that people could enjoy, which was the basis for the current fighting game, Coliseum. Minson wondered how it was possible if Lee Hyuk didn't even have any gaming skills. And Hyunsu asked if it wasn't just UFC in the ring with a game card. But the Underdog master replied that he didn't finish the game because he was too careless and it was stolen from him. He added that he was referring to the predators from his original team who had loosened their leash. He recognized their abilities and nurtured them, one of whom was Han Dong-hoon. Another predator is the well-known Ha Ye-jin, now the master of the Black Mamba clan. The third was Yoon Tae-won. Initially, they were all just dangerous guys without any quirks, even while on the side of the alliance. Lee Hyuk asked Yoon Tae-won if there was any point in living so insignificantly, and if they could aim for something bigger. He replied that the leader was also stubborn, and Ha Ye-jin added that they had no intention of doing anything like sports in the first place. Then Lee Hyuk suggested that they try dogfighting first. Ha Ye-jin was the first to respond, asking how to do it. And the leader said that they could declare the Seoul Alliance their enemy. It seemed that no one could defeat the Kongbuk group, which was acting under the pretext of capturing Kongbuk from the Seoul Alliance. However, the alliance stopped its attack on Kongbuk, and the number of fights decreased. Because of the battle with the alliance, a rift appeared in the unity of the groups that suppressed aggression, and then everything fell apart. One day, 3 students gathered to discuss something and waited impatiently for the rest of the group to arrive. Han Dong-hoon snapped his fingers. Ha Ye-jin stared down, motionless, and simply remained silent. She was reading something, turning the pages, while Yoon Tae-won sat motionless in his chair. Pacing around the room, Han Dong-hoon was indignant that Lee Hyuk-hong was not there today, and the orcs were nowhere to be seen. He grunted, looked at his companions, and suddenly declared that it was probably for the best, and suggested discussing something. After these words, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a large wad of brand new bills, and threw it noisily on the table. Looking at it, Ha Ye-jin asked what the money was for. It turned out that Han Dong-hoon had talked to Ho Ji-min's alliance, and they had offered to do business together on mutually beneficial terms, suggesting that they think about it. He said that the alliance had not bothered them lately, and they had not fought for several months due to the truce. They had originally come here because Lee Hyuk said he would train them, but now they had no reason to stay with him. Wouldn't it be more realistic for them to find their own way in life? Looking at him, Ha Ye-jin asked what he himself was going to do. Han Dong-hoon replied that he would, of course, join the alliance. The girl said that, like him, she was also dissatisfied with the current situation, but if they went there, wouldn't the same situation happen again? Then Han Dong-hoon chuckled and repeated that he had already talked to the alliance and put Reaple on the table. Looking at the virtual reality device, Ha Ye-jin asked if it belonged to Lee Hyuk. Han Dong-hoon replied that this was their new world, created for them by Lee Hyuk. Commenting on this situation, the narrator claimed that it came as a complete surprise to him. He never even imagined that these bastards could betray him. But as a result, Han Dong-hoon stole the original Reaple he had created and handed it over to the Alliance. It was from that moment that the Alliance transformed into the Fafa TV that they know today. Upon learning of this, Lee Hyuk came to negotiations with Ho Ji-min and said that he considered the Alliance's proposal to be mockery. But Ho Ji-min reminded him of his earlier warning that Lee Hyuk would regret rejecting him. Then the narrator asked his team how this happened, because he thought they were good together. Ha Ye-jin lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. However, Lee Hyuk insisted on an answer as to how they could betray him, and Yoon Tae-won looked away. Then, Han Dong-hoon raised one foot and said that they had no future. Narrowing his eyes, he explained that the future with Lee Hyuk was dark, so it was not visible, was it? He cynically said thank you for creating the game for them. Then, the narrator clenched his fists and shouted for the traitor to shut up. Angered, Lee Hyuk declared that he would beat everyone up and rushed at them with his fists. Cursing, Ho Ji-min said that at least from his alliance's side, they couldn't stop this monster. He suggested that Yoon Tae-won sort everything out here as a sign of friendship, and he threw his jacket aside. He then said that he considered everything he had learned from the leader during their time together to be a gift from above, and he thought about it with gratitude. At least in the end, they had to say that as a sign of appreciation. As a result, Lee Hyuk fought all three of them at once and lost. And for the future, he made a deal with himself that he would no longer get involved with them. That's how it turned out that he couldn't stop them anymore. Remembering how Yoon Tae-won put on his jacket after that fight, he thought it would be good if they brought the next monster only if he was there. It hurt him to talk about it, and apologizing to his listeners, he closed his eyes. Then Irin said that it was enough to remember that it was in the past anyway, and got up from the bench. She continued that she, Minsong, Yuri, and Hyunsu were all here for their own reasons. Some may have already achieved theirs, but since there is still much left to do, she believes that everyone will understand. Hyunsu had had a similar experience, so he understood Lee Hyuk's feelings, believing that the mentor was definitely in despair at that time. And Irene was right when she said that they had all gathered here for their own purposes, but they would do everything in their power until the very end. The next day, Hae-jin saw Orc at the Fafa TV residence and greeted him, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. As always, he was wearing a mask that covered his entire face and greeted her as well. Seeing the girl behind him, Master Black Mamba said that he had an uninvited guest with him. He remained silent, and the stranger introduced herself as John Yuri from the Underdog clan. The girls stood facing each other, and each assessed the other. At the same time, Hae-jin wondered why this girl from the Underdog clan and Orca had arrived at almost the same time. Why did this John Yuri come here after them? She was unlikely to fight everyone here alone. Suddenly, the girl from the Underdog clan asked why Hae-jin had such a sour expression on her face. Such a grim face. As if she urgently needed to use the restroom. Had something bad happened? She answered herself that, of course something had happened, because what they had worked so hard for had been struck, after which everything had collapsed with a crash. Master Black Mamba could not tolerate such hurtful words and this mocking tone. But starting a fight in the residence was somehow uncivilized, so Hae-jin grabbed Reapel and handed it to her opponent. Smiling, Joan Yuri said that, of course, when shit like this happens, it would be right to solve everything by force. She slowly took the virtual reality helmet that was handed to her, agreeing to the battle. Hae-jin cursed loudly and took another one for herself, and without delay, they began the battle. Orca went straight to the room where the Fafa TV executives usually gather. Opening the door, he went inside and, instead of saying hello, said something very quietly for some reason. Seeing Yoon Tae-won, the host asked if he had dealt with all the VIPs, and he replied that he had. Orca was surprised and asked if he had really managed to convince these angry people, and if there had been a fuss about investments in other matters. Continuing to stand with his back to the entrant, Yoon Tae-won said that he had closed Fafa TV. After asking again, the interlocutor paused and, not waiting for an answer, asked what about the game, at which point the chairman turned his head toward him. He said that he had promised to transfer everything except the game to Chairman Ho Ji-min, because in reality, he was the one who was managing the company. After that, he began to mediate, saying that this case was not related to them, and that the real problem was Han Dong-hoon's arbitrary actions. In his opinion, Ho Ji-min was very sorry that he couldn't take the game, but apparently decided that there was not enough reason to do so he didn't even mention it. Orca had another question about Han Dong-hoon that Yoon Tae-won did not expect him to ask, but the host exclaimed that he was surprised, knowing about his not-so-good friendship with the three of them. The interlocutor replied that he was right, believing that this was why Orca joined Lee Hyuk and betrayed them. He leaked Han Dong-hoon's accounting book, which only they knew about. But the host was surprised that he was considered a traitor. Kicking the chair, he noisily knocked it over onto its back and then sat down on the table. In his heart, he exclaimed that if his opponent continued to speak like that, only he would be recognized as a bad person. But from the very beginning, he did not have the same intentions as them, and they misunderstood him. Yoon Tae-won noticed that although Orca knew about their intention to betray Lee Hyuk, he did not say anything to the leader. And on the day when the three of them beat him up, he just watched from the sidelines as he got beaten up. Laughing, the host was surprised that this had caused a misunderstanding because they had what they wanted. And so did he. Gesturing, he said that his heart was pounding at the thought of what the future held for them from this game, and how it would all happen. However, in reality, it turned out that the future these three had created was just a boring game imitating adults, and he was disappointed. Jumping up with his feet on the table, Orc looked his interlocutor in the eye and said that the game had to be returned. Yoon Tae-won summed up that this was it, then asked if this meant that his opponent was also going to stand in his way. After a pause, he asked if Orca had finished speaking, and Orca nodded silently. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang, and two Reapel helmets flew onto the floor at the threshold. Then Hae-jin entered the room and asked if they had finished their conversation. Orca thought that it seemed like John Yuri had lost, although he had expected this outcome. Indeed, she was sitting on the floor in the hallway, recovering from a tough fight. Guessing without words that the fight was over, Yoon Tae-won said that he was done here too and headed for the exit. But Orca objected, demanding that he wait. Hae-jin tried to stop her friend, asking what was going on, and Orca also demanded that she stop. But Yoon Tae-won said that there was nothing they could do if they all wanted different things. Then asked to tell Lee Hyuk that he would send the Reapel code in a week. However, if he wanted to take something, he would have to win first. After that, Underdog's phone rang, and Orca relayed Yoon Tae-won's words. Surprised, Lee Hyuk noted that he had made a decision unexpectedly quickly, probably because after Han Dong-hoon's disappearance, Fafa TV would find it difficult to survive. He asked what was happening with Yuri, and Orca replied that she was nearby, resting after the fight. Hearing them talking about her, the girl waved her hand and approached, and the Coliseum host handed her the phone. Yuri was upset and reported that she had lost, apologizing twice, but the master admitted that he had given her an impossible task and apologized himself. The girl told him not to worry, because she had wanted this battle too, so everything was fine, and she had been beaten first, so it was even for the best. But now, she knew that Yejong's fighting style had changed from what her mentor had told her, and she would pass on what she had learned. Hearing this, Orca gave her a thumbs up and said approvingly, "Good." After the conversation, Lee Hyuk continued to sit on the sofa, closed his eyes, and a slight smile touched his lips. He was transported back in his memories to the day when the five of them took a photo together and when he felt like a truly happy person. As it turned out, their betrayal and meanness did not end there. Han Dong-hoon was involved in abuse, and Ha Ye-jin tried to deal with Berserk, and Yoon Tae-won became the chairman of Fafa TV, which controlled the game Coliseum that they had stolen. But putting his memories aside, he opened his eyes and thought that finally, everything could change. He remembered how Irene, who had stood up at the last meeting, closed her eyes at the end of his story. Then the girl mentally transported herself back to the day when she first saw Hyunsu being beaten by Na Chun-won. She then went to check if 2 members of this bully's gang would be suitable for the underdog clan, but unexpectedly found Berserk. On the day of the story, Irene, although thinking about herself, understood his condition and was the first to interrupt him, but finally his long, fateful story would come to an end, and the final battle will begin so that everyone gets what they want. He remembered Hyunsu becoming the world champion under the nickname One Frame, and how, as Berserk, he dealt with his abuser. A big role was given to this member of the underdog clan, who justified Lee Hyuk's hopes. At that time, Hyunsu and his friend were at a computer club, where Dong-hyun was tapping his fingers on the keyboard, getting himself ready to play properly. After losing the game, he complained that it was very annoying, and with annoyance, he exclaimed that they should have just gone to the Reaple room, but Hyunsu objected, saying that it was too expensive for them. Besides, if his friend wanted to play Reaple, wouldn't it be better to do it at home? But Dong-hyun said that if they did it at home, it would be noisy. Because of the scandal surrounding that stupid Fafa TV, using Reaple is frowned upon by parents, who equate it with gambling. Dong-hyun thought this was completely absurd, but Hyunsu suddenly became pensive, and his friend asked if he was okay. When the week appointed by Yoon Tae-won passed, Young-huk appeared first in the virtual space of the Coliseum game. Then Lee Hyuk connected, and when his tester saw him, he asked where Orca was, and he replied that the host had just contacted him. Noticing the smirk of the hooligan crouching down, Young-huk said that he felt uncomfortable because the looks they were getting were very intense. But Lee Hyuk calmly replied that Orca was already connecting, and they just had to wait a little longer. Breaking the silence, the squatting man uttered the phrase, "Damn traitors." Then, calling Young-huk and Lee Hyuk puppies, he said that it didn't apply to them. The tester snapped back sarcastically that now it was clear who was barking. Calling them trash, he added that changing direction is natural for social life. But of course, fools won't understand that. The man crouching down got angry, called his interlocutor a dog, and asked if he was picking on him, then abruptly stood up and approached his opponent. He noticed that the scum who tested newcomers on Fafa TV was quick-witted. Laughing, Young-huk said that such idiots who were worse than scum talked too much. The hooligan glanced at his offender and asked if it was true that he wanted to go to the other world. Tilting his head, Young-huk fearlessly replied that he shouldn't talk, but rather try it once. At that moment, Orca appeared in the virtual space of the Coliseum and ordered everyone to stop. Jumping up to the bullies, he stood between them, hugged them by the shoulders, and told them not to fight because today was not the right day for it. Instead, he suggested that everyone calm down and enjoy the spectacle together. The bully grabbed Orca by the collar and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After all, he was just as much of a traitor, and he swung his fist at him. However, the broadcast host first dodged to the side so that the fist flew past him. Then he grabbed the attacker by the chin and pushed him hard to the floor. Apologizing, he said that he had been different from the hooligans since birth, so he knew well the limits of what was permissible. The fact that they had not been colleagues for long did not mean that he was one of them. He announced that today's battle was not just some kind of final conclusion. Getting to his feet, the bully hurried away without looking at anyone. Orca continued that this place would decide who would become the new king of the Coliseum game. Then he asked if they now understood that they were just extras here. The real main characters were here, and the host pointed to a group of players. There were 4 players among them: Ha Ye-jin, Yoon Tae-won, Hyunsu, and Iren. Approaching the 4, Orca raised his hand to get their attention. Assuming that they had already memorized the other rules, the host said that they surely also knew why all this was being organized. But just in case, he reminded them that the winner would have the right to take the original Coliseum. He expressed his hope that each of them would try their best to achieve the desired outcome. The game would be held as a tournament between the masters of 2 clans and 2 who had risen in rank. Those who lost the first match would be eliminated from the competition, and the remaining 2 would fight to decide the winner. If they entered the portals that had formed in front of them, they would randomly encounter their opponent. The participants had no questions, and Orca gave them the command to enter. Each participant stood near their portal and first put their hand in, then entered themselves. After that, all the whirlpools in front of the audience merged into one big flash. When Young-huk asked if they would win, Lee Hyuk replied that he didn't even know how to answer that question. Now, all they could do was believe in these 2 members of the underdog clan. Entering the portal, Yoon Tae-won saw bubbles around him in the dark space. At first, they were purple and blue. He walked forward, and the glowing spots turned greenish and yellowish. Then the shades took on the final colors of the warm part of the spectrum, orange and red. Finally, he came out of it, and immediately began to search for his opponent with his eyes. It turned out to be Irene, who called it fate because she wanted him to come. Raising her hands, she clapped the fist of one hand against the palm of the other, showing her readiness to act. She said that although they were meeting for the first time, there was no need to be formal. She called Yoon Tae-won by name, and he looked at her menacingly and remained silent. When Ha Ye-jin came out of the portal, she scratched the back of her head and sighed loudly, complaining that she had gotten a difficult opponent. But they had a lot to talk about, so maybe it was for the best. Then she asked what they had accumulated between them. She called him by his nickname, Berserker, and he looked at her intently with an unkind gaze. Unexpectedly, the footsteps of Jun Yuri and Yu Min-song were heard in the virtual space. Turning around, Lee Hyuk calmly said that they were a little late. In response, Jun Yuri apologized and said that they didn't know they would start so quickly. She asked about the situation, whether it had already begun, and the master replied that they had only decided on their opponents. In his opinion, the underdog participants were at a disadvantage overall, but even if that was the case, in terms of the type of battle, they were in a better position. As for the rest, he believed that the difference in battle cards would be significant. After briefly outlining the situation, Lee Hyuk focused on observing. The first two participants stood motionless opposite each other, waiting for the start. The scoreboard showed that there were 30 seconds left before the map was created. Watching the seconds count down, Yoon Tae-won suddenly bent his arm and said that it was a waste of time. After asking if she felt the same way, he frowned and looked her in the eyes. He called his opponent by name, revealing that he knew him. And as soon as he said that, Irene leaped into the air, preparing to strike with her bent leg. Noticing that she was in a hurry to start, Yoon Tae-won took off his jacket in one swift motion. Then he dodged, and with a precise movement, immediately grabbed her attacking leg. Then he threw the girl back sharply, but she regrouped in the air. As soon as she landed, she immediately swung her leg, but Yoon Tae-won managed to put his bent arms in the way. Despite her unsuccessful attempts, Irene rushed into a third attack, but her opponent bent down and left a horizontal trail in the air. After that, he swung his fist and struck, but missed because the girl dodged. Then the Scorpion Clan Master attacked 3 times with his fist, but each time they flew past. Exchanging fierce glances, the opponents realized that both were determined, and Irene attacked twice in a row, but Yoon Tae-won dodged. The third sharp swing hit his torso, causing the opponent to cry out in pain. Unfazed by the physical strength of the stronger Scorpion Clan Master, Irene bravely rushed at him. Dodging the attack at his feet, he jumped up and the girl flew into the air after him. Landing, he tried to read her movements. He managed to block her attack, and the player underdog escaped the counterattack. Landing softly, she pushed off the floor and rushed forward again. Yoon Tae-won stood motionless and watched her run carefully. With her next step, a message appeared about the completion of the system map change called Gravity Temple. The man reminded her that in this arena, if you don't step on the floor correctly, your speed decreases sharply. It is one of the basic low difficulty maps, but trendy fighters like her avoid them, along with the sprint map, because of the supports used against the rules. Frowning, the man asked if it might be worth changing the map, but she waved her foot. Instead of answering verbally, she knocked him to the floor with a sharp movement. When he got to his feet, he immediately received a blow to the head. After that, Irene apologized and said that she didn't seem to have hurt him. Turning away, he wiped the blood from his head, and when he turned back, his temple was throbbing and his eyes burned with an unkind fire. Watching the fight, Jun Yuri said that her colleague was unexpectedly good at defending herself, apparently because Lee Hyuk had been helping her a lot. Then Master Underdog said that he had originally trained her to oppose people like Yoon Tae-won and Ha Yi-jin. Young-hak said that everything was clear with her, but as for Berserk, wasn't he holding back too much? Hyunsu's fight also began before the map was formed, and so far, Berserk had successfully dodged his opponent's attacks. Bree noted that as someone who had been on the same team with him, she considered this a suitable position for him. His entire fighting technique consisted of counterattacking his opponent's attacks in self-defense. Continuing to advance on him, Ha Yi-jin first snapped her fingers. Then she brought her palms together in front of her chest, warming them up and watching her opponent's hands. Finally, pursing her lips, she pulled her bent right arm back and rushed forward. Without taking his eyes off her, Berserk retreated, holding one arm in front of him. Suddenly, he thrust his hand forward, surprised to see her open palm rushing toward him. But the girl, without performing any dangerous actions, suddenly stopped. Smiling, Ha Yi-jin said that he was probably seeing these techniques for the first time and had superficially decided that they were dangerous. Or had he heard about her technique from someone else? Without answering, the teenager watched her. She said that they weren't very well suited to each other, so she thought the battle would take a long time. But it didn't matter to her because, in her opinion, the result would be the same. She declared that now she would start properly, and Berserk just smiled at that. Suddenly, there was a noise from the movement of the floor tiles, which began to rise to different heights. When a system notification appeared that the relief map had been completed, the entire surface beneath them was already covered. Glancing at her opponent, Ha Yi-jin thought that this map had awkward terrain and felt sorry for her. The Black Mamba Clan Master asked if he didn't like the map, but he just smiled silently. The guy continued to stand sideways to her, which surprised her, but also gave her a great opportunity to attack first. She lunged forward, but Berserk beat her to it. Only thanks to her low stance was she able to avoid a dangerous collision. Without wasting a second, the opponent pushed off powerfully with his foot and soared into the air, ending up right above her head in a fatal jump. He prepared to strike with his foot, and Ha Yi-jin, sensing a slight movement in the air, instantly reacted to the threat. Noticing her maneuver, Berserk did not strike immediately, but instead lowered himself slightly and delivered his insidious blow from a new trajectory. But even that moment was enough for the Black Mamba Clan Master to put up an unbreakable block against the attack. Apparently, the enemy's transition to such an aggressive offensive tactic seriously puzzled her and put her in a deadlock. With a swift movement, she jumped onto a nearby hill, but Berserk was already performing a somersault right above her. This time, her usual block was useless because the blow was aimed lower than her. Without giving her a moment to recover, he immediately turned to face her and rushed into another attack. Again, his leg flashed through the air, but the girl lowered her blocking arm and gracefully bent away from the blow. Her opponent's leg flashed dangerously close, but only grazed her shoulder without causing any harm. This time, Berserk was genuinely surprised by her incredibly lightning-fast reaction. Landing, she instantly assumed a fighting stance, showing her readiness for battle, and declared that she was sincerely disappointed with his fighting style. Seizing the initiative, Hyejin delivered a sharp blow with the base of her palm, aiming at her opponent's torso to knock him off his feet. The powerful blow knocked the guy to the ground, and the force of the fall caused a web of cracks to spread across the stone slabs. Indignant at his tricks, she shouted that they would not pass here and brought her fist down from above, but it was met by a strong block of outstretched hands. Sitting astride him, the girl smiled and said that she had defeated countless guys who thought just as arrogantly. Those who relied only on their weight class, and rats like him who only sniffed out other people's secrets. Grinning maliciously, she asked sarcastically how the fight would end for him in such an unenviable position. Hyejin suggested that he had probably figured out what technique she was using and was going to wear her down with light attacks. She admitted that she had enjoyed her recent fight with his girlfriend much more, as it had been much more interesting. Honestly, looking at their cowardly appearance, she was just curious where they had found the courage to come here, and she slammed her elbow into the guy. Did they seriously believe that the Colosseum was a children's playground? What were they thinking when they decided to come here? Anticipating her attacks, Berserk skillfully parried all her blows, using his own hands for defense. Ignoring her words, he remained ice cold and fully focused, and soon managed to intercept her flying fist. He didn't just block the attack, he confidently grabbed it with his palm, and then Hyejin, smirking, began to press down on it. Suddenly speaking, he said that he felt nothing but dryness from her, and at these words, the smile on her face changed to bewilderment. Continuing, he noted that she was certainly trying to portray rage with her words, but it looked extremely unconvincing. But wasn't it true that neither Fafa TV nor Black Mamba really meant anything to her? Then let her think carefully about the real reason that was making her fight here and now. In this arena, Hyejin jerked back sharply, wrenched her hand out of his grip, and immediately began to swing wildly to strike. However, Berserk turned his head to the side and her fist flew past him, and he just smiled with one corner of his lips. Straightening up, Master Black Mamba flashed her eyes angrily and asked with irritation in her voice if he knew anything at all. Remembering how Yoon Tae-wan had placed his hand on her head when they first met, Hyejin admitted that it had been a fleeting feeling, at least for both of them in this fight, but stung to the quick, she lost her composure for a moment and was distracted. Taking advantage of this momentary weakness, Berserk grabbed her waist sharply and threw her off with a powerful movement. Getting up, he coldly stated that those things really didn't matter, and he just needed to buy some time. Putting her foot down after the fall and gracefully bending over, she instantly jumped to her feet, realizing that the guy was pretending to break free from her grip. She stated that he should understand the situation, which would not change dramatically, to which he philosophically replied that she might be right. Watching the fight, Lee Hyuk saw a strange system window next to Berserk and didn't understand what it meant, because there was no such function on this map, unless it was an avatar loading, and it seemed that his guess was correct. Young Huk was also puzzled and asked what the player was doing, and his master thought that although the update was late, it seemed that the right moment had come. Seeing the window but not knowing what it was connected to, Hyejin froze after the guy pressed the button, and suddenly a whirlwind appeared. Feeling the movement of air nearby, the girl did not dare to attack and realized that this wind was connected to Berserk. The guy spun at an incredible speed, like a top, and his silhouette completely blurred in the streams of air and dust. But then he reassured her, explaining that it was not a bug, but a normal avatar change process that was now coming to an end. And now, for the first time, he would fight with his virtual appearance and possibly hidden abilities updated. He advised her that as a Black Mamba master, it would be better for her to show more sincerity in her actions in this battle. When the raging whirlwind suddenly dissipated, Younghuk couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the person standing before him. Even the extras refused to believe that the well-known Berserk, who had been renewed before their eyes, could be so radically transformed. The enemy's new appearance struck Hyejin, even though she tried to hide her amazement behind a mask of indifference. Deftly dodging a series of 4 quick strikes, Iden Yoon Tae-wan silently frowned, assessing her abilities as a fighter. Easily avoiding damage from the next attack, he glanced at his opponent's leg as she swung it for a strike. Instantly figuring out her maneuver, he lunged behind his opponent and sharply tilted his body away from the line of attack. Avoiding the hit, he dryly remarked that her intentions were too obvious and immediately responded with a powerful, sweeping punch. The accurate hit bent the girl in half, causing her to let out a sharp, stifled gasp from the sudden rush of pain. She gasped for breath, her eyes darkened, and she flew backward, unable to get up or straighten up. With difficulty taking a breath, Irene pulled her leg up, got on all fours, and glanced at her opponent from under her eyebrows. Yoon Tae-wan was already close by, and, without showing any emotion, delivered a precise and cold-blooded kick to her head. This knocked her back to the ground again, and the screen clearly showed a light streak left by her sliding across the floor. Slowly approaching, her opponent said he was sorry, but that she and her stubbornness were to blame. If she had listened to his advice and changed the map, she would not have been thrown from side to side in a one-sided manner. Yoon Tae-wan explained that the map with this type of flooring was originally designed to restrict the fighter's freedom of movement. In other words, it significantly narrowed the arsenal of tactics and strategies available to her in combat. He then suggested that she had probably heard about him from Lee Hyuk, hadn't she? And Irin recalled the master's words that she had been wrestling for a long time, and therefore his instructions might seem offensive to her. However, he warned that if she had to fight Yoon Tae-wan, she should avoid direct confrontation with him as much as possible. Because this guy sees the world the same way as Hyun-soo, he is a real monster who knows no mercy. Taking advantage of a short pause, Irene managed to pull herself together, gather her strength, and get back on her feet. She declared that anyone who saw them now would think he had won, but their fight was not over yet. In response, Yoon Tae-wan objected, emphasizing that strength of spirit and reckless bravery were completely different things. But if Irene herself did not see the limits of what was permissible and where they ended, he would kindly help her discover and realize them. With these words, he rushed into the attack, and his opponent met him in a low stance, ready for battle. Making a deep lunge and leaning her body forward, she prepared to meet her opponent with a blow. When he got close, she suddenly straightened her arm, aiming her fist right at his nose. Then she threw her other arm out like lightning, but he managed to dodge it at the last moment. In response, Yoon Tae-won delivered a crushing counterattack that hit the girl in the head. Using the momentum he had gained, he threw her back like a rag doll. This blow proved decisive, and in the end, the opponent said that if Irene hadn't been so stubborn, he would have enjoyed himself too. But any assumptions about her possible victory were just an illusion born of her skills. She had no abilities and no real chances. The body of the defeated opponent began to disappear, dissolving into the space of the game card. Then, Yoon Tae-won turned his back on her and slowly walked away, but expressed his opinion about the second battle. Apologizing to Yejin, he said that the one who would be able to rise at the expense of her opponent would be none other than Berserk. After changing her avatar, the warrior had to resort to a defensive stance under a barrage of blows. Dodging one, she tried to counterattack, but her opponent deftly slipped away right under her nose. Berserk was getting used to his new body, and Yejong didn't understand why it had become more difficult for her to keep up with the enemy than before. Therefore, Master Black Mamba asked suspiciously if it was a bug that the freak had deliberately created. However, the enemy parried that she was mistaken and confirmed that, as he had said, he had not used a bug at all. Now she could see his real body, but Hae-jin was still plagued by strong doubts. After all, his last sudden strike was radically different from the initial ones in terms of speed, power, and the distance from which it was delivered. Without wasting time on arguments, Berserk rushed into the attack. Noticing that his body was low, she crouched and lowered one arm. Seeing her unprotected face, he straightened up as he approached and punched her there, but she managed to dodge. However, the guy immediately attacked with his other hand, blocking Hae-jin, who realized that it was now more difficult for her to dodge or block. She decided that it was worth trying a big attack once to adapt, but it came out spontaneously when he pushed off the floor. Noticing the maneuver, Master Black Mamba was unable to predict the blow and barely managed to turn her head. Realizing her mistake, she thought that if there was a pause, she could try to grab his arm. After the attack, Hae-jin threw her fist forward, and when he caught it with his palm, she waited for an attack with his other hand. Dodging, she struck his arm between his elbow and body, and Berserk realized that before, she would have broken free from such a grip. She found it incredible that such a difference could occur in just a few days without any training, and said so aloud. The guy was surprised, noting that much more time had passed, and immediately swung his leg to kick her. Barely dodging the kick, Hae-jin cried out in fear and pain, not understanding how a kick could be so painful. But she immediately went on the counterattack, only for Berserk to deftly jump back to a safe distance. He immediately took a stance with his palms turned out, and she was genuinely amazed, asking what kind of move it was. The guy calmly replied that there was nothing surprising about it, since she herself had seen it many times. Puzzled, Hae-jin frantically tried to figure out where she could have seen it so often, and suddenly it dawned on her that it was her own technique. At that moment, she received a crushing blow to the chest, flying backward and crashing into the wall with a dull thud. This technique was born in the back alleys, and the guys didn't believe that she was called the Kanbuka snake because she was just a middle school student. For example, one skeptic said that he had heard about the monster from Kanbuka, but apparently it was an exaggeration. His friend agreed, saying that rumors always get blown out of proportion, and they both laughed loudly in her face. Despite the fact that Hae-jin single-handedly subjugated Kanbuk and became the strongest person there, people stubbornly refused to acknowledge her and ignored her. In order to gain recognition, she fought relentlessly, and during a period of endless fights when she was proving who she was, everything suddenly changed. Once, while waving her fists furiously, she noticed a guy standing there and demanded that he either fight or leave. However, the young man did not leave, standing motionless, and suddenly said that she was indeed incredibly strong. That was how she first met Yoon Tae-won, the one who truly recognized her value. He declared that she was the strongest in Kangbok, and that this fight was a valuable lesson for him, from which he also had something to learn. And when the girl gathered her willpower and straightened up, Tae-won firmly declared that he recognized her as a fighter. After Berserk's crushing blow, Hae-jin's eyes darkened, and vivid memories flashed through her mind. Now she slid helplessly down the wall to the floor, trying to lean on her fist to get up, but it ended up opening. Her eyelids felt heavy, as if filled with lead. Everything before her eyes swam as if in a fog, and her body lost its last ounce of strength. Her opponent, who had rushed towards Hae-jin, noticed her disappearing from the game, and the system notification about Berserk's victory appeared. After that, Yoon Tae-won looked at the opponent's space and realized that the match had ended in victory for this mysterious player. Seeing Hae-jin disappear, the fans refused to believe that their idol could have lost. One of them claimed that Berserk had played unfairly, while another suggested that the guy had cowardly hidden his true appearance and was now revealing it. Young-hak asked if the appearance was related to the fact that the player had not been updated. Lee-huk explained that Berserk had created the original account from someone else's device. The initial buggy avatar was created based on random data automatically read from his real body. Young-huk was amazed, not understanding how a guy with such a weight class managed to reach rank D since he had tested him himself. Then Lee Hyuk explained that in 6 months, Berserk's muscle growth and other physical indicators had increased. The low performance was due to the huge gap between his real skills and his game incarnation. Yuri said that because of this, they couldn't determine Berserker's characteristics, but now his fighting style would surely change and become even more interesting. Lee Hyuk noted that the genius fighter he had nurtured had finally shown himself, and his talent had emerged from the portal, ready for a new battle. He assessed Yoon Tae-won, who was sitting with his back to him, having finished his fight and moved here earlier. Berserk sensed that this man exuded a different, much more dangerous aura than his previous enemies. Hearing footsteps approaching, Yoon Tae-won slowly turned his head and asked if his opponent had finally arrived. The finalist remained silent, frozen in place, continuing to silently examine this incredible monster of battle. He lowered his foot, slowly rose to his full height, and walked towards him, causing the floor to rumble. The underdog clan player saw that Yoon Tae-won was not approaching his opponent menacingly to show his strength, but exuded a calm venomousness. The Scorpion clan master said that he had expected this outcome of the second match, and knew that it was Berserk who would rise. But the guy didn't seem surprised either, apparently anticipating this turn of events. He stood silently facing his opponent, without looking him in the eye, his entire posture conveying deep concentration before the upcoming fight. Yoon Tae-won understood this, and, in order to better prepare himself, closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, he said that he would give his opponent the right to choose the card. At the same time, he expressed his hope that his opponent would not behave as pitifully as Irene, as he had long since grown tired of easy victory. A dialogue box appeared in front of Hyunsoo, and he immersed himself in a leisurely and thoughtful selection of a suitable location. But the last sentence struck a chord with him, and he asked if Yoon Tae-won really considered his former opponent pathetic. In his opinion, people always want to make choices without regrets, and that choice ultimately caused Irene to lose, and he was sure that it was her personal, completely unregrettable challenge to the circumstances. Yoon Tae-won, on the other hand, believed that all talk about the importance of the process was just pathetic excuses from those who had finally lost. Berserk countered that he had already tasted defeat, and now believed that such growth was indeed important. In his opinion, his opponent was wrong. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, announcing the completion of the map configuration. The system then announced that the location change would take place in 30 seconds, and Yoon Tae-won expressed his regrets. The opponents exchanged glances, and the Scorpion clan master began to close in. Then, Berserk moved towards him. The underdog clan player thought that his opponent was a monster like himself, who looked at the world with the same cold understanding. When his opponent swung his fist to strike, Berserk decided to test his true speed and reaction in action. Therefore, dodging, he immediately directed a swift counterattack straight at his opponent's head. Dodging, Yoon Tae-won leaned forward sharply, covering himself with his arms and exposing his powerful shoulder to his opponent. Without removing his front arm, the underdog clan fighter held his open palm to his face, preparing to defend himself. However, after preparing his fist, the Scorpion clan master made a sharp 90-degree turn around his vertical axis. As Berserk had expected, the opponent's crushing fist flashed right in front of his nose, but he managed to dodge sharply with his whole body, barely avoiding a dangerous direct hit. He immediately counterattacked with his right hand, but the opponent dodged by jumping to the other side, turning his side forward. He spun around rapidly and threw his right hand forward, but missed due to Berserk's rebound. Then he threw his other fist with a turn of his body in the opposite direction, and the opponent crouched down. Taking advantage of the fact that Yoon Tae-won was exposed, he delivered a hard uppercut from below, straight to the body. Thanks to his strong core, the fighter withstood the blow and immediately rushed to the side to avoid further attacks. His bent elbow clearly indicated the direction of the threat, and Berserk jumped sharply to the side, turning around. However, his opponent followed the movement with lightning speed, and now they were frozen face to face. The blow to the chin could have been fatal, but the fighter from Underdog anticipated it and jumped back sharply. Deftly avoiding the attacks with his fist and elbow, he quickly jumped behind his unsuspecting opponent. The latter instantly regained his bearings, glanced down, turned around, and moved closer, pushing with his shoulder. But he encountered the elastic resistance of his palms and tenacious fingers digging into the fabric of his clothes. From this position, it was possible to deliver a double blow with the elbow and then with the fist or the base of the palm, the second of which could be sideways or straight. Suddenly, Berserk broke the silence, wanting to find out something, and his opponent froze for a moment in indecision. His gaze, full of unwavering determination, was fixed on his opponent when he asked about his changed appearance. Yoon Tae-won contemptuously muttered that he didn't care, broke his grip, and swung his powerful fist for a strike. Berserk, radiating even greater aggression, declared that his opponent was too fixated on one thing, and that if he lost, it would be because of that. His opponent's eyes flashed with icy anger, and he retorted that this was nonsense, and that he had never even considered losing. While he was talking, the underdog player quietly regripped, changing the position of his palms for a new lunge. He sharply pushed Yoon Tae-won away from him, but the latter immediately prepared to attack, saying that the guy was probably thinking about his supposed victory. Then let him show what he can do, said the opponent, mockingly clapping his fingers on his own palms, inviting him to fight. Bending his body low, he bent his arms at the elbows and rushed forward like a liner picking up speed. Berserk calmly waited for him in a fighting stand, shifting into a lunge and holding his hands in front of him. He immediately began to dodge the barrage of rapid attacks that his approaching opponent unleashed on him. Straight punches were unsuccessful, so Yoon Tae-won switched to side punches, delivering them up, down, and diagonally. Then he used his legs, trying to strike from the side with a jump, but Berserk confidently crouched in a deep lunge. The next attack followed instantly after landing, and the opponent threw his heel high, forcing him to crouch again. The guy clearly caught the beginning of this downward movement and managed to dodge, avoiding dangerous contact with the leg. After the unsuccessful leg movement, the opponent, without losing momentum, swung his clenched fist again. But Berserk reacted faster in midair, delivering a precise and powerful kick straight to his opponent's head. Stunned by such a repulse, Yoon Tae-won faltered and immediately received another equally painful blow. The piercing pain paralyzed his will, knocking out all his fighting spirit and leaving only bewilderment at his failure. Hesitating for a moment, he missed a new blow that finally sent him to the ground, knocking him off his feet. He was overcome with sincere amazement at how he had failed to react in time and dodge the blow. Trying in vain to find an answer, Yoon Tae-won desperately asked his victor what exactly he had done. Berserk was surprised by his lack of insight, seeing the reason for his defeat in the fact that he was always looking ahead without seeing the whole picture. It turns out that the opponent is confident that defeat awaits him only because of his own weakness and imperfection. Approaching, the guy continued that, in his opinion, the opponent was too fixated on the final result of the fight. He wanted to become stronger and achieve that, but it was no guarantee of victory. Burning with righteous anger, Berserk promised to prove that being strong and being a winner were two completely different things. At that very moment, the system announced that the map called Colosseum for their battle had been completed. A tall tower appeared, crowned with a familiar circular platform with arched railings at the very top, and the opponents rushed towards each other. The arena was filled with the sounds of a fierce battle, and Berserk's first blow landed right on the enemy's bridge of the nose. Yoon Tae-won missed the next blow to the ear, unable to react to the lightning-fast movement of the hand. Unable to predict the maneuver, he missed the next fist, which struck him right in the solar plexus. This was followed by a swift kick that hit the side of his head with full force. Such a crushing and unconditional defeat caused disappointment even in Younghak, who was used to fight it. Such a fierce attack from his clanmate came as a surprise to Yoo Min-sung and Jeon Yuri. The spectators in the stands also sensed something was wrong and began to discuss how Yoon Tae-won was clearly losing. But suddenly, gathering his willpower, he went on a furious offensive, making 3 unsuccessful attempts in a row. After this series, he had to retreat again, dodging dangerous kicks. Then, right in front of his face, the esportsman's clenched fingers suddenly appeared, aimed at his nose. He dodged the dangerous move with lightning speed, putting his clenched fist up to protect his face. He was about to seize the initiative, but Berserk stepped aside, blocking the space with his outstretched arm. Then he dodged the dangerous punch that Yoon Tae-won delivered, bypassing him from the side. The leader of the traitors, Lee Hyo-kong, could not understand why his advantageous position in this battle did not bring him any tangible advantage or results. Why did he bitterly feel an inexplicable weakness, an inability to instantly seize the initiative for a decisive counterattack? Even now, although he managed to dodge a powerful kick, he was unable to catch up with his opponent, who was slipping away like a shadow. What was the root of the problem? His cool confidence was gradually melting away, giving way to growing irritation and blind rage. The tester cursed in annoyance, breaking the silence. Could it be that Berserk was winning and was likely to win the fight completely? Lee Hyuk thought the guy was just strong, but Younghak didn't believe it, and Minsun assumed that both opposing players had equal reactions. Ultimately, Yoon Tae-won would be in a more advantageous position, and Yuri confirmed this, pointing out the difference in experience and physical strength. But Lee Hyuk recalled One Frame's past achievements, 32 wins and only 2 losses in the World Championship and preliminary selection. Clinging to these words, Younghak eagerly demanded an explanation of what this information actually meant. The master announced that Berserk was formerly a player under the nickname One Frame, and these were his old achievements from his professional battles. At that time, he fought against an almost invincible champion, losing only twice, and then remained undefeated, always emerging victorious. According to acquaintances from his circle, championships and various competitions continued to be held in the years following those events. However, no one else could boast such a small number of defeats as the legendary former player One Frame. Lee Hyuk was sure that this young man had some special talent hidden in his phenomenal reaction speed. In this battle, he skillfully applied Iren's technique, Yuri's moves, and Minsun's skills, mixing styles into a single whole. Unexpectedly, Yoon Tae-won counterattacked Berserk's leg sweep, and Underdog's story was cut short. The attacker regained his former confidence and hoped that this attack would finally be crowned with long-awaited success. But it was confidently blocked by the edge of the forearm and palm of his elusive opponent's other hand. Then the mentor continued, noting that his fighter was using the techniques of everyone he had fought during that time. Indeed, Yoon Tae-won was amazed to recognize Hae-jin's signature technique in his opponent's actions. Lee Hyuk stated that Berserker's observation skills, analyzing manners and habits, were truly at the level of a monster. That is why, with each new battle, he only becomes stronger, constantly growing as a fighter, despite any circumstances. Minsun asked what the result was, so the mentor taught this player only the basics, and Yuri guessed that the longer this battle dragged on. Interrupting her, Lee Hyuk replied that it was because Berserk was the kind of person who was capable of finding his own way to victory with only the basics in his arsenal. At that moment, he punched the traitor in the stomach, who bent over, collapsed to his knees, and then spat out blood with a hoarse groan. The broadcast showed one player standing and the other bent over, and the audience was amazed that the fight was interrupted because of just one jab. Why didn't the underdog fighter finish off the fallen opponent? He was surprised at Yoon Tae-won's condition and asked if Lee Hyuk had taught him in vain. The Scorpion Clanmaster replied that he never thought his plan would be read with such frightening ease. He was forced to admit that his opponent was endowed with much more outstanding innate talent than he himself. After catching his breath, he rose from his knees with a crash, stepping onto the floor, full of determination to continue the fight. It was clear from his posture that the giant was burning with rage and was ready to fight again, declaring that talent was the only thing Berserk had. After all, he still could not see himself losing this brutal and persistent fight. After these words, the warrior rushed forward again, while his opponents calmly waited for him in a fighting stance. It was unbelievable, but he had to block the very first blow, without even having time to make any other maneuver. The underdog player did not understand why he had failed to dodge, and this sudden realization alarmed him. However, the next blow was apparently supposed to come from the top right, that is, with the left fist, but it was a blow with the edge of the palm. And Berserk realized that Yuntaewan's fist, thinking of nothing else when attacking, had become a fatal half-second faster. At first glance, the difference was subtle, but it meant that Yuntaewan's attacks were now reaching their target. And this blow was clearly aimed at the torso, and he was only able to defend himself at the last moment with a desperate block. Smiling, Yuntaewan said that now his opponent was probably having just as much fun in this fight. Laughing, Berserk declared that it was too predictable, but he was really having a hell of a lot of fun, and swore loudly. They clashed in a fierce, close combat, lunging at each other and simultaneously striking each other in the head. Then, the fighters switched attacking arms, and the Scorpion Clanmaster's left fist appeared in front of Scorpion's face. At the same time, the underdog player's face was threatened by Yuntaewan's right arm, which was moving at tremendous speed. However, while the first was able to maintain his balance, the second did not, and fell heavily onto the smooth floor surface. Turning their heads, their eyes met. Berserk jumped to his feet, and an active exchange of blows began. Soon, they simultaneously struck each other again, with Berserk getting hit in the chest, and his opponent in the head. Clenching his right fist, Yuntaewan proclaimed that only one survives in battle, and that this law is indisputable and eternal. He tried to strike his opponent from the side, but the latter ducked sharply, avoiding a dangerous direct hit. The Scorpion Clanmaster began to move to the right, but froze when Berserker's palm completely blocked his view. The palm flew up and slammed into his chin, causing his body to bend unnaturally backward. His neck muscles tensed convulsively, his head jerked back, and Yuntaewan said with horror that it was the end for him, because it was a blow to the chin. Cursing under his breath, he managed to notice dazzling white clouds floating across the bottomless blue sky. Then he thoughtfully said that there was another way, and he had been unforgivably careless. Suddenly, the sky turned white, and his opponent soared like a black kite, making him wonder how long this fight had been going on, and when exactly he felt that he was losing. And Berserk was already flying down, intending to deliver the decisive blow. And he quietly replied that victory ultimately remained his, although Yuntaewan would no longer be able to hear the announcement. By this point, the master of the Scorpion clan had already straightened up, but he was overcome with complete confusion and chilling fear. The enemy, his eyes burning with anger, lunged at him, swinging his leg for a crushing blow. Seeing this, Younghuk and Leehuk leaned forward and both gasped involuntarily, frozen in amazement. Yuntaewan's body collapsed like a sack, breaking through the flimsy floor and lying motionless. Jeonyuri and Yu Min-song froze in shock, and then a loud, piercing scream escaped their lips. The spectators in the stands screamed frantically, shocked by the crushing defeat of the clanmaster. Berserk landed softly and watched as his defeated enemy disappeared, dissolving into a whirlwind. Finally, Orca found his voice and, stammering, officially announced that the outcome of the match had been decided. Thus, the final winner of the Coliseum was determined, and a system message with a photo of Berserk appeared in virtual space. The host added that it was this hero who had put the finishing touch on a long and exhausting battle, and now he would receive all ownership rights to the great Coliseum game, without exception. A prize materialized in the host's palm, in the form of a shining sphere with a mysterious map inside. Orc presented the final winner of the game, Berserk from the Underdog clan, smiling as he accepted the trophy. A system message appeared in front of the new owner of the game, announcing the successful completion of the download. After that, Hyunsu took Reaple off his head, carefully held it in his palm, and felt himself back in reality. Finally, the long battle was over, and he was once again just a high school student sitting on a gym mat. Slowly, with visible fatigue, he pulled his heels toward him and rose heavily, not taking his eyes off the floor. However, it was time to pull himself together, because he was not alone here, and Hyunsu slowly turned his head to the left. Next to Jeonyuri stood Lee Hyuk, who immediately congratulated him. He had heard many such words during his time participating in the games, but these were especially pleasant. On the other side, Irene approached him and put her hand on his shoulder in a friendly manner. Everyone gathered around their hero in a tight circle, and their beaming smiles spoke for themselves without any words. But he felt a kind of emptiness inside, not understanding where the joy of victory that he felt when he was one frame had gone. Time passed inexorably, and the hot summer gradually gave way to a new season. Autumn flew by like an arrow, and winter arrived. It was a normal day at Paramsan High School. During lunch break, Donghyun, knowing about the competition, went out for a walk and sent Hyunsu a text message. It was the last game in Tripod. Noticing that his friend had found himself in the games, Donghyun asked about climbing to a new peak, but he felt that something was wrong. Donghyun asked what was wrong, and Hyunsu honestly replied that it had become too boring. A classmate approached and asked if it was a girl texting, but the guy waved it off, saying it was just a friend. His friend also knew him. It was Chang Hyunsu's classmate, who was surprised that his friend was still talking to him. After all, Hyunsu had left their school a long time ago. He asked how he was doing, and Donghyun replied that everything seemed to be going well for him. He is trying to take first place in the world. His classmate was amazed, not understanding what he was talking about. And Donghyun patiently explained that the conversation was about serious computer game competitions. The competition continued, and the audience in the hall was noisy and waving light sticks. The host announced the last game in Tripod, and a very small gap. Soon, he announced the start of the last minute of Cyber Goldtomite and rhetorically asked which team would ultimately take the trophy. The ball was passed to Hyunsoo, and the host said that this last pass would determine the winning team between Elglue and Silverpang. Then, the hero of the final play was named One Frame, who brought victory to the Leglue team in 2 out of 3 games. 2 defenders from Silverpang tried to stop him, but he slipped between them. And now, he was face to face with another opponent who blocked his path to victory. Standing on one leg, he stretched out in a jump, swinging his leg to block the pass. But the One Frame player suddenly jerked in the opposite direction, deftly bypassed him, and rushed forward. He came face to face with the goalkeeper, and the announcer, his voice breaking, announced the last strike. The striker swung powerfully and sent the ball straight into the goal, scoring the decisive winning goal. The commentator announced that the ball had gone in, and that One Frame had done it all by himself, thanks to the hero Tripod, making Leglue the winning team. The champion team received a well-deserved cash prize and an honorary trophy for their great victory. The host asked the winners to stay put, as they would be interviewed, while the girl handed the envelope to her teammate. But One Frame suddenly disappeared. The recipient of the envelope looked around, but couldn't find him, and was completely baffled. In fact, Hyunsoo had already walked out the door, where he took off his visor and exhaled loudly, trying to control his overwhelming emotions. However, a stranger was already waiting for him in neutral territory. The guy became alert, looked closely at the guest, and did not reveal his face. The stranger was wearing a familiar mask, and began by saying that he did not expect to meet the player here, thinking that he had followed Lee Hyuk. Hyunsoo easily recognized Orca by his voice, and sarcastically remarked that he himself had stayed after all. But the guest admitted that because of such thoughts, he decided that he did not belong there. Hyunsoo asked if it was true that he had made peace with Yoon Tae-won. Orca confirmed that they had managed to reach an agreement, which was good, but both had become too serious, which was why all interest had disappeared. On the platform, the stranger was preparing for battle, and 3 more people approached him. Ha Yu-jin noted that it was difficult to attract him because he was the champion of Reapel fights. Everything that was known about him was true, but everything would be fine if they fought according to a pre-planned strategy. Yoon Tae-won asked what he personally needed to know for this fight. According to Lee Hyuk, all he had to do was come and show everything he was capable of. Hearing this, Hyunsoo stated that their old acquaintances were also truly and very serious about winning. Orca mentioned in conversation that in his personal opinion, the battle with Berserk promised to be much more spectacular and interesting. At the same time, he himself could not even imagine that one day he would see all this again with his own eyes. As someone who once destroyed this place and now longs for its revival, he asked Hyunsoo if he was okay now. The guy answered in the affirmative. Then Orca said that was great and invited him to enter the new virtual space. He explained that this place was so predictable and boring that it suppressed the will just by its appearance. As soon as the host touched the image, a compressed web filled the room with a dry crackle and quickly unfolded, opening the gates to another space. One Frame froze for a moment at the entrance, but Orca politely invited him to step inside and enjoy the game together. Then he pompously announced that he once again had the honor of welcoming the player to a new and truly interesting world. A black space appeared before them, illuminated everywhere by small, star-like, multicolored lights. It was gradually covered by glowing vertical stripes that mysteriously flickered and moved smoothly. At the same time, a new suit began to appear on the player, and comfortable combat gloves appeared on his hands. Then, an elegant dark jacket with a voluminous hood trimmed with fur was thrown over his shoulders. The entire underdog team had already gathered inside. Jun Yori smiled, noticing that he had finally been drawn here too. In contrast to her, Yoo Min-sung, as always, remained extremely serious and incredibly focused. Irin announced that they would once again have to fight side by side, and suggested that they put all their efforts into it together. In response, Berserk silently but very expressively adjusted the new mask that fit perfectly on his face. The host solemnly announced that today, after so much time, fools from all over the country had gathered here, and finally, all the main players had appeared. Now that all the key figures were assembled, the second season of the Great Colosseum was officially opening, introducing to the public those who had previously remained in the shadows. No sooner had he said this than a familiar, tall tower appeared on screen, and the audience greeted the host and the battle participants with enthusiastic cheers.